starting from staying at Mom's Bestie's place conquering Auntie, making her my girlfriend. Kei Iinuma arrived in Tokyo from Hokkaido with a marriage contract in hand, expecting to meet a refined young lady from a prestigious family and experience a love story filled with elegance. But reality had other plans. Mom, I found a girlfriend. The one Mom picked for you. Your best friend. Which one? Kei silently opened his palm, revealing. Kei Iinuma, are you trying to kill your mother? Chapter 1. Mother's Best Friend. Late March, when cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Along the sloping path flanked by sakura trees, black and white funeral drapes stretched endlessly toward the clamor of Buddhist rites at the summit. The air carried the scent of death. The vibrant fragrance of cherry blossoms, the subtle incense, the faint camphor clinging to morning attire, and the damp earthiness of early spring all mingled into a superstitious aroma unique to funerals. Carrying his luggage, Kei Iinuma slowly ascended the slope. Manor houses lined both sides of the gentle incline, each exquisitely adorned, a testament to the wealth and status of their residents. At the peak stood the estate commanding the highest vantage point, now hosting a funeral. Most passers-by wore solemn black mourning clothes. Wrapped in darkness, every face seemed identical, like and swarming toward candy. What an extravagant funeral. Must be a wealthy family. How did Mother, that rural shrew, have a best friend in such circles? Merging with the crowd, Kei pressed onward. Ahead, a colossal silhouette gradually came into view, his destination. The Hanashiro residence. Chilly spring breeze swept through. At the summit, a shower of cherry blossom petals filled his vision. Achoo! 3 sneezes later, Kei finally traversed the picturesque yet nose-torturing path. Pausing, he surveyed his surroundings. Mottled black walls, tarnished brass gates, soot-stained bricks and timber, ebony walls etched with time. The entire estate seemed dipped in ink, like a stage set. From the western style gate to the traditional main entrance stretched a considerable distance, now packed with a noisy throng. Several monks' investments shook their tin staffs with metallic clangs, as if exorcising demons. Where do I even find Aunt Hanako? Overwhelmed by the chaos, Kei hesitated at the gate. Fresh off the train from Asahikawa, Hokkaido, he'd come to Tokyo seeking refuge with his mother's best friend, Hanashiro Hanako, only to find her household in mourning. Terrible timing. Maybe I should book a hotel for a few days. As the thought surfaced, Kei turned with his luggage. Did you just say Aunt Hanako? Voice like melting glacier water halted him. Turning, he spotted a girl by the hedge. Despite the dim light, her presence seemed to brighten the surroundings, an angelic entrance. Bathed in soft radiance, her straight black hair gleamed, her porcelain skin flawless. Delicate features, graceful poise. Slender waist, modest bust, eyes clear as spring water. Her appearance softened the funeral's oppressive atmosphere. Those crystalline eyes fixed on Kei as her undeveloped vocal cords vibrated. Answer me. Yes, Kei replied across the hedge. My mother and Aunt Hanako were university classmates. I'm here for high school in Tokyo, and Mom arranged for me to stay. You recognize her? The girl interrupted. No. Look where I point. Following her finger, Kei observed the gate. Mourners streamed out after offering incense. Among them walked an elegant woman in mourning attire, her hair impeccably coiled. Though her face remained unclear, her posture exuded resilience even from afar. Well. The girl seemed amused. As eldest daughter of the Hanashiros, she's 37 but could pass for under 30. No. I can barely see her, Kei grumbled. The woman beside her holding the memorial tablet is the third daughter, Kuriko. As the crowd drew nearer, Kei glimpsed Kuriko, a stunning Japanese beauty with ceramic smooth skin and melancholic grace, the epitome of ideal wife. Peach blossom eyes glistening with tears. Long lashes damp from weeping. Moved by her grief, Kei asked, who passed away? The second daughter and the eldest's live-in husband, the girl recited knowledgeably. 3 days ago, both fell to their deaths rumored to have encountered something unclean. Whoosh. Spring gust made Kei shiver. Late March winds still carried winter's bite. See how Kuriko plays the chaste martyr, the girl suddenly smirked. Pathetic. Acting like she's the widow. Instinctively, Kei defended. Her brother died too. He couldn't stand seeing beautiful wives slandered. The girl glared, her doll-like face framed by silken black hair cascading over petite shoulders, a peerless beauty. As the funeral procession approached, she pointed again. Madame Hanako's coming. Kei needed no prompting, his gaze had already locked onto the new widow. Amid falling cherry blossoms emerged a pale face and noble beauty. Tall, curvaceous figure wrapped in ink-black mourning robes, white parasol in hand, a white flower pinned over her ample bosom. Skin like carefully applied white pigment, a slender neck that seemed fragile, Kyoto doll delicate features. Her orchid-like elegance recalled ink painting masterpieces. Yet her aura stood stark. Dignity, fortitude, resolve, composure. Also, unapproachable. Precisely. Every man harboring desires would find her untouchable, though her beauty defied mortal standards. As a man of culture, Kei disdained vapid terms like beauty, but for his mother's university best friend Hanashiro Hanako peerless was indisputable, especially in morning attire. Oh, she looks even better now. Kei stared unabashedly. Amid the clamour, she greeted attendees and directed servants with impeccable grace, her magnetism drawing all eyes. Some glanced back after passing, others whispered admiringly. Like a queen ant, the girl murmured. The ultimate widow archetype. Kei finally looked away. Where are the other family members? Just these two. Not enough for you. Her voice chimed like spring ice thawing. Of course enough, but... Kei paused, then scowled. What do you mean, not enough? Don't twist my words, you little. The girl ignored him, nodding toward a blonde teenager lounging bored on a chair. Kuriko's daughter. About 13 or 14, clearly disinterested in the funeral. Another beauty. This family's genes are terrifying. Any others? Kei asked. The second daughter had one. Where? Me. Huh. You idiot. Hanashiro Irai, the girl stated flatly, locking eyes, no trace of jest in those clear orbs. So this is your father's funeral? Correct. Then you... Kei stuttered her skeptically. Your dad just died, yet you're chatting me up without a care. Irai seemed disinclined to elaborate as Hanako approached. Irai, the procession begins. The madam's voice, unexpectedly mellow and gentle, belying her stern visage, surprised Kei. Her sharp nose, startlingly pale skin, and narrow phoenix eyes radiated authority. Tall and voluptuous, her regal bearing imposed palpable pressure. Now those severe eyes scrutinized Kei. Though she asked nothing, her gaze overflowed with questions. Greetings. Kei bowed. I'm Iinuma Kei. Hanako blinked, frowning momentarily as if realizing today's somber occasion ill-suited hosting her best friend's son. She averted her eyes awkwardly before chuckling self-deprecatingly. Why feel embarrassed before a child? Lifting her head gracefully, though a stubborn lock escaped her updo, she pressed it back with slender fingers, offering a polite smile. I must attend the temple rites now. A servant will show you to a guest room. We'll talk properly afterward. Seeing that smile, Kei's heart clenched with foreboding. Madam, you're like an opera general with countless death flags planted on your back. As servants led Kei away and the widow departed with the procession. Ding. Kei froze. The long-dormant microwave in his mind had beeped. New limited time event unlocked. The noble widow S rank. Who could guess the queenly facade hides a woman treading thin ice? The exquisite Madame Hanashiro gazes down at you. What are your intentions? Your eyes differ from my father and husband's. Are you here to save me? Then you have 1 minute to prove your sincerity, or I'll punish you by making you lick my shoes clean. Chapter 2. The Virgin Widow. At the forefront of the procession walked the peerless widow. Her hair remained immaculate in the wind, her obsidian eyes resolutely fixed ahead like a general leading troops to war. Hanashiro Irai followed beside the coffin, clutching the memorial tablet. From afar, her silken hair flooded the very picture of delicate beauty. Behind the coffin trailed the third daughter, Kuriko, and her daughter Hanashiro Soyo. The solemn funeral cortege turned toward the designated temple, the procession of breathtaking women gradually receding from Kei's view. Lanterns, banners, canopies, wreaths, all the funeral accoutrements faded into the distance. Yet Hanashiro Hanako's figure remained etched in his vision no matter how far she walked. So beautiful. An ant queen. Ant queens weren't this exquisite. Queen bee then? Gorgeous, dangerous monarch. Radiant yet unapproachable, though beneath that facade lies a woman treading thin ice. After watching from the guest room window, Kei wearily collapsed onto the tatami and muttered, System. Pale blue interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Iinuma Kei. Age, 15. Int, 8. Te, 9. STR, 8. Skills, Kendo Proficient LV5, MMA Proficient LV1, Chinese Proficient LV1, Japanese Professional LV5, Fishing Professional LV5, English Professional LV1, Art Professional LV1, Driving Professional LV1. Traits, Discipline, Neat Handwriting, Accent Correction, Enhanced Memory. Items, One-Time Hypnotic Stick 1, Flavor Enhancer 30, Premium Bamboo Sword 1. Points, 500. The panel was straightforward. Base attributes INTSTR averaged at 5 for normal humans, capped at 10 before entering supernatural territory. Skills had 4 tiers: novice, professional, proficient, master, with only professional plus appearing on the interface. Each tier had 10 sub-levels. Reaching master required special items to transcend mortal limits. As a reincarnator, this system had accompanied Kei for 15 years. In simple terms, dating sim engine that triggered limited time events when encountering extraordinary women, rewarding romantic conquests. Over 15 years, it had activated only 3 times. All 3 targets were his birth mother. Blame rural Hokkaido's Asahikawa Mountains, where security relied on dogs, communication on shouting. Beautiful women? Scarcer than unicorns. The first mission struck at age 3. On a stormy summer evening, little Kei stood defiantly beneath thunderous skies, one hand on hip, the other pointing heavenward, a miniature rebel silhouetted by lightning. Just as he prepared to declare, "One day, I shall revolt against the heavens," the target name appeared. Iinuma Keiru. Rain poured. He stood frozen. "Kei, are you trying to kill your mother? Kei, you look so pleased with yourself. Kei, let go of mommy now." Strange scoldings prickled his ears. Torn between filial piety and reincarnator's lust, he ultimately got dragged home by his furious mother. "Doesn't even know to come in from rain. Is my son mentally deficient? Mom, you've no idea what emotional whiplash I suffered." 3-year-old Kei couldn't explain. First event, bare minimum rewards. Subsequent 2 followed suit. An unsolvable dilemma: he couldn't actually seduce his mother. Tokyo's wonderful. At least with the Hanashiros, I needn't worry about corrupted filial piety. Muttering to himself, Kei checked the new limited time event. The Noble Widow S rank. Within the next month, Hanashiro Hanako will face multiple threats. Protect her and the Hanashiro family too. Events had 6 difficulty tiers: C to SSS. Phases: happy smiley. 1. Resolve madam's immediate crisis. 2. Become indispensable to her. 3. Unravel the mystery. 4. Save the Hanashiros. Rewards per phase: happy smiley. 1. 50,000 points. 2. Proficient skill upgrade voucher x5. 3. +1 base attribute. 4. Comprehension mastery trait. Duration: 1 month. Voluntary participation. Kei examined comprehension mastery. Learn skills knowledge at 10x speed. 1 year equals a decade study? Incredible. His eyes burned with desire, then cooled into wariness. Upon activation, system rules stated, all exchanges follow equivalent principles. Greater challenges yield greater rewards. 50k points, 5 skill vouchers, +1 attribute, plus a top-tier trait? Having only ever scraped minimum rewards, Kei knew this wouldn't be easy. He needed strategy. Except he had 0 intel about the Hanashiros. "Guess I'll ask Mom." Dialing her number, that familiar, melodious voice soon greeted him. "You at Aunt Hanako's yet?" Even across thousands of miles, her voice conjured an image of his long-haired mother haloed in light. "Yeah, but then why bother me?" Her tone turned icy. "Aunt Hanako's household is in chaos." "Oh." Interest piqued. "Do tell." Her husband and brother-in-law died. Today's the funeral. He emphasized the gravity, but Mom merely hummed. "That's it? I predicted this ages ago." "How?" Tilda. Satisfied moan traveled through the receiver. Kei's ears tingled, visualizing her stretching in loungewear, that willow waist curvature utterly seductive. "The Hanashiros were once top real estate developers," she began lazily, "until a political donation scandal 3 years ago." As Mom explained from her beanbag chair legs draped over the coffee table, searching for nail polish, Kei learned how the family fell. No real estate mogul stayed clean. When their government partner got exposed for corruption, the Hanashiros faced massive fines, imprisoned executives, and a 3-year ban on new projects. The last penalty proved fatal. With suppliers and contractors egged on by shadowy forces demanding immediate payments, the cash-strapped Hanashiros teetered on collapse. Then salvation came, or so it seemed. Those same forces emerged, coercing the family into exploitative contracts while forcing a marriage between their young master and Hanako. The plan? Slowly devour the Hanashiro's assets. Now, the 3-year ban neared its end. Instead of a triumphant return, the patriarch died 6 months prior. The groom and second daughter followed suit last week. The shadow group wouldn't relent. The Hanashiro's future loomed as bleak as early spring skies, leaden and impenetrable. "Which group?" Kei asked. "The Red Snappers." Boss used to be a fishmonger, hence the name. Currently Tokyo's rising Yakuza stars. "Ah, found it." "Found what?" My new crimson nail polish. You never used to wear any. With you clinging to me? Who'd see it? 15 years later, I'm finally free to pamper myself. Oh, the snapper's backers reach even the Tokyo governor. Her tone remained breezy, as if discussing the weather. Kei inhaled sharply. The dead son-in-law was one of them. Not just any member, the young master. TSK, Hanako's in deep trouble. Trouble indeed. Kei grimaced. Her husband just died, and before she can mourn, his family moves in for the kill. Tragic. Perhaps he should skip this event. Tokyo Yakuza? Backed by the governor? Better play it safe. Charge in recklessly, and Mom might only retrieve an urn. Grieve. Don't be absurd. I know Hanako. Mom uncrossed her legs, twisting open the polish. A 37-year-old virgin, practically a Vestal. Even forced into marriage, she'd never let that man touch her. His death probably delighted her more than anyone. Mom's words painted a clear picture. Aunt Hanako was a widow in name only. Oh ho ho. Somehow that's even hotter. Mom, Aunt Hanako's besieged on all fronts. It's heartbreaking. Kei pressed the phone closer. Should I help? She's your best friend, and I'll be living here 3 years. On the other end, Mom nestled into her beanbag, phone wedged between cheek and shoulder. Silky black hair veiled her face as she delicately painted her toenails. Do as you please. Saves me finding someone else. But the risks. Go wild. Short of assaulting Amaterasu herself, I'll cover for you. Pause. Suddenly, Mom's voice sharpened. Kei. She's my best friend. No matter your MILF fetish or mommy issues, keep your hands off her. I wouldn't. His weak protest got cut off. I know your filthy mind. She sat upright, triumphant. You've had at least 3 incestuous moments with me. Ah, am I truly so irresistible? Go on, praise me. Maybe I'll fly to Tokyo to cure your lovesickness, Tilda. Bye. Kei hung up. Her maternal instincts and shamelessness were equally terrifying. By noon, Tokyo deluged under torrential rain. The burial postponed. Mourners packed Sendai Temple in Shibuya. After briefing Mom, Kei slipped into the temple corridors to observe. The opposite hall overflowed with black and white figures. The sole color came from a cherry tree outside the window, its pink blossoms stark against the downpour. Between petals, he glimpsed Hanako's profile, exhaustion evident. Muffled by rain, the hall's cacophony reached him as indecipherable murmurs. Young man, your turn. Voice whispered beside him. Kei whirled around. An angel smiled back. Porcelain skin. Doll-like perfection. Rosy lips, black morning dress, white flower. Her large eyes reflected his face, framed by obsidian lashes. Undeniably, Hanashiro Irai was flawlessly beautiful, yet something felt inhuman, like a mannequin's crafted allure. Chapter 3. Madam, you don't want the company to go bankrupt anytime soon, do you? Walking without sound. Girl, you are an earthbound spirit, right? Iinuma Isao glared at Hanashiro Irai fiercely, then patted his chest with lingering fear. He was quite frightened. It is certain that I am a human being, said Hanashiro Irai. Her pleasant and gentle voice instantly drowned out the sound of rain, giving people a warm feeling like holy light, as comfortable as being in a dream. You are not really an angel. Isao Iinuma looked at her with a look of surprise, as if he was observing some newly discovered species, or a strange species that could speak. I am a human. Huacheng Irai emphasized again. Iinuma Isao frowned. Do you know what I'm thinking? Huacheng Irai did not answer this question, but just laughed, and his laughter was very delicate and pleasant. Pretending to be mysterious, I think you have superpowers. Iinuma Isao muttered and asked her, what's happening in the funeral hall? It's just a repeat of what happened 3 years ago. Huacheng Irai glanced at the morning hall with a nonchalant look. Under the instructions of the Red Tie Group, a group of suppliers and contractors are again asking for early payment. Although this is rude and violates the contract, they are outnumbered. Why did you get out? My aunt let us out. You. My aunt and Tsayu are over there. Huacheng Irai pointed to the opposite corridor. Iinuma Isao turned his gaze away. Through the rain curtain, I saw the 3 girls, Li Zi. Although she looked pale, she did not look sad, and her expression gave people a feeling of absent-mindedness. She did not notice the gazers here, and looked down at her toes for a long time in a daze, giving people a subtle and elegant impression. Her daughter, Hanashiro Iroha, stood nearby. A petite and beautiful girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, and exotic features. The black dress wrapped around her plump figure, the embroidered collar revealed the fresh skin of her neck, and her small feet were covered with brown tweed high-top shoes. A cold wind blew in with drizzle. The hem of the skirt was slightly lifted, revealing the beautiful calves wrapped in black stockings. Really? Why did I come to a place like this? Huacheng Tsayu angrily pressed down the hem of her skirt with one hand, and with the other hand held down her hair that was blown by the wind, her rosy face showing an expression of dissatisfaction. My mother tilted her head and grumbled with a little disdain. How could a quiet woman like me give birth to a daughter like you who is as active as a puppy? Yes, I am a dog. Hanashiro Iroha admitted rather rebelliously. I am a dog, so you are a bitch. She didn't say this. In Iinuma Isao's opinion, neither of these two people are dogs. The mother is a ripe cherry that is plump and sweet after absorbing enough sunshine and rain, while the daughter is like a small cabbage that sparkles when the sky clears after the rain. The mother is so ripe that you can squeeze juice out of her. The daughter is so tender that you can squeeze juice out of her. It's immoral to have a mother-daughter rice bowl. Huacheng Irai spoke lightly. You are really observant. Iinuma Isao complimented lazily. Hanashiro Irai nodded unashamedly. I do have this ability. For example, I can tell what's going on in your mind right now, and none of them can be associated with noble. Facing the beautiful girl's ridicule, Iinuma Isao replied nonchalantly. No one can live a noble life all day long. Thinking about things like how hard it is to peel sweet potatoes, how itchy my nose is, how bad the weather is, how bad my mood is, how I want to get rich, how I want to be single. Most people think about these things. Is there anything wrong with that? Huacheng Irai raised his hand and pinched his chin with his fingertips. I really shouldn't have too many fantasies about young people in small towns. Iinuma Isao rolled his eyes at her and said, Why are you coming to my place? Let you be a hero. Huacheng Irai said as a matter of course. Why? Aunt needs a hero right now. I'm asking why I should be the one. Because you want to be one. Iinuma Isao was somewhat speechless. He had a very strange feeling that this girl seemed to be able to see through his thoughts completely and ended the conversation in advance. The opportunity is right in front of you. You must seize it. Hanashiro Irai seemed to be walking in the clouds and said in a light voice, I think you have lived with black bears and wild boars in the mountains of Asahikawa for 15 years, and you should be bored. You can't wait to experience the colorful world outside, right? So, go quickly. Her voice is still childish, like that of a young girl, but her thoughts are more unpredictable than those of an adult. She also accurately described Iinuma Isao's psychology. May you go through many vicissitudes of life and still be young when you return. Although this statement is very cliché, no one can do it because the human mind ages along with the body. As we get older, our corroded hearts become less likely to hold on to hope and expectations for the world, and we become unable to maintain our true selves and keep our original intentions. But what if the body becomes younger? So, will the soul, which has experienced many vicissitudes of life, become younger along with the body? Iinuma Isao's answer is yes. A young body will absolutely, 100% cleanse a soul that has long been old. Just like sweeping away the gloom accumulated in the heart due to long-term illness, the young body makes people more positive and optimistic, and the whole person is full of new hope. If you are still lifeless after rebirth, then it would be a waste of your rebirth. Especially after rebirth, there is a golden finger. This is simply woohoo, take off. From the moment the system was activated, Iinuma Isao decided that he must marry 8 women in his lifetime. Aham, no, that's not right. He must live his life full of youthfulness until he grows old and dies. Even though he spent the first 15 years of his life in the mountains of Asahikawa with black bears and wild boars, it didn't matter. Just think of that place as Shalipo. After 15 years of hard training, he finally made his debut. This time, I won't hide my shortcomings. I want to be famous all over the world. I have to say, Neon's middle school atmosphere is really easy to assimilate, making him look more and more like a real young man. Iinuma Isao pondered for a moment, looking at Hanashiro Irai's delicate doll face. Admittedly, compared to the cautious attitude of hiding one's strength and biding one's time in secret, I prefer to show off in front of others and pretend to be fresh and refined. However, I am not a fool who doesn't care about anything. There are gangs in the funeral hall. Such a dangerous occasion is not something a high school student like me can participate in. I believe you won't be afraid. You're not afraid. Why don't you do it yourself? Because my aunt is your woman. What? Iinuma Isao was stunned. The angel suddenly stood on tiptoe, put her face close to Iinuma Isao, and asked him jokingly, Aunt is your mother's best friend, right? Yes. Iinuma Isao nodded. That is to say, the aunt is your mother's. Well, that's a bit strange. What belongs to your mother is yours. Certainly. So, my aunt is yours too. Iinuma Isao silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Did you see through what I was thinking again? The angel clasped his hands together, his eyes flickering, staring at Iinuma Isao as if he was going to carry out this playful prank to the end. Now, your woman is being humiliated by another man. Can you continue to endure it? No. Iinuma Isao was already angry. It's similar to what Hanashiro Irai said. This is what he thought in his heart. Why should my mother's best friend be bullied by outsiders? So, young man, come on. Huacheng Irai held up his chin with his left hand, his eyes slightly raised. This family needs a responsible man more than ever before, and this man can only be you. No, I don't understand anything. Why should I go up there? Iinuma Isao remained rational. Simple, I'll tell you what to do. Huacheng Irai looked towards the morning hall opposite. Did you see that aggressive fat man? Go in and help your aunt out later. If he jumps again, just beat him to death. After you beat him up, the people from the Red Snapper group will come over, and I will help you then. The girl whispered her plan. This situation can actually be easily resolved. Although the suppliers collectively breached the contract, they were also full of disagreements among themselves, and it was absolutely impossible for all of them to be determined. After all, breach of contract means compensation. If the Huacheng family gets through this and recovers, they will be the ones in trouble. Not only will they not be able to collect the project payment and goods payment, but they will also have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. Therefore, as long as the momentum of those companies that take the lead in forcing the palace is suppressed and they are directly killed, showing the Huacheng family's tough attitude, the remaining wavering suppliers will calm down and watch how the situation develops. After listening to Hanashiro Irai's analysis, Iinuma Isao looked at her meaningfully. The solemn black morning dress, the big white bow decoration, the flat chest, the huge eyes, the pupils shining like glass beads, the delicate and quick eyes are by no means offensive. Oh, woman, you are so funny. Under the girl's gaze, Iinuma Isao picked up a bamboo hat and draped it over himself, then walked towards the morning hall in the rain. Boom! There was a roar of thunder. The gloomy sky was split by lightning. The big raindrops fell down with a loud noise as if they were bullying a widow. I refuse. Huacheng Xingzi's voice was more resolute than the thunder. Outside the huge window are cherry blossom trees in full bloom. In the black and white funeral hall decoration, the peerless widow stands with her back to the cherry blossoms. She stared sternly at the person in front of her. Her face was already noble, and when her narrow and long eyes were narrowed, they gave people a strong sense of oppression. The man in front of her didn't dare to look at her directly. He could only lower his head in humiliation and muttered, "Madam, this is not up to me." The widow didn't even raise an eyebrow as she scolded, "Since you don't have the final say, you can leave now." The supplier backed away in disgrace. Many people frowned slightly, as if they were displeased by his civility. "Lady." The second person immediately stepped forward and said threateningly, "We don't want to ruin our relationship. But you are a smart person and you should know the current situation." Huacheng Xingzi said calmly, "So what if you know?" Then quickly give in to the Red Snapper group. This thought came to everyone's mind. In fact, the people who most don't want the Huacheng family to fall must be the contractors and suppliers. Now they are forced by the Red Snapper group to collectively embarrass the Huacheng family, and they have no choice. Wouldn't it be enough for Madame Huacheng to kneel down and beg for mercy? As for what kind of humiliation Madame Huacheng will suffer, that is your business, don't implicate us. Huacheng Xingzi maintained a resolute appearance and protected herself with sacred and inviolable dignity. But at this moment she felt a little confused. Those who were previously suppressed by her strong aura, or people of equal status, were now staring at her with sinister thoughts. She hadn't had a good rest for 3 days. At this moment, even if she was just standing, she felt dizzy and her body was almost stretched to its limit. No, I can't fall down. If she fell down, she would have to watch helplessly as the disgusting garbage rushed up and swallowed her mouthful by mouthful, and she would be powerless to stop it. Crash! The heavy rain continued to fall. The dim light of an overcast day struggled to penetrate the dark clouds and shine into the morning hall, being reflected or absorbed by the lady's fair skin, interweaving subtle colors in the curling mist of incense sticks. Her face was still noble and beautiful, and her long hair was still neatly tied behind her head. But she was barely able to stand, and could only support herself by leaning her back against the windowsill. This subtle movement also made people realize her current weakness. For a moment, the gaze she faced became even hotter and more greedy. "Madam, please stop wasting time." A middle-aged fat man suddenly approached. "Please settle our payment immediately. If you delay any further, both of us will suffer." Looking at this middle-aged fat man with a venomous mind, Huacheng Xingzi's eyes were angry and she shouted, Your unilateral request to settle the payment in advance and terminate the supply of building materials is a breach of contract. Do you know how much you have to pay? Even though she was forced into a desperate situation and her face looked a little haggard, the widow still had the same spirit. This middle-aged fat man is called Saburo Tanaka. He is the president of a building materials company and has been cooperating with the Huacheng family for 8 years. Now, under the instigation and provocation of some people, he took the lead and used threats and inducements to unite other suppliers to attack the Huacheng family. Huachengjia currently has 3 projects under construction in which it has invested most of its funds. If the suppliers collectively default on their contracts, not to mention delivering before the agreed delivery date, at least 2 projects will be forced to stop construction and remain unfinished. If suppliers or contractors breach the contract, they will also have to pay compensation. They are also gambling. If the Huacheng family can't survive, they can share this behemoth together. If the Huacheng family survives, they will be held accountable by the Huacheng family later and made to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. Of course, we know that breach of contract requires compensation. Tanaka Saburo smiled grimly and approached step by step. Let's talk business. After the funeral, can we go to the inner room and discuss it slowly? The peerless widow had a sullen look on her face, and the fat man with a bloated belly and several men behind him who were ready to make a move were getting closer and closer. It's easy to guess what these people are thinking. Even if they have to pay liquidated damages, it won't happen overnight. We can slowly fight the lawsuit for a few years. Anyway, the Huacheng family no longer exists, and these orphans and widows who have lost their shelter are still characters that can be manipulated at will. All of this is legal business operation and no one can blame anyone. The so-called business rules are essentially just word games played by people of a certain level. Huacheng Xingzi naturally understood this. She resolutely endured the dirty and obscene gaze from the opposite side, and at the same time intimidated the other party with her gaze. However, she may not know that a queen who refuses to surrender even in the face of desperation will ignite a man's crazy desire to conquer her. It was raining heavily in the world outside. From time to time, water splashed in through the window, wetting my back. The dim skylight vaguely reflected the cold and beautiful face of the peerless widow. She smoothed the hair by her ears. This feminine action had a trembling beauty. She continued to stand upright and maintain a threatening and strong gaze. This beautiful scene made Saburo Tanaka's heart warm. The sad and beautiful widow and the pot-bellied middle-aged greasy man are a perfect match. He took an impatient step forward and stretched out his greasy, rough hands towards the widow's white palms. Huacheng Xingzi retracted her hand instantly and glared at the dirty dog who had always dared to lower his head when talking to her. Saburo Tanaka laughed obscenely. "Madam, you don't want the company to go bankrupt immediately." Looking at this newly minted noble widow, his eyes were filled with intense desire and sinister viciousness. There was a gleam of cruelty in Huacheng Xingzi's eyes. Unlike those big shots who are well known and influential, small people like Saburo Tanaka who have enough money and not much ambition are the most difficult characters. In the world of big shots, they have power, status, and the current affairs of the world, and they have a bottom line in their actions. But in the eyes of the little people, they only see money and women. The purpose of Saburo Tanaka jumping up and down like this was really very simple, which was to taste the taste of a noble woman that he had never dared to think about before. Boom! There was a sound of thunder outside the window. Black window frames and fiery cherry blossoms. Against the background of lead grey and gorgeousness, the figure of the elegant woman in mourning clothes appears particularly bright. At this moment, she was being approached by someone with a ferocious face like a snake or scorpion. She hated that face, so she turned her head slightly and looked out the window. A young man wearing a straw hat and a raincoat was walking towards the morning hall from the opposite side. He was wearing a simple black kimono that looked like it was dyed with ink, and a bamboo hat on his head as he walked in the rain. He looked as if he had traveled through time and space and returned from ancient times. His beauty gave people a sense of impermanence. "Ah Zun." Huacheng Xingzi blinked. In the hazy rain, the boy's eyes slowly met hers. Stern sword-like eyebrows, clear and deep eyes, delicate nose, smooth and handsome lips. This face is so handsome that it can make the heartbeat of those who see it for the first time stop. It is simply the perfect child born from the affair between dreams and reality. The boy came through the rain. He always had a refreshing smile on his face, and Huacheng Xingzi thought that this expression could definitely be on the cover of an education magazine. After a while, the curtain of the morning hall was lifted, and a clear and hearty voice was heard. "It's getting late. It's time to bury the dead." The person who was speaking walked into the venue, and people on both sides dispersed like the tide. Everybody looked towards him. The boy has delicate features and sparkling eyes. He has a straight nose and is full of energy from head to toe, exuding a heroic spirit. Opposite the morning hall, in the rainy corridor, Huacheng Li Zi stared at the other side of the rain curtain. The boy's childish features showed that his face was still very immature relative to his life. He could not yet be called a man. But facing a man in a morning hall, he walked towards the widow fearlessly, his strong chest erect like the bow of a ship riding the wind and waves. Who is this boy? There was a hint of jealousy in the three women's doubtful voices. Chapter 4. The Bitch Literary Young Lady. Don't get me wrong, Huacheng Lizzie is not a sister con. She is just jealous that her sister has a man outside. She is jealous even of smaller men. His name is Iinuma Isao, and he's the son of my aunt's best friend. Hanashiro Irai introduced in a low voice. HMPH. Shame on you. Huacheng Lizzie curled her lips and glared at the sister opposite her with disdain. She even seduced her best friend's son. It's really a disgrace to the family. I don't have a sister like her. You never treated her as your sister. Huacheng Irai agreed calmly. Yes, my aunt is right. Iinuma Isao. That's a good name. It has the same name as the kendo boy in Running Horse. Hanashiro Kuriko's eyes then fell on Iinuma Isao, and she couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth slightly. He looks like a beautiful boy who only appears in books. His face is comparable to Matsueda Kiyoaki in Spring Snow. And the proud temperament in him is just like what is described in the Temple of the Golden Pavilion. The pride of a boy must be relaxed, bright, clearly visible to the naked eye, and shining. Great, I have to snatch him away from his sister. Huacheng Irai rubbed his forehead with a headache. In front of Iinuma Isao, she said that her younger sister-in-law was a bit of a bitch and a bit tease, and that was not really malicious slander. On the surface, Huacheng Lizzie is a quiet, virtuous, artistic older woman, but deep down, she has always been a little bitch who bullies her older sister by taking advantage of her young age. She likes to frame her sister in front of her parents and steal her sister's things. She wants everything my sister likes. And she didn't want the new one. She had to grab the one from her sister. Humph, my sister kicked me out, and I thought she had some backup plan, but it turns out she found some help. I want to see if this little guy is capable of protecting you, a slutty fox. Huacheng Lizzie smiled deliberately. She made up her mind that if Iinuma Isao was really powerful, she would snatch him away from her sister. If Iinuma Isao wasn't good enough, she would jump in right away, pointing at her sister's nose and laughing. You're living like a dog at your age, and you're counting on such a silver-plated spearhead. Ha ha ha. Don't say it's my mother. Huacheng Tsayu moved away, as if she wanted to draw a line between herself and her mother. My aunt was right. Sisters are definitely the most evil creatures in the universe. Fortunately, Tsayu doesn't have a sister. At this time, Iinuma Isao had no idea that he was being targeted. He walked straight past a middle-aged fat man with a big belly and came to Huacheng Xingzi. Everyone looked over. Although the boy looked at least 15 years younger than the lady, he was already half a head taller than the lady, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall. He could protect the lady behind him with just a slight move of his feet. You, who are you? This is the Huacheng family's funeral. Anyone who has nothing to do with you, please leave immediately. Saburo Tanaka shouted loudly, watching the scene with gloomy eyes. The boy is tall, with broad shoulders, and his neck, which extends from his collar, makes him look clean and strong. He possesses both the handsome and elegant bearing of a nobleman and the strong and proud masculine beauty of a samurai. That lively and handsome face is the embodiment of youth and the product of the favor of the goddess of beauty. Greasy middle-aged fat man, so jealous. As for me, Iinuma Isao laughed and raised his right hand slightly. Huacheng Xingzi reacted quickly. She seemed to understand something from his actions, or maybe his face was so similar to his mother's that she felt familiar and kind. The peerless widow let down her guard, and for the first time in her life, she held the hand of a member of the opposite sex other than her relatives. She looked at everyone with dignity and introduced them. Excuse me, everyone. I didn't want him to come out because he's in mourning, but since he's here, I'll introduce him to you all. His name is Iinuma Isao, the son of my best friend, my adopted son, and the fiancé I chose for Irai. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion in the morning hall, and everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Now, the Huacheng family has a man again, although young. But you just say he has a penis. Iinuma Isao smiled gently and humbly. I thought Madam would just make up a distant relative or something, but you started with adopted son-in-law or something like that, which makes it difficult for me to handle. Hey, Madam's little hands are so soft and smooth, just like my mother's. Huacheng Xingzi held one of his hands tightly and smelled the faint scent of verbena on the boy. The subtle scent of grass instantly soothed her tense spirit, and she felt less dizzy. The smell of verbena. It smells like body incense. I miss that time so much. The morning hall was originally filled with various smells such as the smell of incense, sweat, and soil, but it was very fresh around Iinuma Isao. There was a strange feeling, as if the turbid air around the boy would be purified by him and turned into clear, free-flowing blue water. Hua Cheng Xingzi couldn't help but yawn. The long dormant sleepiness immediately came over me. The new stepmother's snow-white and jade-like hands were kneaded a few times in the boy's palms. Hua Cheng Xingzi immediately perked up and said coldly, "Don't mess around. I will only hold your hand because you look so much like your mother." Iinuma Zun tilted his head and explained in her ear, "When I hold my mother's hand, I always can't help but pinch her. It's really not intentional." The ears are hot and wet. Hua Cheng Xingzi couldn't help but look away. To outsiders, she looked a little blushing, like a shy newlywed. This intimate scene made Saburo Tanaka's face twisted. "Arsehole, that was clearly mine. How could it be snatched away by such a little brat?" He was about to get angry when Iinuma Isao suddenly let go of his stepmother's hand and glanced at him nonchalantly. "Don't stand there, let's start the funeral. A rainy day like this is suitable for seeing off the dead." Before he finished speaking, lightning flashed. Saburo Tanaka couldn't help but shiver with fear. When the boy mentioned the dead, his eyes were clearly looking at him. Most of the cemeteries in Japan are controlled by temples. This cemetery in Senjuan was funded by Tokugawa Ieyasu and is located above the famous Sendagaya Tunnel. After the urn was placed in the cemetery, more than a dozen monks chanted the mantra for rebirth beside it, and large raindrops continued to fall. Isao Iinuma held up a big black umbrella to shield his stepmother from the wind and rain. Hua Cheng Xingzi stood straight, and the loose mourning clothes could not cover her graceful figure. Looking closely from a distance, one can see that the solemn mourning dress really fits her dignified temperament perfectly, without any sense of disharmony. Speaking of mourning clothes, a widow like her who is trembling with fear and treading on thin ice is a great material for hentai and action movies. Since entering junior high school, Isao Iinuma has often left his mother behind in the name of studying and gone to his classmates' homes to look at study materials. According to the plot development in the information, if he had not arrived in time, his stepmother might have become the heroine of the expansion pack. Perhaps my stepmother will sink into depravity. After all, in learning materials, all conditions are secondary. As long as D is great, he can do whatever he wants. Unlike the real world, a good-looking face and a healthy body are the killer weapons to win the heart and soul of a rich woman. Thinking of this, it is understandable that the fat man hid in the dark corner with a jealous look on his face and peeked at me. The corners of Iinuma Isao's mouth curled up slightly. Although it's cliché. But to be honest, bullying greasy middle-aged fat guys is really more fun than hunting wild boars and black bears in the mountains of Hokkaido. No one knew what was going on in the mind of this newly adopted son. Hua Cheng Xingzi hid under his protection and quietly introduced the people around him to him. That fat guy is called Saburo Tanaka, and is the leader of this supplier's forced confession. The guy with the tattoo on his neck is from the Red Snapper Group, and he's the mastermind behind this. Pay special attention to the guy wearing sunglasses. He's the mayor of Shibuya Aoyama Cho. She introduced these complicated relationships to Iinuma Isao one by one, as if she really treated him as her adopted son. The people around were also whispering and glancing over here from time to time. "How about I kill them all?" the gentle and respectful young man suddenly asked with a smile. "You." Hua Cheng Xingzi suddenly opened her eyes wide and her lips trembled slightly. "I'm just kidding." Iinuma Isao lowered his head and smiled at her. "I still have some sense of propriety, don't worry." But Hua Cheng Xingzi had no idea what he meant by the limits. After all, his mother has never been a person of propriety. Maybe what kind of mother you are, what kind of son you will get. Zun, tell Auntie Xingzi the truth. Hua Cheng Xingzi's face turned serious, and she raised her pointed and white chin slightly. When she met his lowered gaze, her rosy little mouth moved. "Did your mother ask you to help me?" She has beautiful eyes. Under the curved crescent eyebrows, long eyelashes cover a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. The pupils are like two crystal balls, and the pupil color is quite unique. Cat-like amber. Well, even if I didn't have a mother, I would still help my stepmother. You don't need to ask why. You can tell from my self-analysis that it's just like what Balzac described himself as in Lily of the Valley when I was young. My mouth had not been tainted by lies. Although my eyes were lowered because of shyness and desire, my gaze was innocent, and my thoughts would never succumb to the vulgarity of the world. I was timid at heart, but I could also stand up for what was right. As he finished speaking, his eyes met with Aunt Kyoko's and Iinuma Isao smiled softly at her. This smile was as dazzling as leaves bathed in sunlight. Hua Cheng Li Zi, who was a little further away, immediately thought of the sentence used to describe Gatsby in The Great Gatsby. This is an extremely rare smile. In an instant, this smile focuses on you, showing an irresistible preference for you. The younger sister is a reserved and literary young woman, and the older sister hasn't had the leisure to read for many years. I haven't seen you show any shyness or timidity. Huacheng Xingzi rolled her eyes at him coldly. She has a face that is more beautiful than anyone else, and when her narrow and beautiful phoenix eyes roll their eyes, she is truly charming. Maybe it was because he was too close, but Iinuma Isao was a little surprised by her beauty. Of course I can't show my weakness in front of my mother, he said confidently. For some reason, hearing the young man's strange address of mother, Huacheng Xingzi's noble and majestic oval face couldn't help but get slightly hot. The strong wind and heavy rain continued. Moist water vapor passed between their cheeks. A strand of Hanashiro Anza's tied hair was blown down, and it stuck to Iinuma Isao's face with the wind, bringing with it a pleasant fragrance. Do you like Balzac? While she was making small talk, she slowly stretched out 2 white and tender fingers and brushed away the hair that had stuck to the boy's face. I like it. When Iinuma Isao nodded, he smelled the fragrance of her fingertips. It tastes great. That's right. 9 out of 10 Balzac books contain beautiful and wealthy widows. I like women with widow attributes the most. Okay, shut up. Huacheng Xingzi scolded him harshly. Iinuma Isao just shut up. He was really discussing Balzac, but looking at the aunt's red face and angry expression, it seemed that she was misunderstood as a lecher. From the side and back, Huacheng Lizzie was stealing a peek at her sister and pouted in displeasure. TSK. She actually flirted with a little boy at her husband's funeral. Look at her blushing and heart-pounding face. How shameless. Achoo tilde. Huacheng Xingzi couldn't help but sneeze. As if with telepathy, she turned her head to look at her sister beside her, and immediately a sense of crisis surged in her heart. The shameless little bitch is here to steal my sister's things again. So, Hanashiro Anzi subconsciously moved her body a little closer to Iinuma Isao, as if she wanted to grab him. Because the boy was taller, when viewed from the side, the widow seemed to be nestled in his arms, appearing to be very close to him and not afraid of worldly gazers after all. Her husband's ashes were right in front of her. This kind of grave NTR is something that I should be the one to act in. Tanaka Saburo was burning with jealousy, baring his teeth and roaring, Madam, the worship ceremony is about to begin. Please hurry up. We still have to discuss the contract. Let's go over there. Isao Iinuma forcefully grasped his wife's soft little hand, held an umbrella and walked towards the finale of the play against the heavy rain. Curling up her whole body and hiding under the umbrella, Huacheng Xingzi's tense spirit began to relax more and more, and she gradually began to feel sleepy. In the heavy rain, countless tombstones stood on the grass, like prison windows on a rainy day. The worship ceremony for the burial of the deceased is very particular about the social status of the deceased. Several major suppliers, led by Saburo Tanaka, came forward and bowed for the deceased. Some people who had cooperated with the Huacheng family for a long time even had sad expressions on their faces, as if their own father had died. 2 different things. 2 different things. He wanted to dismember and devour the Huacheng family, and bully the orphans and widows of the Huacheng family, but at this moment he still had to feel grief for the deceased. This is called upper-class decency. We are all people of status, so we must be careful when doing things. Huacheng Xingzi yawned again. Her sleepy eyes were half closed, revealing a hazy charm. If it weren't for Iinuma Isao's appearance, she would have been exhausted physically and mentally, and would have been like a clumsy badger, allowing herself to be bullied in this cemetery. During the whole worship process, Huacheng Xingzi was drowsy and her worship was not very sincere. The smell of damp earth emanates from around the tombstone, blending with the fragrance of spring grass and trees, becoming a symbol of new life. The smell seemed to whisper in her ear, spring is here, no need to be afraid anymore. The worship ceremony ended quickly. The black and white curtain was completely removed. The wreaths were gone, and the funeral procession in mourning clothes, like ants, all came to the corridor. Madam, it's time to discuss the contract. The suppliers are starting to force the palace again. After the dead are buried, they no longer have to maintain even the last bit of decency. From now on, they will reveal their ugliest side. Chapter 5. How disgraceful and ungentlemanly. The cold wind and rain fell above the temple. There were crowds of people, as noisy as if it were a festival in the countryside, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed throughout the courtyard that was whitened by the rain. Please don't avoid it. That's right, pushing a kid out is nothing. This is a shopping mall, not a game of house. Several people led by Saburo Tanaka surrounded Hanashiro Anzi and launched the most fierce attack. In the rainy corridor, the third girl, Li Zi, was wearing mourning clothes and hiding at the edge of the crowd to watch the show. Her bright peach blossom eyes were wide open and round, and her black and shiny eyeballs were rolling around, just waiting for her sister to make a fool of herself so that she could step forward to rescue her. The 2 girls stayed beside her. Both of them looked aloof and arrogant, and didn't care about what was happening here. Faced with many suppliers, Huacheng Xingzi remained calm. She has always been strong-willed, calm-minded, and her senses are always in a calm state. Just now in the morning hall, my body was stretched to its limit and I showed a hint of weakness for the first time, which made these villains feel that they had an opportunity to take advantage of me. Fortunately, the appearance of Iinuma Aisao helped her calm down. As long as she held on to the fact that the supplier had breached the contract and showed her tough attitude, some of the wavering people would give up. Mother, take it. Just as Huacheng Xingzi was about to fight back, she found a big wet black umbrella in her hand. She was stunned, her eyes widened, and she looked at Iinuma Aisao, who was standing in front of her in surprise. "Young man, you have nothing to do here," said an elderly man in a domineering manner. "How can it be that I have nothing to do with it?" Iinuma Aisao still smiled politely. "I am the adopted son of the eldest daughter of the Huacheng family and the son-in-law of the second son. I am a part of this family. Is it not too much for me to say so?" "What can you do?" asked Saburo Tanaka aggressively. Everyone present had the same doubt in their mind. The root cause of such a situation is definitely not their suppliers, but the Red Snapper group behind them. How can a little kid like you achieve such a thing? Hanashiro Kuri's dark eyes examined Iinuma Aisao. Ouch, so confusing. On the one hand, I hope to see a young hero, but on the other hand, I hope my sister falls into trouble. The best outcome would be that I see a young hero today, and tomorrow I snatch him away from my sister. Huacheng Lizzie supported her chin with her palm, tapped her cheek lightly with her green jade fingers, and stared at Iinuma Aisao. At this time, the boy spoke. "Everyone, I saw the grief you felt when you bowed just now. I am very relieved. It seems that the dogs our Huacheng family has raised for so many years are still grateful dogs after all, rather than a group of ungrateful wolves." When saying this, Iinuma Aisao's expression was calm, but his tone was 3 parts passionate and 3 parts touching. However, to the suppliers, his words sounded somewhat sarcastic. "Hey, shut up." Saburo Tanaka still showed the demeanor of a leader. "So?" Iinuma Aisao suddenly raised his voice. In the wind and rain, the boy's voice was like thunder, overwhelmingly drowning out everyone's discussions. "Given your loyalty, I can forgive your actions today on behalf of the Huacheng family, as long as..." Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a flash of lightning illuminated the boy's face. In an instant, everyone present saw the look of contempt on his face, but when the lightning flashed away, all they saw was that gentle smile. The leaders have voluntarily paid the penalty according to the contract, and today's incident will not be pursued. This request is not excessive, right? Anyone who has any objections can speak up. After saying this, Iinuma Aisao looked at the suppliers with a kind smile. But this smile made many people feel uneasy. This child is so arrogant. Huacheng Xingzi frowned slightly. Fearing that Iinuma Aisao would be hated by others, the new stepmother leaned her umbrella against the corridor, took out a handkerchief to wipe the water stains on her hands, and then stepped forward, intending to speak up to ease the atmosphere. As a result, the wet umbrella fell directly to the ground. In her haste to rescue Iinuma Aisao, Hanashiro Anzi didn't pay attention to her feet and stepped directly on it. Hey Tilda. She was wearing wooden clogs, and her center of balance was not very stable. Huacheng Xingzi staggered back a step and sprained her right foot. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and stood up despite the pain. He continued walking forward, but his steps were already limping. What Iinuma Aisao just said has already angered everyone. Being told this by a kid in public. This is such a huge loss of face. What a big mouth you have. Who do you think you are? Don't give me instructions here. Even the madam wouldn't dare to talk to us like that. It seems that it was the right thing to do to sever cooperation with the Huacheng family. The suppliers were so angry that they started cursing. The big shot who really controls this farce is hiding in the background, watching the show with a good mood. Huacheng Xingzi was dizzy from the noise, but she couldn't retreat at this moment. She could only support her tired body and aching ankle, and moved to Iinuma Aisao with a pale face, trying her best to appear calm, and said loudly, "Everyone, please listen to me." However, no one listened to her at this time. Even Iinuma Aisao wouldn't listen. This audacious adopted son grabbed her waist and lifted her legs off the ground to carry her back. "I've already told you, just leave it to me." Iinuma Aisao said with a smile, his handsome black eyes looking calmly at his beautiful stepmother whose feet were off the ground and whose whole body was held in his arms. Huacheng Xingzi was completely stunned in the air. He actually dared to hug his stepmother's slender, graceful, and noble waist that could not be desecrated. It was too inappropriate. Nizzy. When his stepmother reacted and her eyes gradually became angry, Iinuma Aisao quickly added a teasing "Mother, stand still," before slowly putting her back to the ground. When her feet landed on the ground, Her sprained ankle was irritated and Huacheng Xingzi frowned in pain. What's wrong? Iinuma Isao asked in confusion. No, it's okay. Thank God, you still have me as your elder in your eyes. Please don't make a scene that I can't handle. Huacheng Xingzi replied briefly and angrily, then turned away from him in a huff and whispered to herself, I must tell your mother about what happened today. Madam is so cute, Tilda. Isao Iinuma turned around and continued to face the angry suppliers. Saburo Tanaka, who thought he was the leader, walked out from a group of suppliers and stood in front of the boy. He glanced at me with a sidelong glance, and the corners of his mouth curled up insidiously. Young man, you are still studying. We won't make things too difficult for you. Right, As he spoke, he looked at Hanashiro Kyoko behind Iinuma Isao and said, Let's talk business. We acknowledge the breach of contract and we also acknowledge the compensation. You have to come out and discuss with us. This is the only way to solve the problem. Let's just sit down and talk it out. Why do we have to go to court? Of course, if you really want to resolve the problem through legal means, it's not impossible, but I'm afraid you, an orphan and a widow, can't afford it. TSK. Huacheng Xingzi looked at her with disgust, as if she was looking at garbage. Ha ha, Tilda. Tanaka Saburo laughed triumphantly. His eyes returned to Iinuma Isao indifferently, and he spoke to him in the manner of an elder. Since you are still young, kneel down and apologize now, and we will not hold you responsible. A brat still wet behind the ears. You are still a little naive to fight with me, Tanaka. Hey, greasy uncle, did you make a mistake? Iinuma Isao lowered his head slightly, looking down at the short fat man. With your physique, I won't even sweat when I hit you. What? An expression of surprise and confusion appeared on Saburo Tanaka's chubby face. What does he mean? Does he dare to hit me? Certainly. Brush. There was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the air. A bamboo sword appeared out of nowhere and was grabbed by the young man, who pulled it with his backhand. Before anyone could react, there was a muffled bang sound, and the next second, Saburo Tanaka knelt on the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. For a moment, everyone was stunned. No one would have expected that this seemingly gentle and polite boy would suddenly attack without any warning. Oh my God. If you have anything to say, let us talk about it. We are all upper-class people, but you beat Tanaka so badly just because of a disagreement. Don't you know what decency is? Iinuma Isao doesn't care what these guys think. In his life creed, anger that can be vented in person and revenge that can be taken on the spot will never be left overnight. Saburo Tanaka, who had a red and swollen mark on his face, was still groaning in pain, with deep hatred in his eyes. You little lunatic, you're done for. I'm going to call the police. He glared at Iinuma Isao fiercely, his facial muscles twisted in pain. Don't expect to go to school properly. Juvenile detention center is where you're going to end up. Call the police now. Someone nearby immediately picked up the phone and dialed 110. Iinuma Isao let the man call the police without even bothering to look at him. He gently tapped Tanaka Saburo's face with the bamboo sword in his hand and said with a smile, I know there is someone behind you. It's useless to beat you to death. But your face is too disgusting. I can't feel relieved if I don't beat you. His voice was not loud, but clear enough to be heard farther in the rain. The two big shots who were watching the show from the outside remained unmoved, except for a slight teasing arc at the corners of their mouths. This is something that anyone with a discerning eye can see. They don't have to hide it, but they also don't have to jump out in public for the whole world to see, right? Since you know, then just wait. Saburo Tanaka was a ruthless man. He almost fainted from the pain, but he was still able to raise his face and roared with a resentful expression. The people behind me will not let you go. When you are sent to the juvenile detention center, all the women in the Huacheng family will be mine, and I will sell them all to Kabuki. Before he could finish his words, he was hit on the cheek again. The bamboo sword in Iinuma Isao's hand was replaced by the system. It was very hard. This pull directly broke 2 or 3 of Tanaka Saburo's teeth. I have to say, the feeling of hitting people is much better than hitting wild boars and black bears. Wild boars have thick skin and flesh, so when you strike them with a bamboo knife, the force of the rebound will make your hand hurt. Black bears have thick fur and lots of fat, so when you strike them, they feel soft and there is no feedback. It's neither soft nor hard when hit. The feel is just right. Saburo Tanaka covered his face and rolled on the ground. The blood that flowed from his mouth contained white tooth fragments. This is too tragic. The other suppliers were so scared that they stepped back, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Some people on the margins were even pushed out of the corridor, letting the rain soak their clothes and their hands and feet get cold, but they dared not speak. The playful expressions on the faces of the 2 big men who were watching the show disappeared. How disgraceful. People in the upper class would never fight and kill each other over a disagreement. Is there anyone else who wants to come up? Iinuma Isao looked at the group of people. The building materials dealers who were so aggressive just now were all avoiding eye contact and hesitating. Big shot? Bullshit. When I was very young, my mother told Iinuma Isao a truth: the big shots who hold high positions in Japan today are basically second or third generation sons who have inherited their father's business. They have no shortage of capable people, but they lack people with blood. There are only a few ruthless and courageous people who have truly made their own way from scratch. The reason is that during the lost 30 years, the path for the Japanese to move up in class was basically blocked. Many things are present at birth and exist there. Those that are not present at birth will never exist in this life. The social structure is completely solidified, with the top class sitting back and relaxing, the middle class content with the status quo, and the bottom class lying down and doing nothing. How can a society that lacks vitality and competition give birth to heroes with blood? Times make heroes. Without the times, where would heroes come from? A situation like today, where a group of grown men are frightened by a teenager to the point that they dare not even breathe, would have been impossible in the Showa era when martial virtue was abundant. Humph, this guy is pretty good. Hua Cheng Lizzie nodded with satisfaction. As a reserved and introverted female intellectual, she has long been dissatisfied with the increasingly effeminate and otaku-like men in Japan today. She can only feel intoxicated by a young samurai who is pure, innocent, passionate, indifferent to life and death, and extremely handsome. You. The stubborn Saburo Tanaka raised his hand and pointed at Iinuma Isao. Iinuma Isao pulled back with his hand again. Ka. The sound of broken arm bones made several people shiver. This time, Saburo Tanaka only had time to scream up before he fainted from the pain. The expressions of the remaining suppliers changed drastically. They were originally a loose alliance of interests, and would not have come together to force the emperor to abdicate unless someone instigated them from behind. Make a fuss. It's best if you can eat the meat. If you can't, just let it go quickly, otherwise you will knock out your teeth like Tanaka-san. Some people who were already neutral showed relieved smiles on their faces. The situation seems to be improving. In the heavy rain, one of the two big men who had been watching the show walked towards the young man. Boom! The whole world suddenly turned white. The fierce storm seemed to turn the world upside down, and the long sleeves of the women's mourning clothes were blown back. Hua Cheng Xingzi's eyes were firm. The strong wind messed up her clothes, but her bun was still neat and tidy, still noble and elegant. Chapter 6. Sister Shura Field Pro Max Edition. There was a siren sound coming from the direction of the temple gate. The police have arrived. No, we can't let Azun be taken away by the police. Hua Cheng Xingzi's eyes turned cold and she glanced at her sister, thinking that even if she lost face and begged that little bitch sister, she would not let Axon be taken away by the police. So she took a step forward and walked towards her sister. Then, ouch tilde. My stepmother squatted down with a painful expression, and couldn't help rubbing her ankle with her little hands. In her sight, the member of the red tie group had already come in front of Iinuma Isao, and her heart began to lift. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ito Jinfumi, from the red tie group. He kept a smile on his face, looked at Iinuma Isao, and pointed to where Hanashiro Anzi was standing. Madam's late husband is my nephew. What can I do for you? Asked Iinuma Isao calmly. Ito Junwen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sinister smile, I saw what happened just now. You have a serious tendency towards violence. I'm afraid you are a complete delinquent. As a law-abiding citizen, I am very afraid of people like you, so I will cooperate with the police to send you to a youth prison for reform and discipline. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Iinuma Isao smiled. Oh. Ito Junwen pointed at the dead pig lying on the ground and said confidently, You beat Mr. Tanaka severely in front of everyone. Everyone present can testify to this. How can you be so confident that you can get away with it? This is exactly what Hua Cheng Xingzi was worried about. Iinuma Isao is only 15 years old, so unless it is a serious criminal case such as murder or arson, he does not need to bear criminal responsibility. But fighting and causing serious injuries to others is definitely a criminal case. Although he will not go to jail for this, he will definitely have a criminal record. In Japan, if you have a criminal record, you will basically have no chance of getting into a good university. Hanashiro Anzi had reasons to worry, but how could Iinuma Isao not have thought of this? He turned his head and looked at Hanashiro Irai on the side. Angel, it's your turn. The girl of unparalleled beauty came forward silently. Irai. My aunt and my younger sister-in-law both expressed doubts. Hua Cheng Tsayu glanced at her cousin, then looked away in boredom, like a typical rebellious little girl. Little sister, what do you want to do? Ito Junwen narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. It's not your turn yet, just wait, someone who likes you will come to find you. Huacheng Irai also ignored him. Under the gaze of everyone, she squatted down, grabbed Tanaka Saburo's sleeve, and lifted his hand. Then, she moved her hand and touched the collar and cuffs of her morning clothes. Ito Junwen was shocked and shouted angrily, "Wait! It's indecent!" Hanashiro Irai yelled. Everyone present was shocked. Huacheng Xingzi squatted on the ground and rubbed her feet, her eyes as big as bells, as if she had just met her niece for the first time. The girl, who was as beautiful as an angel, pulled down the collar of her morning dress with her little hands, revealing the white lining underneath, and ruffled her hair at the same time. Don't mention it, she really looks like. Iinuma Isao felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. This move is too cruel. The expression on Ito Junwen's face froze. He opened his mouth and made a sound, wanting to speak, but didn't know what to say. "You bastard." Iinuma Isao walked up to him and slapped him. The strength that was enough to make wild boars and black bears scream in pain was enough to make one side of his face swollen. One slap is not enough. Iinuma Isao grabbed his collar with one hand and raised the other hand high. "How dare you molest my fiancé? I'll fight you." Etc. When did I molest your fiancé? Ito Junfumi was completely confused. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He tilted his head and saw an angelic and pure girl lifting his sleeve and swinging it, causing his hand to rub on her clothes, leaving several fingerprints. Finally, the beautiful girl, with disheveled clothes and disheveled hair, shrank back behind her stunned aunt with a look of horror on her face, and let out a few fake tears. "Aunt, I'm scared, oh." Ito Junfumi opened his mouth wide. Looking at that aggrieved expression, he seemed to want to say something, but Iinuma Isao's second jaw dropped. The face, which was originally swollen on only one side, soon became symmetrical. Ito Junfumi was completely numb. As a member of the Yakuza, he knows the nature of the Japanese police and the procuratorate too well. When two cases are involved in a police call, the prosecutor will often only prosecute the case that they are sure to win, and the police will also tend to deal with the simpler and less troublesome case. There are two cases at hand. Fighting and indecent assault. No, it was attempted rape of an underage girl. The Japanese police love this situation the most. In handling cases of fighting, a very complicated evidence collection process is required before an arrest warrant can be issued. Not to mention the hard work and trouble, it is also not counted as a qualification or achievement. It is a thankless job. But attempted rape is different. As long as the female victim comes forward to identify the perpetrator, the person can be taken back to the police station regardless of whether there is evidence or not. If the target is still a minor, then there is no need for trial, just sentence directly. During the era of Japan's economic prosperity, the reason why the ferries could run rampant was that these policemen had to take a big blame. Ito Junwen began to panic. Now that there are two cases happening simultaneously, unless the teenager suddenly kills someone and commits a crime more serious than rape, his injury will definitely go unresolved, and this case will 100% be treated as a rape, indecent assault, and sexual harassment case. Maybe you will say that this is a false accusation, and the suppliers present can testify to it. But there is no monitoring. Moreover, these suppliers are all in the same group, so their testimonies cannot be counted. Thinking of the consequences of this incident, Ito Junfumi could no longer be arrogant and was about to ask for peace. Then, Iinuma Isao kneed him and lifted him up. Ito Junwen bent over and covered his crotch, his face instantly turning red. The next thing is very simple. When the police arrived, they saw only two middle-aged men lying on the ground struggling, and on the other side a young girl was curled up in her aunt's arms with tears in her eyes, sobbing. "Comrade police, come quickly." The boy kicked each of the people on the ground one more time before yelling at the police. "These two guys molested my fiancé." Too cruel. Except for those suppliers who were determined to follow the Red Tail group to the end, all the other suppliers felt from the young man's behavior that the Huacheng family was determined to fight to the end without compromise. For a moment, the idea of forcing the emperor to abdicate was shaken. "We have a basic understanding of the situation. We will expedite the handling of this case. You can go back first. Thank you for your help. Do you need a taxi to take you?" "Need not." About an hour later, at the Shibuya police station, a police officer escorted the people from the Hanashiro family out. Just now in the police station, Hanagi Irai pitifully accused the other party of the shameless behavior. His acting was so realistic that the police sister who was taking the statement became furious. She rushed to the interrogation room next door and kicked Ito Junfumi, who was already beaten half to death, several times. Anko Hanashiro and Isao Iinuma also gave their statements respectively, and were finally sent to the door of the police station by a police officer named Higurashi. "Will the other party be convicted?" Iinuma Isao asked. "Well." Officer Higurashi looked embarrassed. Sexual harassment can basically be convicted, but attempted rape, there is not enough evidence to prove that the other party intended to rape. Mr. Officer, you are definitely not saying that they can't be convicted because of their background, right? Iinuma Isao looked at him and said righteously, I believe the police will not let us ordinary citizens down. Officer Higurashi hesitated to speak. As an old hand like him, he could actually guess what the true situation was, so when he heard him call himself an ordinary citizen, he felt very upset. You still have the nerve to say you are ordinary? Look at how badly you beat those two people. If you couldn't find the bamboo sword you used to beat them, you would have been sued. As a police officer, Higurashi has to maintain his serious and impartial image and cannot speak without evidence. He could only nod with a straight face and assure the boy, we will definitely uphold the rule of law and stick to the bottom line. Thank you. Mother, Irai, let's go back. Isao Iinuma acted like the head of the family and left the police station with his two female relatives. I don't know when the rain started to slow down and became as thin as silk threads. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated a little, and the faint afternoon sunlight fell on the leaves, reflecting a light green color. Huacheng Xingzi walked with a limp, gritting her teeth with every step, and looked very painful. Iinuma Isao noticed her abnormality and reached out his hand. Mother, what's wrong with you? Don't call me mother. Huacheng Xingzi turned her head and said with the dignity of an elder, whether it is an adopted son or a fiancé, it is just a temporary measure. Your mother hasn't even been informed yet. You can't take it seriously. Clear. Iinuma Isao turned around and looked at Hanashiro Irai. Hello, my ex. The angel sighed helplessly, rubbed his brows, and muttered, Fortunately, it's just an ex. The beautiful widow frowned and her face turned pale. A few strands of hair escaped from her bun, and after being wetted by sweat, they stuck tightly to her cheeks, making her look more feminine. Are you feeling unwell? Iinuma Isao asked again. I sprained my ankle. I'll help you. Need not. Huacheng Xingzi shook her head and refused. Her sprained right ankle was already red and swollen, and it hurt with every step she took, but she didn't dare ask Iinuma Isao to come over and support her. After all, there are differences between men and women. Besides, I still have my niece here. Huacheng Irai glanced at his aunt, but did not intend to lend a helping hand. Huacheng Xingzi felt so hurt. I risked my life to protect you, but you refused to even give me a hand. Aunt, it's not that I don't want to. Huacheng Irai pointed forward calmly, but you will soon take the initiative to let him help you. Nonsense, how can I? Huacheng Xingzi said as she turned her head and looked forward. Then, she swallowed the remaining words. In front of us was the entrance of the police station. In the drizzle, there were two beauties, one big and one small, standing there. The older one looked to be in her early 30s, with a classically beautiful oval face and small, delicate gold-rimmed glasses, giving her an overall elegant and noble air. The morning dress, which was based on black and was well cut, brought out her extremely graceful figure, making her look like the heroine of a hentai movie. The younger one was about 13 or 14 years old, a tall and beautiful blonde girl. Her appearance is 70% similar to that of a great beauty, and her youthful charm is quite attractive, but her expression is a little cold and arrogant. This mother and daughter are naturally Hanashiro Kuriko and Hanashiro Iroha. Huacheng Xingzi felt a chill down her spine instantly. It was really her PTSD towards her sister that was acting up again. She subconsciously put her hand on Iinuma Isao's shoulder, and her tone uncontrollably turned into a weak and feeble clip. Zun, help mom. Oh Tilda. Iinuma Isao's heart was immediately moved. Auntie is delicate, soft, and can make the sound of the clip. Just now, she was so arrogant and refused to let her mother help her, but now she not only called herself mom in a very coquettish manner, but also took the initiative to hug me. Is my sister that scary? Huacheng Xingzi also realized that she was being too coquettish and wanted to pull her hand back. As a result, Iinuma Isao reached out to support her and prevented her from shrinking back. The pleasant smell of verbena on him also made Huacheng Xingzi reluctant to let go. Are you and Aunt Chestnut not getting along? Humph, it's more than wrong. The two walked towards Huacheng Lizzie while talking in low voices. To be more precise, it was the stepmother who was complaining about the younger sister. I am the eldest daughter of the Huacheng family. Even though I have a younger brother, my family status is still the highest. I live a very comfortable life. But then my mother passed away due to illness, and my father married a stepmother. Not long after, a younger sister was born in the family, and my life began to become difficult. This plot. Iinuma Isao thought for a moment and asked her, is it because after your sister was born that your stepmother started to influence your father, causing you to be ignored by your father? Huacheng Xingzi nodded slowly. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, Iinuma thought for a moment, then said with certainty, "Soon, your sister will grow up. But on the surface, she is a quiet, cute, well-behaved and obedient sister, but behind her back, she is a little bitch with a beastly heart and a human face, always bullying you in various ways." "How did you know?" Hua Cheng Xingzi was shocked. "That's how it's played out in all Korean chaebol dramas." Iinuma Isao answered, trying not to laugh. "Is the situation in my family so bloody?" Hua Cheng Xingzi felt like the little girl's dark history had been discovered, so she quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, my sister is best at pretending to be a quiet and literary young woman to win people's favor, but in fact, hum. These two hums are so cute. But it can also be seen from here that she is really afraid of her sister." Seeing that Iinuma Isao looked nonchalant, she became anxious and grabbed Iinuma Isao's ear and said, "She loves to steal my things. You have to be careful and don't let her steal them from you." "Huh." Iinuma Isao looked happy. "Sister Shora Field? Or the young woman Eskar version? If you're talking about this, then I'm interested. I want to play both sides between you two and take advantage of every opportunity." Chapter 7. Plastic Sisters. Fake. At the entrance of the police station in the rain, Iinuma Isao was getting closer and closer to the mother and daughter. In the hazy rain and fog, the outline of the literary young woman's black morning dress became blurred, as if it had merged into the dim afternoon sky. She doesn't need to speak or make any movements. Just standing in the rain with a melancholy and sad look in her eyes, she can create an elegant literary and artistic atmosphere. Hua Cheng Xingzi glared at her sister coldly. This little girl has known how to package herself as a lovable and weak woman since she was young. What the younger sister is best at is to complain to her father in a tea-smelling voice while sobbing and holding back her tears, framing her as the older sister. Because the younger sister acted so much like the elder sister, and the elder sister had the character of a proud princess who would rather die than admit her mistakes in exchange for leniency, every time the two sisters made a scene in front of their father, the scene where the younger sister framed her elder sister would become a melodramatic drama like the deceased wife's arrogant eldest daughter bullies the second wife's sickly younger sister. "Poor sister, I don't know how much I have suffered since I was a child." In the rain, the sisters' eyes met. My sister looked at me with disgust and disdain, as if she was looking at garbage. The younger sister's bright eyes narrowed into a gentle bow shape, and she spoke weakly. "The funeral has just ended, and my sister should have been sad, but the moment she saw me, she showed a hostile look. If I have done something to offend my sister, which made her so malicious, then I would like to apologize to her first." After saying that, my sister stepped back slightly, folded her hands on her belly, and bowed gracefully like a lady to apologize. Admitting her mistakes as soon as she meets someone is a secret weapon that she has used since she was a child. It works very well and never fails. On the surface, it seems that she admitted her mistake, but in fact she was taking a step back to advance, using her weak but sensible side to highlight her sister's arrogant and overbearing character. Seeing her sister acting like a bitch, Hua Cheng Xingzi's usual calmness disappeared almost instantly. "What did you do wrong? Haven't you been like this since you were a child? What could you have done wrong?" said my sister, gritting her teeth. "Sister, you are really embarrassing me by saying that." Hua Cheng Lizzie slowly lowered her eyes and said in a sad tone, "Father is gone, mother is gone, and brother also passed away a few days ago. I am the only one left in this family. I thought I could depend on you for the rest of my life. But now it seems that you are tired of me, so you said such cruel words. Never mind, sister has always been cruel and heartless, and it was me who was just being sentimental." As she was speaking, she suddenly looked up cautiously and glanced at her sister. Her eyes were red and tears were about to come out at any time. After looking at her sister, she immediately drooped her eyelids in panic. "This look is really pitiful to me." Hua Cheng Xingzi opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but her throat was blocked by something. On the one hand, I hated my sister's bitchy nature, and on the other hand, I was deeply saddened by the changes in my family, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. "Auntie, you are so interesting." Iinuma Isao looked at Hanashiro Kuriko with an expression that showed he was enjoying the fun. His first impression of this old lady was that she was a traditional classical beauty with the gentleness and grace of a Japanese woman. Mourning clothes, a very dull outfit, can better highlight her sad and literary temperament, and also bring out her petite but beautiful and sexy figure. Xingzi is over 170 centimeters tall, and plump. Although Li Zi is only a little over 160 centimeters tall, she has a thin waist, long legs and a petite figure, and she looks very plump and attractive. This is the most attractive, slender and fruitful figure, a figure that is gifted by God. Her small, round oval face was not even as big as Iinuma Isao's palm. Her snow-white face was embedded with a pair of watery peach blossom eyes, which were pure, beautiful, and at the same time arousing imagination. She had a very small frame, with shoulders, waist, and legs as slender as branches, but her breasts were plump, with unusually full curves and an impressive bust that was comparable to her sister's. Her voice is also very sweet, like that of a middle school student. Combined with her young and beautiful round face, the overall impression given is that of an ageless beauty who loves classical literature. "Hey, are you looking at me?" Suddenly, Huacheng Lizzie turned to look at him. "Oh, yes." Iinuma Isao nodded. "Hello, Auntie Kuriko." "Call me Madam Huacheng." "Clam." "What aunt? Do you think you can call her Aunt Lizzie? We are not familiar with each other." Iinuma Isao's face was filled with black lines. Puff tilde. Huacheng Irai turned his face away, his shoulders shaking slightly from trying to hold back his laughter. This kind of aloof attitude is of course fake. Men are very mean. The cooler and more difficult it is to get him, the more he will miss you. My aunt really understands. As for Hanashiro Iroha, she looked at her mother speechlessly, then looked at Iinuma Isao, with some disgust gradually appearing in her eyes. It's not that I hate Iinuma Isao, but my mother seems to like this guy quite a bit, so I'll just hate him. Don't ask. Asking is rebellious. Here, Hanashiro Kuri looked him up and down. Iinuma Isao, right? I'll remember you. The gloomy and sad temperament on the literary young woman's small face slowly dissipated, revealing an ethereal and gentle smile. Like blooming daffodils. Iinuma Isao was still wondering what she was up to, when she tilted her head and motioned for him to look to the side. Turning around, I saw a man dressed like a corporate slave in a suit and tie, leading a group of big men with red carp tattoos on their collars, rushing into the police station. The police station is here to rescue the man. The office worker in the lead had eyes as sharp as an eagle, and his bulging suit seemed to contain explosive power. The man glanced at Iinuma Isao from a distance, as if threatening him, and then led his men into the police station. That's Kato, the deputy leader of the Red Snapper team, a top-level master of the 10th degree in Kendo. You have to be careful. Hanashiro Kuri gave a brief introduction, then looked at Iinuma Isao and said, "If you can't handle it, you can come to the palace to find me." Iinuma Isao was stunned. Palace? Of course, it's the Imperial Palace. Huacheng raised her head slightly, with her snow-white chin facing Iinuma Isao. I am the record-keeping lady in the palace, and I know many people in the royal family. I can handle most things. Iinuma Isao thought, there is a big thigh to hug. But, Huacheng Lizzie paused for a moment, her eyes lightly swept across her sister's cold face, and she opened her red lips slightly. If you come to me, you don't have to go back to your sister. I can give you better. Huacheng Xingzi's fist hardened. Steal my people in front of me? Huacheng Xingzi took a deep breath. Ah, I'm so angry. I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart, you little green tea bitch. Hey, Auntie Xingzi. Iinuma Isao quickly stretched out his hand to stop her. Huacheng Xingzi turned her head and glared at him, asking angrily, "What's your problem? You want to favor this stinky woman, right?" There are too many people here. Please calm down, Auntie." Iinuma-zun felt a chill down his spine, and was panicked by the glare of Hanashiro Anzi, so he quickly added in a low voice, "I will always be loyal to you." Huacheng Xingzi snorted softly. That's more like it. Then, like a proud swan, she tilted her neck to look at her sister, with a look of contempt. Iinuma Isao secretly suppressed his laughter. From the moment she met her younger sister, Aunt Xingzi's character as a cold and arrogant mistress began to collapse step by step. Seeing her sister's smug look, Huacheng Lizzie couldn't stand it anymore. She snorted softly through her delicate nose, her fingertip supporting her snow-white chin, and her eyes revealed that natural sadness again. Well, it seems that sister has found the true lover. I am just an outsider born to a lowly stepmother, and I am really not worthy of sister's heart. Sister should speak frankly, so that I won't have to pester you so much, which will make me seem unreasonable." After saying that, she lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Hiss. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. It's you, Huacheng Deyuzi. Even though I know it's fake, seeing her sad and beautiful posture still touches the softest part of my heart. Faced with her shy sister, Huacheng Xingzi was speechless again. She has a proud personality and likes to speak her mind directly. She has never been able to deal with her sister's pitiful behavior since she was a child. "Sister, I'm leaving now." Huacheng Lizzie looked up, her long eyelashes trembling, and there was a hint of sadness of farewell in her eyes. At this time, she was no longer the vicious sister born to a bitch stepmother, but a poor and weak woman who was about to say goodbye to her last relative. "I just want to be your sister's younger sister, but you don't appreciate it, so I can't hold on any longer. Now that you have a lover, I'm afraid you will leave me alone to grieve and cry until dawn. Alas, I have a miserable life, And I can't blame you. Sister, I won't be in your world anymore, so take care. After saying that, she turned away dejectedly. A gust of wind blew from afar, and the leaves, puddles, and her hair fluttered in the wind, making the smile on her face look even sadder. Hua Chengxingzi felt very upset. This family is on the verge of breaking up. If my younger sister leaves now, our family will be ruined. She had always maintained a strong and arrogant attitude, trying her best to protect this family. How could she watch it fall apart now? Even though I hate my little sister, she is family after all. In Hua Chengxingzi's heart, family comes first, chastity comes second, and her own life comes third. Chestnut, chestnut. Hua Chengxingzi stopped. She turned her back to her sister, with a happy smile on her face. She knew from a young age that crying children get milk. Hua Chengxingzi couldn't help but walk forward and said, "Let's have a good chat." Iinuma Isao grabbed her and cursed in a low voice, "You idiot. She cries, you won't cry, right?" "I won't cry." Hua Chengxingzi answered seriously, not joking. "I'll help you." Iinuma Isao quickly pinched the tender flesh on the inside of her thigh. In an instant, Hua Chengxingzi's cheeks twisted and 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. She looked at Iinuma Isao with eyes filled with great grievance. "Auntie is in so much pain because of you. Go." Iinuma Isao pushed her forward. With his back to the back, Hua Chengxingzi, who had been waiting for a long time for his sister's next words but to no avail, turned his head in confusion. "Sister, you." My sister's words got stuck in her throat. Her sister, who was aloof and arrogant, and would rather be misunderstood than beg for mercy, now had tears in her eyes and a look of great sadness. "Sister, sister." For a moment, Hua Chengxingzi began to panic. What's wrong with you?" Okay, it was just a joke, don't take it seriously, don't cry." Even honorifics are used. Li, I don't want to cry either." Hua Chengxingzi couldn't help but pounce on her little sister, holding her arms tightly with both hands, gritting her teeth. "It hurts, it hurts, Iinuma Isao, you bastard, you must have pinched my inner thighs purple. Sister, sister." Hua Chengxingzi looked unnatural and waved his hands in the air helplessly. She has experience in fighting wits and courage with her sister. To comfort a sad sister. This touches upon the blind spot of my conscience. Hua Chengxingzi stared at her younger sister with red eyes, sniffing and holding back her sobs. The Red Tie group will definitely take revenge. I don't care, but I can't let anything happen to Irai. You have to protect her. Did you hear me? If she had experience, the younger sister would definitely push her elder sister away with a cold look on her face. "Sister, don't rub your nose there. High-end mourning clothes are very expensive." But now, this was the first time Hua Chengxingzi had seen her sister cry since she was a child, and she was completely confused. "Okay, I promise, don't cry." My little sister's eyes were also a little red. Looking at her sister crying bitterly, for the first time ever, her dark little heart actually felt a dull pain. Soon, the younger sister, who was already weeping too much, could no longer bear it. She hugged her sister's shoulders and burst into tears. "Wow, sister, I'm sorry for you." The love between sisters is so touching. However, the 2 beautiful girls from the Hua Cheng family who saw through everything looked down on it. Plastic sisterhood, fake. The rains came repeatedly in the spring, and as the sky gradually darkened, heavy rain began to fall again. After the sisterly love, Hanashiro Kuriko, on her way home, leaned against the car window, wiped her tears, looked at the rain-drenched streets of Tokyo, and murmured sadly, "My sister has been a proud princess since she was a child. She cried so miserably today, probably because the pressure in her heart has reached the limit. I actually wanted to snatch someone away from her. This is really wrong." Sitting in the passenger seat, Hua Cheng Caiu looked up and saw her mother's sad and self-blaming profile in the rearview mirror. "Mom, I'm just asking, is there a possibility that Auntie is just using her usual tricks on you?" The carriage was silent for a moment. The tears in Hua Chengxingzi's eyes disappeared instantly. She slapped her thigh and cursed with gritted teeth. "That stinky bitch is so insidious and cunning. I thought she was a proud and arrogant person, but I didn't expect her to be such a green tea. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Hua Chengxingzi, today's matter is not over. I will move back home and snatch your man." Crack. Hua Chengxiu took a picture of this scene and posted it on social media, with the caption, "Come and have a look, here is an old literary woman who has broken down." Chapter 8. The second phase begins. Rich widow. First stage achieved. A reward, 50,000 points. The system popped up a prompt, and Iinuma Isao supported Hua Chengxingzi and returned to Huacheng's house. Boom. There was a sudden flash of white light in the air. Thunder roared and the atmosphere shook continuously. The lead grey cumulonimbus clouds piled up like clay, and lightning-like blood vessels flashed brightly from time to time, revealing a vaguely ominous atmosphere. It's getting dark. Hua Cheng Xingzi murmured. A gust of cold wind blew, and she couldn't help shivering. Several raindrops as big as beans fell. Go back quickly. Iinuma Isao helped her into the gate. The Hanashiro family residence is located at the highest point in Shibuya. It is a large mansion with a mix of Japanese and Western styles with the colors of the Meiji period. There is a courtyard at the entrance, and walking forward is the front yard where the living room and guest rooms are located. After the front yard, there is a spacious courtyard with a pond and pavilion, and finally the backyard where the owner lives. I didn't see any servants on the road. The entire mansion was empty. When I came here in the morning, there were still quite a few servants. Why are there no servants? Asked Iinuma Isao curiously. Under the threat from the Red Snapper Group, most of the servants resigned. Hua Cheng Xingzi said calmly, her tired eyes sweeping around. The remaining ones who were unwilling to leave were also dismissed by me. Why? In order to prevent infiltration, just fire all the servants. I will screen them one by one when things have calmed down. The living room is just ahead. Hua Cheng Xingzi sprained her ankle and couldn't walk fast. The rain fell quickly, and the whole world was white and cloudy, and the road ahead could not be seen. When Iinuma Isao helped her walk up to the porch in the living room, her hair and clothes were quite wet and she looked somewhat pitiful. Hurry up and take a shower and rest. Good night. Hua Cheng Xingzi separated from him in the front hall. Without the stimulation of her sister, she returned to her cold and noble mistress state and walked straight to the inner courtyard without even looking back at Iinuma Isao. I returned to the room, washed up quickly, and grabbed something to fill my stomach. A beer and a sandwich. Leaning against the window, Hua Cheng Xingzi ate with big mouthfuls, but could not taste anything. It's a taste disorder. This symptom has been present for 2.5 years. When she first noticed the symptoms, she thought it was just a cold and didn't take it seriously. Her father had just passed away at that time, and she had so many things to worry about that she had no time to pay attention to the abnormalities in her body. Later, the increasingly heavy workload, the oppressive gazes from all around, and doing a bunch of boring things with a group of boring people. Compared to these, not being able to taste the food is nothing. And it's not that she can't taste the food at all. At least she can still taste the flavor of wine and some sweets. So now she habitually drinks a little wine every night and puts some sweets into her stomach to get energy. Gradually, all tastes except sweetness and alcohol disappeared. Hua Cheng Xingzi was naturally scared and went to the hospital for checkups several times, but the results showed without exception that there was nothing wrong with her body. It may be a mental problem. Don't put too much pressure on yourself on weekdays. Make sure to rest. Eat a balanced diet, exercise more and get more sleep. Almost every doctor used the same rhetoric. Of course I know all this. You should tell me what I should do when I can't do these things. Hua Cheng Xingzi wanted to get angry several times, but her identity as a noble lady restrained her, so that she could only silently endure the negative emotions. Later she stopped going to the hospital. Chocolate, cakes, sweetbread and various drinks became her daily food. Her body, already overwhelmed by mental problems, could no longer bear the pressure. But despite her inner exhaustion, she still put on makeup and dressed carefully every day. Whenever she appeared in the public eye, she was always glamorous, beautiful, noble and majestic. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I try, it's all in vain. How powerless, how cunning, how rude and insignificant people are, but despite this, they still desperately stretch towards somewhere. Hua Cheng Xingzi appears strong on the surface, but becomes increasingly decadent on the inside. Night is gradually falling. In the deserted courtyard, only the front yard was lit. In the bathroom of the guest room, Isao Iinuma was shirtless and doing sit-ups on the floor. The black kimono, top, and belt that she had taken off were placed side by side on the sink, and the song of Utada Hikaru was playing from her cell phone. Beautiful boy. Beautiful boy. Self-divided beauty is the best thing to know. You don't know your own beauty yet. After exercising my waist and abdominal core, I started doing squats, controlling my breathing rhythmically. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his body, glistening under the light. Probably since he was in junior high school, Iinuma Isao has been exercising systematically under the guidance of his mother. He knew very early on how to use fitness equipment correctly, how to exert force correctly, and which muscles needed to be strengthened using which methods. At school, he actively participates in sport clubs, practices long-distance running, goes to the public swimming pool for 2 nights a week, and controls body fat through aerobic exercise. Do strength training to build muscle while doing aerobic exercise to lose fat. In my mother's words, this is to enhance muscle strength while maintaining a relatively low body fat percentage to avoid becoming a big muscular idiot. because muscular idiots can only attract the same sex. Thanks to his mother's scientific guidance, Iinuma Isao, who had just entered the developmental period, underwent earth-shaking changes in his physical fitness. He was originally a weak little boy. 3 years of strength training in junior high school made his shoulders broader, his chest thicker, and his back and waist always kept a straight posture. With a height of over 180 centimeters and a correct posture, he can hold up any kind of clothes and looks better than the average male model. His relatively low body fat percentage means that no muscle outline can be seen when he puts on clothes. He has a gentle and handsome face, like the kind of good high school student who listens to his teachers and parents. He was once approached by a reckless school bully. And then, nothing happened to them. Many girls confessed their love to him, but of course nothing happened because my mother was too possessive of him. After finishing the training for his waist, hips, and legs, Iinuma Isao stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. Although his body does not look exaggerated, his chest is very thick, his muscles are hard and bulging, and there is not a trace of excess fat on his body. My lord is so handsome. The corners of his mouth curled up in pride. The bathtub was full, and Iinuma Isao turned off the water and turned on the shower. Stand under the shower and rinse your face with facial cleanser. Then he washed his hair with shampoo and wiped off the stains on his body with shower gel. Every move was done meticulously. After washing the body, he poured half a bottle of verbena scented liquid into the bathtub. This is the medicine liquid prepared by my mother. It can be used for medicinal baths and has a very good health-preserving effect. Wash your body and lie in the bathtub. Crash tilde. The water overflowed slightly. It feels so good tilde. Iinuma Isao moaned in comfort. The liquid medicine with special effects penetrates into the body through the pores and quickly repairs the muscle fibers torn during exercise. After being fully repaired, these muscle tissues will burst out with even more powerful strength. He suddenly remembered the man he saw at the entrance of Shibuya police station in the afternoon. That guy looks gentle, but he is actually a dangerous thug in a suit. 10th degree in swordsmanship, if it's not exaggerated, is probably the limit for most people. Those who are even better can be called swordmasters. So, it seems that it means proficiency above LV8. Iinuma Isao frowned. His swordsmanship level is LV5, which is 4 levels short. Although your strength should overwhelm your opponent and you will definitely win in a real fight, there is a high probability that you will be hit a few times by your opponent. No. Find a way to crush him. System. Iinuma Isao opened the Systems Mall interface. Permanent items. Healing medicine 100 points, traumatic wine 100 points, diarrhea medicine 100 points, stimulant medicine 100 points, toothache medicine 100 points, acclimatization medicine 100 points, drug for incompatibility 500 points. Rotation items. None. Money. 100 yen 1 point. Charm. 1,100,000 points. Skills. Tennis mastery 100,000 points. Cooking professional 50,000 points. There is nothing in this month's mall that can directly increase your strength. Isao Iinuma could only click on the event and take a look. Activity Phase 2. Greatly increase your importance in your wife's heart. Tips for improving favorability. Madam is currently suffering from severe taste disorders and anorexia. You can purchase cooking skills in the mall and use food flavor enhancer items to treat it. Note: you can complete the task of this stage by reaching 50 points of favorability. Current favorability, 20. Limited time favorability reminder has been enabled. A reward: mastery level skill upgrade ticket 5 tickets. After getting this reward, you can use it directly on your swordsmanship skills, and then you can be promoted from Swordsmanship Mastery LV5 to Swordsmanship Master LV1 in one go. Master level swordsmanship plus 8 points of physical strength, invincible. I'll start improving my wife's favorability tomorrow. Iinuma Isao walked out of the bathroom in a happy mood. I called my mother, read a book for a while, and went to bed on time at 10 o'clock in the evening amid the sound of wind and rain. When the sun goes down, the darkness hidden in the human heart will surface. In a 3-story building located in Minami Aoyama 2 Chome, Shibuya, the darkness of human hearts is being broadcast live. The charming and plump lady knelt on the ground and crawled towards the big brother in front of her sensibly. Please let my husband go, I know what to do. The older brother, who was wearing a suit and tie and had a gentle appearance, kicked her away. Woman, get out of here. Then, he grabbed her husband's neck, pressed him in front of her, and scolded him. Relying on a woman's body to pay back the money is too bad. The debt owed by a man should be borne by the man. You remember this moment well. The wife, who had already prepared herself for humiliation and sacrifice, was completely stunned when she saw the shocking scene before her. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing here? After the eldest brother finished, the long-awaited Kaito Ryota led the beaten Ito Jinfumi into the room. Chapter 9. Disgracing Our Dragon Race. Rainy night. The mottled neon lights shine through the rain, emitting a blue shadow glow. In the office, Ito Naoki pulled up his trousers and muttered in disdain, "The taste is average." The husband gasped for breath and his wife was stunned. "Young master, it's time to talk about business." Kato Ryota said outside the door. "Good." Ito Naoki waved his hand, and several team members came in and asked the couple to leave. He patted his white suit, sat back in the main seat on the sofa in a very comfortable posture, picked up the glass of brown red whiskey on the glass coffee table and took a few sips. On the wall behind the sofa hangs a calligraphy work with the 4 Chinese characters Hu To Serwei. Tiger head but snake tail. In Japan, no matter whether they are from the underworld or the upper class, if they hang words in their offices, they like to have them all in Chinese. Pure Chinese is not enough. It needs to have some connotation, such as some allusions or high-sounding idioms. This calligraphy piece with the words tiger head but snake tail in regular script was written a few years ago by a Chinese language teacher who owed money at the kind request of Naoki Ito. According to N.A. Lao Deng, the tiger is an animal that represents bravery in Chinese culture, and the snake is the incarnation of the dragon on Earth, a symbol of supreme respect. The tiger head means that the Red Porgy group is currently developing vigorously, while the snake tail indicates that it will be able to soar to the sky in the future. Naoki Ito was very satisfied with this idiom. So, for once he was kind-hearted, he didn't use the Chinese teacher's back door. Ever since he got this calligraphy, the business of the group has been booming. He believes that this is his own credit and has already regarded himself as an omnipotent dragon. Now, looking at his uncle with a bruised face, Ito Naoki felt that he was a disgrace to the dragon clan, and he scolded him unhappily. "How could my uncle be beaten like this by a student?" Ito Junwen pouted in grievance. He has a bamboo sword in his hand. "You don't know how to use a weapon." Ito Naoki couldn't help but slap his uncle, then turned around and waved to his younger brother, "Get a baseball bat." I immediately found a baseball bat. Ito Naoki took the bat and hit his uncle's leg horizontally, angrily scolding, "Uncle, you are a Yakuza. Do you know what a Yakuza is? Others are holding bamboo swords, so why don't you take one too? Why do you have to fight with others with bare hands?" As he was talking, he got really angry and hit his uncle on the head with a baseball bat. "Baseball bat. Do you know how to use it? Just like that, just hit it hard." His head was buzzing and a little painful. Ito Junwen nodded desperately. I know. "Really? If you weren't my uncle, I would have beaten you to death." Ito Naoki showed an impatient expression and picked up the wine glass sullenly. "Now I can't hit you, and I can't anally do it. It's unlucky just to watch." As he was talking, he became angry and threw a knife over. Ito Junfumi looked at his nephew in confusion. "If you can't even do such a simple thing, cut off your finger and confess your guilt." Ito Naoki said coldly. Ito Junwen was stunned. "Cut your fingers." "Yeah, haven't you seen the movie?" The eldest nephew picked up the knife and gestured on his little finger. "Cut off your finger to apologize." Ito Junwen was so frightened that his face turned pale and his voice was about to cry. "Give me a chance, nephew Naoki." "Uncle, you are such a disgrace." The eldest nephew shook his head, his face flushed with anger. "Being beaten like this by a high school student has brought shame to our family. I asked you to cut off a finger and you still cried. TSK. Father shouldn't have let you come to Tokyo in the first place. It would have been better for you to stay in your hometown and quietly look after your ancestral fishing grounds." Ito Junwen said aggrievedly, "Our Ito family's fishing ground is in Fukushima, nephew." The eldest nephew seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Damn earthquake, damn TEPCO, damn cabinet. He was extremely depressed and slapped his uncle on the head to vent his anger. Ito Junwen lowered his head and accepted the scolding obediently. He was very clear about his position. In the Red Snapper group, he was just a small figure who took advantage of his status as the team leader's younger brother to bully others. He has no ability and is only given the task of leading a group of younger brothers to bully the elderly, the weak, and the sick. For example, the current task of plotting against the Huacheng family was assigned to him. A few unscrupulous companies, a group of unscrupulous lawyers, and the underworld supporting them, a lot of bad guys colluded together to bully and plot against the helpless orphans and widows. I thought it would be an easy task, but I didn't expect it would turn out to be such a big failure. Knowing that he was useless, Ito Junwen was too embarrassed to speak. Kato Ryota stood aside, quietly looking at the young master who was in thought. Although he is the deputy team leader and his status in the Red Tail team is second only to team leader Ito and his son, he has never liked to express his opinions publicly. He is a silent dog who is good at getting things done quietly and shutting everyone up. Ito Naoki took a sip of whiskey, frowning in thought. Like most mafia organizations in the world, The Red Snapper Group was able to grow and prosper by finding a way into real estate development. Buy the land in the area that is about to be developed at a low price, and after driving out the original owners, the land will be yours, right? Therefore, most of the Yakuza organizations are named real estate companies. The same is true for the Red Snapper Group. Originally, they were just a gang of foreigners who controlled the warehousing and cold chain transportation in Tsukiji Seafood Market. Now, they are a large real estate developer dominating the center of Shibuya, with assets worth more than 50 billion yen, almost all of which were seized from the Hanashiro family. At that time, Huacheng family was affected by the political donation scandal. The bank stopped lending, suppliers defaulted, the company's cash flow was not running smoothly, and the loan could not be repaid. It looked like the bank was going to liquidate it. At this time, the Red Tie Group had just established a connection with Tokyo City Hall. After gaining support in the political arena, this group of gangsters, eager to expand, set their greedy eyes on the Huacheng family, which was in trouble both internally and externally. They saw that the Huacheng family was in urgent need of cash, and immediately used the usual intimidation tactics used by the Jidao, plus the reputation of having political backers, to obtain ownership of the 2 luxury hotels owned by the Huacheng family at an extremely low price. Over the next 2 years, they controlled the head of the Huacheng family, arranged for people to marry the eldest daughter of the Huacheng family, infiltrated from the inside out, and soon took complete control of the Huacheng family's property company. They also took away the Huacheng family's 2 resorts, an amusement park, and several undeveloped plots of land. A small half of the Huacheng family's assets have fallen into the hands of the Red Tie Group. According to the plan, the remaining half will be completed soon. But, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen soon. Half a year ago, the head of Huacheng family passed away. The eldest daughter, who completely controls the power of the Huacheng family, showed a tough stance of never giving in when facing the Red Tie Group on the day she took office. Something went wrong with the plan. But the Red Snapper Group is not in a hurry. If the eldest daughter is out of control, then control the second son and take the power back from the eldest daughter. Then, the second son is also dead. Not only did the second son of the Huacheng family die, but the second son of the Ito family, who was sent to marry the eldest daughter, also died. The entire embezzlement plan was completely disrupted, which is why the Red Snapper Group became furious and colluded with suppliers to force the Huacheng family to abdicate at the funeral. Thinking of his brother's unclear death in Huacheng's house, Ito Naoki felt upset. He couldn't help but kick his uncle and said disdainfully, "You can't even beat a high school student. You have lost the face of our dragon clan. From now on, you have to sit at the table with the children." Dragon. Kato Ryota glanced at the eldest son on the sofa. White shirt, floral tie, perfume, a slutty chick that can be either 1 or 0. I really don't see how it has anything to do with dragons. Kato. Ito Naoki looked over here. "Here I am." Kato Ryota responded respectfully. "Where did that kid come from?" asked Ito Naoki. "I don't know. Neither the Huacheng construction headquarters nor the former servants of the family have ever heard of such an adopted son-in-law." Kato Ryota shook his head and said in a calm and steady voice, "It's like he just appeared out of nowhere today." So, this was an accident, not something that was planned in advance. Ito Naoki frowned in thought. It has to be said that as a rich young man, he still has a certain degree of judgment. "Nephew, how about I kill him tonight?" Ito Jinfumi came over and asked, making a ferocious gesture of wiping his neck. "Get out of here." The eldest nephew kicked and angrily cursed. "You just had a conflict with him, and now you want to kill him. You think the food at home is bad and you want to go to jail, right? Bastard." Ito-jun took several kicks before he asked aggrievedly, "Then what should I do?" "What else can you do with that brain of yours? Of course you can only keep an eye on people." The eldest nephew curled his lips and ordered with some exhaustion, "In the next period of time, Huacheng Xingzi will definitely visit cooperative suppliers frequently in an attempt to stabilize the situation and people's hearts. As for you, just take your people and follow her, and make trouble wherever she goes. I don't ask you to completely destroy their relationship, you just need to put pressure on those suppliers." Kato Ryota silently glanced at the eldest son and thought to himself that you are a smart guy. There's no need to make a big fuss about this matter. All we need to do is keep putting pressure on the suppliers, force them to stop working and supplying, and slowly bring down the Huacheng family. After all, the Huacheng family is now in an isolated and helpless state. As long as time goes on, until they can't even pay their employee salaries, Huacheng Xingzi will have no choice but to sell her blood and flesh to survive. Leave it to me. Ito Jinfumi agreed loudly. Ito Naoki lit a cigarette, raised his chin slightly, looked at the ceiling and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The longer it takes, the more variables there will be, and the original plan should be shortened. Kato, after 7 days, when the mourning period is over, come with me to visit my brother's wife. There are only 2 choices for that woman, right? Submit to our Ito family and be a good daughter-in-law of the Ito family. Otherwise, let her cry. I understand. Kato Ryota nodded slowly. Ito Naoki stood up, turned around, looked at the plaque on the wall, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Anti-sinister start, anti-sinister finish. If I swallow up the Huacheng family, I, Ito, can really turn into a dragon. Dragon. Ito Jinfumi raised his hand and led the rest of his followers to respond loudly with Hu. The atmosphere was as passionate as when military generals in the Warring States period were recruiting their troops to go to war. Looking at the words on the wall and the people with boiling blood, Kato Ryota seemed to be hesitant to speak. Should I tell the eldest son that the Chinese teacher held a grudge against him and therefore secretly trick him? Anticlimax is not a good word. By the way, Ito Naoki suddenly looked over. Kato, what does that boy look like? Kato Ryota handed over the phone. Look for yourself. Young man, be careful with gay men. Chapter 10. What an arrogant brat, huh? The sky gradually brightened. In the gloomy and grey Tokyo, the sky gradually turns white. Iinuma Isao got up, drank a cup of black coffee, and ran a few laps around Huacheng's house to do fasting aerobics. After running, I went back to my room to take a shower. As soon as I came out to the living room, I heard a terrible scream. Coming from the kitchen. He ran to the kitchen door and saw Huacheng Xingzi holding a kitchen knife, staring blankly and helplessly at the lively eel on the ground. Could that scream be because of this fish? Auntie Anzi can't cook, right? Asked Iinuma Isao with a smile. Huacheng Xingzi, wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife, looked even more indifferent. It's so embarrassing, so I have to act even more indifferent. System. Iinuma Isao muttered to himself. I entered the mall interface and exchanged the 50,000 points I earned yesterday for cooking professional skills. Leave it to me. He walked into the kitchen confidently. Huacheng Xingzi hesitated for a moment, took off her apron and gave up her seat. The blue apron still carries the faint body fragrance of the young woman. Isao Iinuma put on an apron, picked up the eel on the ground, and knocked it off with the back of a knife. The eel, which was originally jumping around and looking for a hole to drill into, suddenly stopped moving. Next, grab the fish's gills with your hands, remove the scales and mucus, then grab the fish's body, remove the gills, cut open its belly, and chop the eel into small pieces. After cleaning the eels, I cleaned the other ingredients. Finally, heat the oil in a pan and start cooking. With the support of professional-level cooking skills, Iinuma Isao's movements are very agile. He can do 4 things at the same time. Sometimes he was cutting something on the chopping board, sometimes he opened the refrigerator to get ingredients, sometimes he opened the lid of the pot of grilled eel and added some seasoning, and sometimes he added water into the soup pot to prepare soup. Viewed from behind, his movements were quite beautiful, flexible, and integrated. The rhythmic movements are reminiscent of a percussionist. Soon, a rich fragrance spread. Huacheng Xingzi secretly admired him. But her face was still cold, perhaps because she felt a little embarrassed by the teasing remark just now. Auntie Xingzi can't cook, right? Moreover, the little kid took over the kitchen on his own initiative, which made her, who was always strong, a little unhappy. Is there anything I can help with? Huacheng Xingzi asked coldly. No, I'm fine alone. Iinuma Isao said as he stir-fried carrots and pork together. Are you sure you don't need it? Huacheng Xingzi asked persistently. Really? Are you good at cooking? I just learned it today, and I only know a little bit. But don't worry, at least I won't scream. Iinuma Isao said with a smile. The cold and beautiful mistress behind him remained silent, and soon the sound of her leaving footsteps was heard, as if she was angry at his words. A damn little devil. Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you is 5, currently 15. The system popped up a temporary favorability prompt, and Iinuma Isao couldn't help but smile. He felt that he was a little bit mean. However, if I make you look so cold, I will just make you angry. As for how to comfort your aunt if she gets angry, Iinuma Isao took out a food flavor enhancer from the system, poured a little into each dish, and stirred evenly. You didn't expect that I would drug you. After making breakfast, bring it to the dining table. Huacheng Xingzi is back too. She dressed herself up and put on her solemn and neat morning clothes. Are you going to work today? Iinuma Isao came out of the kitchen carrying soup. Yes, in March, all companies were busy preparing their fiscal year budgets. Huacheng Xingzi walked towards the dining table, limping slightly. Although Huacheng Construction has shrunk a lot in size, there is still a lot to do. There were several home-cooked dishes on the table, including grilled eel, thick slices of egg skin, fried pork with carrots, and vegetable soup. Looks very light. The fragrance floated into the air along with the heat. Hua Chengxingzi couldn't help but take a deep breath. The smell of fireworks made her feel inexplicably relaxed and comfortable. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. Please sit down and have breakfast. Iinuma Isao greeted her warmly. Hua Chengxingzi sat down and glanced at the food. The grilled eel has a shiny brown-red appearance, the sauce is thick, and the color is bright red and oily. The sesame seeds scattered like flowers from heaven are the finishing touch, which makes people's appetite increase. The carrots and pork are fried together, and the lard is glistening, and you can tell at a glance that the meat is delicate and delicious. High-quality pork and thinly sliced carrots are stir-fried quickly over high heat, creating a delicious aroma that makes your mouth water. The thick egg skin is just the right amount of simple, and even the simple vegetable soup reflects charming colorful spots under the light. Hua Chengxingzi's eyebrows twitched inadvertently. She stared at the dishes on the table, thinking that compared with the boy's cooking skills, even dogs would despise the food she cooked. Where's Irai? Not seeing the angel, Iinuma Isao asked in confusion. She is used to sleeping in, and won't get up before 10 o'clock. Let's eat first. Hua Chengxingzi said lightly, clasping her hands together, I'm starting. A simple pre-meal ritual. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of grilled eel and put it into his mouth. She hadn't expected much. After chewing it a little, her pupils shrank slightly and she was shocked beyond words. After 2.5 years of not being able to taste sour or salty flavors, the nostalgic salty flavor mixed with various seasonings and spices miraculously revived on her tongue. He slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, his hands trembling slightly. Hua Chengxingzi took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and picked up the second piece of grilled eel. The eel is cooked with crispy skin and tender meat, and the seasoning and the freshness of the seafood complement each other, bringing diners a wonderful taste experience. At this moment, Hua Chengxingzi's mind was filled with only 2 words, delicious. She took a bite of eel and then shoveled a mouthful of rice. The long-lost pleasure of eating made her feel satisfied. While eating, she raised her head slightly and looked across. The boy opposite was also looking at her nervously, as if waiting for her comment. This made her feel warm inside. It's delicious. There was a hint of warmth in Hua Chengxingzi's voice. Although she still had a cold face, her heart was not so cold after all. Hua Chengxingzi's heart is wrapped in warmth, and her favorability towards you is +10, currently 25. Iinuma Isao smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. I'm impressed. Hua Chengxingzi gave an objective evaluation while eating. It's very good, but it doesn't seem to mean much. Iinuma Isao said, holding the bowl of rice. No point. Hua Chengxingzi asked in confusion. Yes, it's meaningless. Iinuma Isao said seriously, Auntie, in your current situation, good cooking skills are of no value. You can just spend some money to hire a chef to cook it, and it can even be better than mine. I'm not stupid enough to think that I can win your favor by cooking a meal. I need to do more. No, the food you cook can win my favor. Hua Chengxingzi looked at the years in front of her, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. He does not have the immaturity of his peers, nor does he have the childish behavior of thinking himself mature. He has 2 completely opposite personalities, arrogance and restraint, which he can control freely and just right. You are very sober, which is rare. Hua Chengxingzi nodded calmly and looked at him calmly. Well, although I don't really value your cooking skills, you will be responsible for the 3 meals a day at home until I recruit a new chef. Good. Iinuma Isao nodded in agreement. Ha, he sneered in his heart. He was so delicious that he almost cried, but he still looked nonchalant. A woman who says one thing and means another. After eating, Iinuma Isao stood up and said, I'm full. Please enjoy your meal. Hua Chengxingzi looked at the table. The empty plate left by the other party was left for her as if in protest. You cook, but do I, the mother, have to do the dishes myself? Hua Chengxingzi's first feeling was a little annoyance. But when she calmed down and thought about it, she couldn't help but laugh. It was an equal exchange, and businessmen liked this method the most. What an arrogant brat, humph. Hua Chengxingzi's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 30. Chapter 11, An Angel with Nothing But Beauty and Wisdom. After Hua Chengxingzi left, the huge house became even more deserted. Iinuma Isao came to the courtyard with a bamboo sword. The courtyard of Huaqing's house is very large, with a large cherry tree in the middle, a pond on the left, and a flower field on the right. The edge of the flower field is the edge of the tea room. The so-called ngawa is an open corridor found in traditional Japanese houses, where the family can sit together and enjoy the scenery. In front of the sliding door of the tea room, Iinuma Isao sat cross-legged and looked at the old cherry tree in the courtyard. The sky was gloomy, and the red weeping cherry trees were in full bloom, with clusters of flowers looking like light pink umbrellas floating in the air. A gust of wind blew. The cherry trees swayed, and petals fell down in profusion, covering the wooden corridor with petals. Isao Iinuma sat in meditation like an old monk, entering a state of contemplation. My mother once said that there is spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and that meditation can sense the spiritual energy and achieve extraordinary results. It sounds wonderful, but after 15 years, apart from feeling hot in summer and cold in winter when meditating, Iinuma Isao has not felt anything else. But he still persisted. After all, meditating before practicing sword is a very ritualistic and classy thing to do. At this time, the rain stopped and the clouds opened, revealing a faint morning light. The morning sun shone on the wet grass and cherry blossoms, reflecting the glittering shadows of the water droplets. This scene is very beautiful. Iinuma Isao slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He had just stood up to practice swordplay when he suddenly heard footsteps. Turning around, I saw the angel standing 5 meters away, with his slender brows slightly frowned and in a state of hesitation, apparently considering whether to say hello or just leave. Iinuma Isao cheerfully stood up and greeted, "Hey, Angel-sama, you're up." Huacheng Irai instinctively took a step back. "Hey, what do you mean by backing off?" Facing the other party's surprised gaze, she said expressionlessly, "Sorry, Iinuma-san, I don't want to touch you." "What?" Iinuma Isao was stunned. Hanashiro Irai said seriously, "The thoughts in your head just now would make kindergarten kids laugh. I'm afraid that if I get close to you, I'll be infected with your pure and clear nature, so I'm sorry." Iinuma Isao's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly turned dark. Is this a flat-chested, sharp-tongued monster? In an instant, Huacheng Irai's face darkened visibly. She narrowed her eyes and glared at Iinuma Isao for a full 5 seconds as if threatening or murdering him, and finally turned and left without saying a word. "Hey!" Iinuma Isao shouted from behind. "You are allowed to complain about me, but I am not allowed to complain about you? This double standard is not good." Huacheng Irai continued walking forward with a blank expression. "You don't have any tolerance at all, and you deserve to be called an angel." Iinuma Isao continued to complain. Hanashiro Irai stopped and looked back at Iinuma Isao at the end of the corridor with a meaningful smile on his face. "I don't mind at all." "Hey, you're not angry." "I've never encountered anything that can really make me angry." Huacheng Irai smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, with a serious look in his eyes. "If you can really make me angry, I will look up to you even more." "So you are pretending to be angry on purpose?" Iinuma Isao looked puzzled. Hanashiro Irai winked playfully and smiled at him. "Iinuma-san, your way of coaxing girls is terrible. I'm really curious, with your skills, how do you make your aunt happy? Are you provoking me, a woman who has nothing but beauty and intelligence?" Iinuma Isao asked loudly. Hanashiro Irai suddenly covered the collar of his shirt with one hand and pressed the hem of his pleated skirt with the other hand, his eyes alert. "Could it be that you have imagined some weird strategy game in your mind with me as the target? You can obviously see through what I'm thinking. Don't fray me." "Ah, isn't there? A little bit doesn't count." The smile on Hanashiro Irai's face became brighter, but there was a sense of danger. "When you are no longer afraid of me, then think about defeating me. Come on, don't fall so quickly. After all, even God can't resist my charm." After saying that, she turned around. Like a weightless ghost, he floated away. "I'm not afraid of you." "Well, I am a little scared. Who wouldn't be afraid of a monster who can see through your thoughts at any time?" "How do we defeat her?" Iinuma Isao was holding a bamboo sword, and for a moment he felt helpless as if he had drawn his sword and looked around. Kenshin is confused. The wind blew through the yard, cherry blossoms fell colorfully, and the old cherry tree looked at him quietly. In the evening, Huacheng Xingzi returned home. In the company, she is still the calm and aloof female president, saving Huacheng Construction, which is in crisis. But just as she got back to the door of her house, she felt dizzy. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. It took her a while to catch her breath. She went straight back to her room and continued working on the documents. She only came to her senses when her stomach protested. Night has fallen. Outside the window, countless raindrops are pouring down without stopping. After having a tasteless lunchbox at noon, Huacheng Xingzi was already starving. Iinuma Isao was cooking at this time. Huacheng Xingzi sent a message to her niece and went to the front hall with her computer and documents. Light the fireplace and continue working on the table next to it. When the fireplace started burning, the flames brought heat to the room. The widow's forehead was illuminated red by the jumping flames, and she heard the sound of light footsteps in her ears. "Aunt, you're looking for me." Hanashiro Irai's gentle voice sounded. In the darkness of the night, her body was enveloped in soft firelight, like an angel floating in the air. Huacheng Xingzi tilted her head, her eyes soft. "The revenge of the Red Snapper Group should come next month. I'll talk to Axon and ask him to take you to Xiaogu." "I'm sorry, but I refuse." An angel is indeed an angel. Even with her blunt rejection, her voice is still sweet. "Irai, you have to be obedient. I never listen to stupid things." Huacheng Xingzi's eyes turned cold, and she raised her voice, giving an order in a firm and decisive manner. "I am the master of this family now. I told you to leave, and you have to leave." The aunt's emotions suddenly became excited, which seemed to be what the angel expected. "What happens after I'm gone?" the angel asked with a smile. Her smile was very healing, and Huacheng Xingzi's cold expression softened a little. "The adults will handle the adults' affairs. You just need to live peacefully with your aunt." "By saying that adults will take care of it, do you mean that I will be turned into a sow and played with by others?" the angel asked bluntly. Huacheng Xingzi's body trembled. Pressed by her niece, the aunt was in a state of confusion and didn't know how to answer. In the gloomy atmosphere, the angel asked her aunt in a calm tone and expression, "Do you want to end up like my mother?" "You know." "I know." Huacheng Xingzi looked at her niece with complicated thoughts. "I'm sorry." However, her niece's eyes just passed over her head without even looking at her face. "The other party's goal is to swallow up the entire Huacheng family, even including you. Blindly tolerating and compromising will not change the situation at all. Aunt, don't be wishful thinking. Even if you get yourself involved, it will only delay the time of being swallowed up." The angel said with a cold expression. "Of course my aunt knows this." Huacheng Xingzi looked depressed and murmured to herself, "But I still want to protect this family, even if it costs me my life." The last part of this sentence trembled slightly. The lady's voice revealed her determination. The angel looked at the boy busy in the kitchen on one side of the hall and said softly, "You can't change anything even if you try your best. It's better to stay quietly and let those who are capable do their best." After that, she turned around and moved lightly. Like no weight. There was a spiral staircase next to the living room, and the angel walked up the stairs and disappeared into the corridor on the second floor. Chapter 12. What's wrong with A? Night has completely fallen. In the night rain, the bustling and noisy night view of Tokyo makes the Huacheng family's mansion look even more desolate. Huacheng Xingzi was silent for a long time. Alas, Tilda. The two emotions of grievance and confusion fermented in the widow's heart, quickly expanding and blocking her body like cotton candy. She looked up at the ceiling for a long time, then limped to the refrigerator, got a dozen beers and returned to her desk. He pulled the ring of a can of beer, took a big gulp, then opened his mouth and let out a long breath into the air. It seems that this action can help expel the resentment in the chest. Afterwards, this strong and resolute widow returned to her work. At this time in the kitchen, Iinuma Isao had just taken out the cooked chicken, cooled it down with ice water, and then tore the chicken meat off. Then, pick up the kitchen knife and chop the green onion and coriander. Take a small bowl and add chicken powder, salt, sugar, and other seasonings. Add a small amount of pepper salt and pepper and mix well. Finally, add the torn chicken and seasonings. The hand-shredded chicken is ready. Second dish, sweet and sour pork ribs. Wash the ribs and chop them into small, even pieces. Add onion, ginger, and cooking wine. Blanch them, drain them, put them into the pot, add cinnamon, star anise, and dried chilies and stir-fry until fragrant. The rich aroma will soon waft out. During this time, the boy turned his head to look at the lady working in the living room, and then looked at the dinner he had prepared. Then he took out a small bottle and added something stealthily. The prepared dishes are served and placed on the dining table. Next to the fireplace, half of Huacheng Xingzi's body was bathed in firelight. Her fair face seemed to be shining, and the tiny hairs on her face were sparkling. The armrests of the office chair were very high, and she rested her elbows there, supported her head with her palms, and made all kinds of postures that seemed charming and elegant to bystanders. Sometimes she would lower her head, sometimes she would tilt her head, and sometimes she would raise it up weakly, as if a heavy burden was lifted on her neck. There was a footstool under the desk. Her white, slender little feet would sometimes step on it and sometimes tuck into the hem of her black kimono. After looking at the documents for a while, Huacheng Xingzi rubbed her eyes tiredly and unconsciously moved closer to the desk. After bending her waist slightly, the heavy fabric on the chest of her kimono slowly stuck to the table. This scene looks familiar. Iinuma Isao watched calmly. Women with larger busts will feel sore and painful when they read for a long time without wearing a bra and straighten their backs, so they will unconsciously bend over and put their hands on the table to relieve the pressure. When I was at home, my mother often did this. So when he saw Aunt Anza like this, the observant Iinuma Isao immediately knew that she was naked under her kimono. Auntie is really nice. It looks like the arc is almost catching up with my mother S. Huacheng Xingzi, exhausted both physically and mentally, put down the documents and gently rubbed her swollen and painful ankle. Auntie Xingzi, come and eat. Hearing the shout, she quickly withdrew her hand and looked sideways. Okay. Iinuma Isao stared at her ankle. How is your foot? It's all right. Let me take you to the hospital. I told you it's okay. Huacheng Xingzi put on the solemn and dignified look of an elder and shook her head without smiling. This little problem is not a problem. You guys go eat. I'll look at the documents for a while. Angel, eat. Iinuma Isao shouted upstairs. There were footsteps at the top of the stairs, and Iinuma Isao stared intently. The light from overhead radiates in all directions, being reflected or absorbed by the corridors and walls of the stairwell, interweaving subtle colors in the air. It's like a medieval painting. In this mysterious hue, at the top of the spiral staircase, a doll as perfect as a ceramic work of art, bathed in an exceptionally shining light, quietly and gracefully descended into the world. Angel is perfect every time he appears. Are you stunned? A soft and clear voice reached Iinuma Isao's ears. Hanashiro Irai walked down the spiral staircase with impeccable grace, arriving at the dirty underworld to receive the devout worship of humans. Iinuma Isao lowered his head silently. The angel's cute little feet are wearing lovely slippers with the soles touching the floor. Look, she's only human. Why do you doubt whether I am human every time you see me? The angel walked slowly to him with his arms folded, his expression elegant and calm. How many times do I have to reiterate it before you stop having such a silly idea? Iinuma Isao thought seriously. Huacheng Xingzi took a sip of beer and looked at the two children out of the corner of her eye. To be honest, she thought they were a perfect match made in heaven. Iinuma Isao hesitated for a moment and said, I say. Oh, forget it. What a helpless and boring tone. The angel shook his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, I come from a lowly background. I don't have many elegant ideas in my head. I apologize if I make you feel that you can't have fun anymore. Iinuma Isao said this half jokingly and half surrenderingly, and came to the dining table with her. Warm yellow lights, an old ceiling with some stains, and steaming food on the table. Shredded chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, scrambled eggs and soup. The angel turned her head slightly, looked out the window at the cherry blossoms blooming in the night rain, and deftly scooped a spoonful of soup with her little hand and put it into her cherry mouth. The adjective lightweight is no exaggeration when used to describe her. She seemed to be unaffected by gravity and felt light and airy in everything she did. Her temperament as a rich lady is so elegant that it seems like she was born with it. Isao Iinuma stared at her for a long time, observing, examining, labeling her and so on. After observing her for a long time, one can't help but be surprised by her exquisiteness. Her skin is as white as cream and as white as snow, and her face is as smooth as a baby's. Under the eyelashes that flutter like mimosa, her eyes are clear and ethereal, sometimes flashing with innate pride and aloofness. The cherry mouth is soft and beautiful. The lips are just like the gorgeous cherry blossom petals blooming in the night rain. The moist evening breeze blew in from the window, causing her long, shiny black hair like a pencil lead to sway slightly, which actually gave her a sense of otherworldliness, as if she were out of touch with the world. This beautiful moment made Iinuma Isao feel as if his mother must have looked like this when she was young. Alas, is there something I forgot to observe? Iinuma Isao's gaze couldn't help but slowly slide down from her pretty chin. The slightly undulating mountains on the angel's chest are hard to see, but they are not there either. However, she does look a bit. Well, no one is perfect. Suddenly, the angel frowned in displeasure. Iinuma Isao quickly looked away. The ability to see what other people are thinking is super troublesome. It's okay, I don't mind at all. The angel glared at him fiercely, scooped up some soup with a spoon and put it to his lips, emphasizing the point. A person's success should be determined by his inner self, not by his external features. Even if you really want to judge the winner by appearance, you should score based on the overall balance, not just 1 point. So I don't care about the size at all. Aha, you don't care. Your long speech and that almost murderous look in your eyes are both manifestations of indifference. Iinuma Isao didn't dare to respond, so he lowered his head and tried to hold back his laughter. Chapter 13. You are a bug with a head full of yellow garbage. The angel, who didn't care about the size of her breasts, snorted and lightly put the soup into her mouth with her small hands, with the spoon at a right angle to her lips at the same time. Her eyes were absent-minded, looking left and right, as if she was in a panic. When his sight drifted inadvertently to his aunt by the fireplace, the angel was stunned by the proud curve of her chest. His lips moved unconsciously and he sighed very, very faintly. I really don't mind at all. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but look at Aunt Anzie. The fireplace was burning brightly, the flames dancing and shining on the old aunt's eyebrows. Listening to the crackling sound of the firewood, she stared at the flames with a beer in her hand, occasionally tilting her head back to take a few sips of beer. The bright firelight illuminated her pretty face, which was rosy and soft, and her delicate nose tip was shining in front of the flame. The color tone is warm, but her temperament is still that cold and aloof that keeps people at a distance. My aunt has been in a very bad condition recently. Huacheng Irai suddenly said. Iinuma Isao looked back at her childish face. Loss of appetite, poor sleep quality. She nodded lightly. She's obviously not in good shape, and she still has to deal with complicated company affairs. If she continues like this, she'll collapse soon. The girl was talking while tasting the delicious dishes. Auntie's reaction is normal, but you. Iinuma Isao looked at the girl suspiciously. Your father is dead too. Why do you still act so nonchalant? Hearing the young man's inner voice, Huacheng Irai took a bite of pork ribs and said while chewing, My father has long been a walking corpse. Death is a kind of relief for him. I am too happy to be happy. But my aunt blames herself for this. What do you blame yourself for? Asked Iinuma Isao. Huacheng Irai glanced at him, lowered his head and drank his soup. I won't tell you. Hey, you'll get beaten if you keep talking like this. Iinuma Isao said, gritting his teeth. Don't you want to check it? Check it yourself. Why do you need me to tell you? The angel gently placed the spoon on her pink lower lip, looked at the other side and smiled softly. Don't you have the confidence to find out the truth behind these things in our family by yourself? If the opponent is you, I really don't have confidence. Iinuma Isao did not say it stubbornly. Is this a compliment or is this just to paralyze me? It's a compliment, of course. That's reasonable. I accept your compliment. The angel nodded with a smile. Iinuma Isao also laughed. I thought that a rich, beautiful, and superpowered young lady like her would be arrogant, pretentious, and difficult to get along with. But after spending a day together, Iinuma-san found that she had a very easygoing personality and a good temper, and it was really comfortable to be with her. But I'm uncomfortable with you. The angel rudely destroyed Iinuma Isao's good impression of her. Looking at the boy whose face darkened, Hanashiro Irai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his faint smile full of contempt and ridicule. When you look at your aunt, you always look at her breasts. When you look at me, you always look at her legs. When you look at your aunt and Sayu, you think about rice bowls. You are a bug with a head full of yellow garbage. Sooner or later, I will step on you and make you juice. Humph. Even if she was cursing, just looking at her cherry-colored lips opening and closing could still make people feel happy. This is the charm of a beautiful girl. There was a loud rain outside and the fog was hazy. In front of the fireplace, Huacheng Anzie looked down at the dull black kimono, which looked desolate and lonely under the reflection of the flames. The long dormant fatigue made her feel more and more sleepy, and her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. However, unlike overworked people who can fall asleep as soon as they close their eyes, Huacheng Xingzi was unable to fall asleep at this time. After closing your eyes, your thoughts are merely stagnant, they do not disappear. Hazy thoughts floated in her aching and lustful mind, sticky and heavy, carrying a faint pain, making her feel as if she was going around in circles, never able to escape. At the dining table, Hanashiro Irai ate and drank his fill, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Iinuma Isao. What kind of person do you think my aunt is? Iinuma Isao shrugged in boredom. Why do you have so many questions? Angel reached out and tucked a strand of hair that fell on her cheek behind her ear, and said confidently, Tell me about it. After all, you are about to become a member of the Huacheng family. Deepening your understanding of your family is the most effective way to reduce friction. Iinuma Isao looked at her seriously and confirmed, Are you serious? Tilda. Huacheng Irai raised his chin slightly, and a few meaningless hums came from his delicate nose. This playful and cute look, coupled with her elegant yet arrogant attitude. I kind of want to punch her and make her cry. As for Auntie Xingzi, it's only the first day I met her, so I only have a general impression of her. Iinuma Isao recalled Auntie's performance today. She is a very strong person, she is rigorous and thoughtful in her dealings, and she will not let herself fall down no matter what difficulties she encounters. Huacheng Irai narrowed his eyes unhappily. Is this your answer? Any questions? Iinuma Isao thought his formulaic answer was impeccable. If you can only say such polite words, then the Huacheng family will be doomed. Huacheng Irai tapped the table with his fingertips, making the sound of the table and his own voice at the same frequency. Now the Huacheng family is only supported by my aunt, and I am not old enough. My aunt can't hold on any longer. As she was talking, she suddenly threw something over. The thing fell in front of Iinuma Isao with a crisp sound. She smiled and said, "So, I'll leave it to you." Iinuma Isao looked down at the key on the table and said, "What does this have to do with anything?" "Here is the key to my aunt's room." Clam. My aunt will definitely have a nightmare again tonight. Take the key and go check. Remember to knock on the door first, otherwise if you see something you shouldn't see, my aunt will blame me again. Huacheng Irai's words sounded like a teasing no matter how you listen to them. When Isao Iinuma thought of himself sneaking into the widow's boudoir in the middle of the night, the fingertips holding the key trembled slightly. Huacheng Irai stared at him with cold eyes, carefully observing the micro-expressions on his face, and then smiled mockingly. "So you are so looking forward to your aunt's body? You are so young, but you like mature young women. Originally, I wanted to sacrifice myself to seduce you and let you work for my family. Ha ha ha." Iinuma Isao couldn't help but frown and scolded. "She is our elder. What nonsense are you talking about? Because she is also your elder, I ask you to take good care of her." Huacheng Irai said with a faint smile, "Are you trying to bury the hatchet?" Iinuma Isao looked puzzled. At times like this, he envied the angel's abilities. It was so nice that he didn't have to guess all the time. She's about to break down. Huacheng Irai said frankly, "Family members have been leaving one after another, aggressive enemies, rebellious suppliers. She has to face all the crises, and she can't hold on for much longer." "Why don't you move?" Iinuma Isao asked cautiously. "Me? The time has not come yet." The angel said with an innocent and romantic smile, "There are some things I can help with, but there are some things I can't do anything about. For example, my aunt's current poor mental state is something I can't do anything about. These problems can only be left to you." Iinuma Isao couldn't help but frown. "Where does your confidence in me come from?" "Atilda Iinuma-san, don't you like that I have confidence in you? Do you want me to look down on you and call you a scumbag?" After teasing him, the angel's expression became happier and his tone became more relaxed. He looked at him with interest. "If you like the pleasure of fighting back after being humiliated, no problem. I don't mind stepping on your face with my feet and scolding you first." "You're changing the subject." Iinuma Isao protested, knocking on the table. "Okay, I'll be honest." The angel's expression became a little more serious, and he said, "My confidence in you comes from my aunt's feelings for you." Iinuma Isao said unhappily, "Can you say something that earthlings can understand?" "Aha." The angel blinked in mock confusion. Iinuma Isao pouted in disdain. "Stop pretending to be cute." As a result, she stuck out her tongue slightly. "Damn, so cute." Chapter 14. Why is your mother jealous? Faced with a beautiful girl like Hanashiro Irai who has nothing good except her beauty and intelligence, Iinuma Isao felt like he had no idea where to start. Maybe from the first time we met, this innocent little sister started to have fun with herself. When you look at the expression of slight pleasure on her face, you can tell that this guy is definitely a fun-loving person who relies on his own strength to have fun everywhere. "Hey Tilda." Huacheng Irai clasped his hands together, his eyes flickering, as if he was playing a prank, and stood up and walked across the table. "Please, uncle." Iinuma-san stared into her clear eyes. "How about you call me Dad?" Hearing this, the angel said to herself, "My mother is just a handful of ashes left," and then she burst out laughing at her own words. Poor neurotic girl whose parents both died. Her pure and innocent appearance, her delicate and lovely temperament, may all be just a mask. Iinuma Isao's desire to explore her seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. He really wanted to know what the inner world of this godly beautiful girl was like. "Well, good night. I'll ask you to take care of me for the next few days." After saying this, Hanashiro Irai stood up, tilted her head and bent her knees slightly to salute like a noble girl in a French movie. Elegant and sophisticated. After that, she glanced at her drunken aunt, then lightly walked up the spiral staircase, passed through the corridor upstairs, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. What an unpredictable girl. "Auntie Anzie, it's time for dinner." Iinuma Isao shouted towards the fireplace. Huacheng Xingzi glanced towards the dining table and came over with a can of beer. There was still a lot of food left on the table. Although she didn't eat it like a wolf, she was obviously very hungry and ate very quickly. He ate all the food on the table. He really had a big appetite. While eating, the words, "favorability +1", kept floating above her head. After finishing the meal, her favorability increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 35 points. After dinner, she simply cleaned the table and took the dishes into the kitchen. She didn't wash it, but threw it in the sink and left it to wash the next day. Back in the living room, Iinuma Isao was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Huacheng Xingzi was so tired that she really didn't want to work anymore, so she limped to the other side of the sofa and sat down to watch together. The movie playing on TV was an old one called The Witch's Condition, which was about a somewhat taboo teacher-student love affair, telling the story of the love between 26-year-old female teacher Hirose Michiko and 17-year-old male high school student Kurosawa Hikaru. My mother likes to watch this movie very much, said Iinuma Isao. Tilda. Huacheng Xingzi nodded calmly. Your mother is indeed fearless. On TV, Hirose Michiu and Kurosawa Hikaru expressed their true feelings to each other in a library on a rainy night, and then had a passionate night. On a rainy night, in a deserted mansion, watching an intimate scene with his mother's best friend. The atmosphere was always a little weird. Iinuma Isao secretly observed Hanashiro Anza's expression several times, and found that she looked indifferent and obviously unmoved. I really want to. Therefore, Iinuma Isao continued reading with peace of mind. I watched the intimate scene without blinking an eye. What's so good about this forbidden love? Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you is 1. The current favorability is 34. Iinuma Isao pinched his thigh and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Huacheng Xingzi had a poker face, but it was hard to imagine that she was still quite bothered by it in her heart. Even in Japan, teacher-student love is considered a heinous crime, not to mention that the heroine is someone else's fiancé. The hero also has an extremely possessive mother who has been obstructing their relationship. Society, family, ethics, all external factors are trying to break up this unsuitable couple. Okay, let's not watch this kind of thing anymore. Huacheng Xingzi snatched the remote control and turned off the TV. Iinuma Isao laughed dryly and said nothing. Huacheng Xingzi glanced at him and asked, Do you like this kind of subject matter? No, but they are placed randomly, said Iinuma Isao with a smile. That's good. Huacheng Xingzi picked up the half-empty beer can and drank it in one gulp. Looking at her slightly blurry eyes and the flushed cheeks, she was obviously a little drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, she suddenly took the initiative to ask, What do you think? What do you think? What do you think about the teacher-student romance on TV just now? Huacheng Xingzi opened another can of wine, her voice still strong and full of vowels. Personally, the courage to break the rules is essential in life. Iinuma Isao answered seriously. Huacheng Xingzi took a sip of wine and asked, Should social rules and morals be broken? If necessary, yes. I like to follow my heart. Iinuma Isao's expression was very serious. If I can't follow my heart, I will feel that I have lived in vain. Breaking social ethics and rules may not necessarily have good results. And Huacheng Xingzi paused for a moment and said, As an elder, the unknown should not bring so much trouble to the young Guang. If it were me, I would restrain myself even if I loved her. This is the difference between you and my mother. Iinuma Isao said with a smile, If it were my mother, she would definitely be like Weiji, throwing all worldly morals aside, and my feelings are the most important in the world. Huacheng Xingzi was silent for a while, then smiled with emotion. I really miss the time with your mother. If you miss someone, just call me. Iinuma Isao made a video call to his mother, and then handed the phone to his aunt. Good. Huacheng Xingzi took the phone. At this time, Iinuma Isao bent down and hugged her legs. The apricot flowers in Huacheng changed color. What are you doing? I have some traumatic wine here. Let me massage your feet. Iinuma Isao exchanged a bottle of traumatic wine from a system. No need, I can press it myself. Huacheng Xingzi scolded. Sure. Iinuma Isao held her legs and looked at her slightly red face sincerely. Auntie Xingzi, you're free to make phone calls anyway. Why don't you let me massage your feet? Oh, and don't make any noise. After all, you don't want your mother to know that you're being massaged by her son, right? Aunt Xingzi, you don't want your mother to know that you are being raped by her son, right? Why does this sentence sound weird? It's just a foot massage. Why should you be afraid? Iinuma-san looked at Hanashiro Anzie and said seriously, My mother is stingy, possessive, and jealous. If she knew that her beloved son was massaging another woman's feet, she would be so angry that she would fly to Tokyo overnight and kill people. Do you believe it? Huacheng Xingzi's eyes became even more confused. Why is your mother jealous that you are close to other women? Chapter 15. A stray dog with a lame leg from the winter rain. The night is cool as water and the spring rain keeps falling. Occasionally there are flashes of lightning. In the living room where only two people were left, Iinuma Isao held Hanashiro Anza's white, tender and smooth feet in his hands and said without distractions, I noticed that you have been rubbing your ankle tonight. You look very uncomfortable. According to my experience, if you don't take care of it, you will have to walk with a limp within a week. Let me massage it, and it will be fine in 2 days. After that, he looked up at her, waiting for a response. Although my intentions were good, giving her a foot massage was, after all, taking advantage of her. A 37-year-old virgin must be conservative and would never allow a man to touch her casually. Let me go. Huacheng Anza said with a straight face, staring at Iinuma Isao. If you don't let me go, Auntie will be angry. You have to face so many enemies now. Isn't limping a sign of weakness? Iinuma Isao said, his eyes still very persistent. Perhaps in the eyes of the enemy, you are just a stray dog with a limp in the winter rain. Do you want to be seen like that? Huacheng Xingzi's expression changed and she struggled internally for a long time. No, you are just a kid. How can you be stronger than me? Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you won. Current favorability 33. Finally, Huacheng Xingzi let out a long sigh. She leaned against the sofa and turned her face away, as if tacitly approving his outrageous behavior. Very good. Iinuma Isao was delighted. Let me show you my magical skills that even my mother won't deny after being pressed. At this time, with a beep sound, the video call was connected. On the screen, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared. She sat in the bathtub, her chest exposed, and said hello to the camera. Good evening, Axon. Hey, why is it you? Huacheng Xingzi's eyes froze. Hello, you are taking a bath. How can you answer your son's video? Even mother and child need to have a sense of boundaries. Hey, Xingzi, say something, don't be so stupid. Iinuma's mother waved her hand. Seeing the shocked look on the face of the person in the video, she curled her lips and said disdainfully, if you don't want to talk, just hand the phone to my son and don't disturb us reminiscing about the past. Huacheng Xingzi's cheeks suddenly felt hot. Where is my dear son? Asked Mother Iinuma. Your good son is playing with my fate. Huacheng Xingzi's heartbeat accelerated, her cheeks were burning, but she had to pretend that nothing was wrong and said, Sister Zun, let me tell you about what happened to him today. Ah. Iinuma Isao pressed her red and swollen ankle, causing her to scream in pain. What's wrong? Iinuma's mother asked while leaning against the bathtub. No, no. Huacheng Xingzi lowered her head, clenched her teeth, and endured silently for a while. Don't tell on me. Iinuma Isao reminded in a low voice. You are threatening me. Huacheng Xingzi looked at him quietly, with murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. But Iinuma Isao is not afraid. Auntie is so pretty. I want to bully her and keep her like this. Mother Iinuma, who had no idea how beastly her son was, held her phone in one hand and poured water over her delicate collarbone with the other, humming nonchalantly. That brat of his will never do anything good. Anzi, you don't have to hide it. Tell me everything. He's fine. Huacheng Xingzi said through gritting her teeth. Iinuma Isao rubbed Hanashiro Anza's ankles, gradually lifted her feet up, and placed them in front of his eyes to admire them. Under his coercion, Huacheng Xingzi did not resist and let him rub her noble jade feet. She said to her mother with a stern face, he is very obedient, sensible, polite, knows how to do things, doesn't fight, and respects me. Upon hearing this, Iinuma's mother looked surprised and doubtful, and didn't believe it at all. No one knows better than her what kind of character her own race has. Kyoko, are you threatened? Iinuma's mother looked at her best friend on the screen and asked seriously, if so, just blink. Huacheng Xingzi was about to blink, but at this critical moment, someone pressed lightly and threateningly on her swollen ankle. Then, Auntie Xingzi smiled gently at the camera and said to her bestie, how is that possible? Azun doesn't even know how much he respects me. Right. Very respectable. So come and take your son away. In the next 10 minutes or so, Hanashiro Anzi told him everything that Iinuma Isao had done today, except for his interactions with her. During this time, Iinuma Isao concentrated on massaging her. Auntie's beautiful, white, and tender feet are so perfect. The ankles are round and delicate, the soles are tender and smooth, and even the faint blood vessels on the insteps are telling of endless temptation they are simply food grade. He poured the bruised wine into his palm and pressed it on her swollen ankle. Iinuma Isao gently rubbed her skin with his palm, making a slight friction sound. Huacheng Xingzi frowned and didn't make any unusual sound. My ankle was really painful at first, but with the soothing effect of the massage and the medicinal effect of the traumatic wine, the pain was soon replaced by waves of fiery and long-lasting comfort. The feeling was like an electric current, stimulating her nerves in waves. Whenever she couldn't bear it anymore, she would move her face away from the camera, open her mouth, and let out heavy, suppressed breaths. Injured someone? It's a small matter. The mother who was far away in Hokkaido didn't care. She rubbed the skin of her chest and collarbone with her small hands and said lazily, I let him go to Tokyo, and I was prepared for him to get into trouble everywhere. This child is going to get suffocated in Asahikawa, so let him make trouble. Good. The indifference on Hua Chengxingzi's face was difficult to maintain. Those narrow and long phoenix eyes became more and more watery. Every time Iinuma Isao pressed hard on a certain spot on the sole of her foot, her whole body would shiver violently and her toes would curl up hard to resist the feeling that was half painful and half comfortable. When the kidney reflex area was pressed, this charming old lady's face was full of pain. She instinctively twisted her seductive body to avoid the attack from the soles of her feet. But a weak lady like her could not contend with the young man's strength. Unable to break free, she trembled all over and turned her face away, not daring to look at the camera, and made faint whimpering sounds for mercy. The aunt's alluring cherry lips kept emitting warm mist, which made Iinuma Isao feel very excited. He really wanted to bully her in front of his mother. Kyoko, what's wrong with you? The voice from the microphone brought Hua Chengxingzi back to the ground from the clouds in time. The old lady's beautiful eyes were half closed, her pupils were shining with water, and her eyelashes were trembling. I'm just a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. Hua Chengxingzi looked at the camera with an unnatural expression. Mother Iinuma felt more and more that something was wrong. The best friend in the camera has a blushing face, and the spring spirit is about to overflow from the screen. Is this what it looks like to be sleepy? What's wrong with you? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Chapter 16, A Jealous Female Godzilla. At this moment, Hua Chengxingzi couldn't help but twist her body slightly, and she felt a vague sense of excitement as if she was having an affair. She knew it was wrong but was addicted to it. She could only lie to her bestie. My toes hit the corner of the table. Oh tilde. Mother Iinuma suddenly realized. So that's what it is. Now I understand. If it were me, I would also be unable to bear the pain. Auntie Xingzi is so cooperative. Iinuma Isao gave Hanashiro Anko a thumbs up in a joking manner, but she glared at him fiercely. But the dignified and majestic aura of a mistress that she forced herself to maintain soon disappeared without a trace under the meticulous service of Iinuma Isao. The seductive young woman's body trembled at a low frequency under the young man's hands. Auntie feels comfortable when you massage her, but also feels ashamed. Hua Chengxingzi's favorability towards you +5, currently 38. Far away in Hokkaido, Iinuma's mother, who had green hair but didn't know it yet, scrubbed her proud body and said lazily to the camera, "Since Axon has taken action, you can leave the matter to him. He's still a child." Hua Chengxingzi couldn't help but frown. Mother Iinuma said proudly, "He is not an ordinary child." That's true. Hua Chengxingzi glanced at Iinuma Isao and thought that most children would not dare to bully their elders like this. Don't think that just because you are the elder, he will listen to you. He may appear respectful on the surface, but in his heart he is calling you an idiot. Iinuma's mother knew her son too well. She told her bestie through the phone, "If you want to get out of your current predicament, you have to put him first. Just support him in everything he does, and don't raise any objections." Facing the resolute and arrogant Tokyo noblewoman Anko Hanashiro, this Hokkaido country shrew in the eyes of Isao Iinuma was extremely strong. He wants to play with me, so can't I object? My best friend looked like she was about to protest. But suddenly, as if she was stimulated by something, she stretched her neck and opened her mouth uncontrollably, and a long and lingering moan came out of her throat. Yeah, tilde. This soul-stirring sound will make anyone who hears it have wild thoughts. Mother Iinuma frowned instantly, realizing something was wrong, and said coldly, "Where's that brat? Tell him to get out here." Hua Chengxingzi didn't dare to face her best friend anymore. She grabbed the phone and glared at Iinuma-zun. "What are you doing? Why couldn't you help it?" Iinuma Isao asked guiltily. Hua Chengxingzi held the receiver tightly with both hands and gritted her teeth. "How can I bear it when you press it so suddenly?" "Blame me." "Why not blame me?" "Okay, I'll go and reflect on my mistakes." Iinuma Isao stood up and was about to slip away. The aunt was suddenly attacked. Her crystal white toes curled up instantly, and her face full of shame and anger was very attractive, but he had no time to appreciate it. "Hey, no." Hua Chengxingzi quickly used one hand to hold him, and scolded coldly, "How can you let me bear the trouble you caused alone? Explain to your mother quickly." After saying that, she forced the phone into Iinuma Isao's hand. She didn't dare to take this hot potato again. Gu tilde. Iinuma Isao swallowed subconsciously. I slowly raised my phone, and on the screen, my mother's face was frosty, and she looked like she couldn't be coaxed. "Good evening," etc. Before Iinuma Isao could finish his greeting, Hanashiro Anza snatched the phone away and yelled at her bestie, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." On the screen, Iinuma's mother was so angry that her breasts bulged out to an extra cup size. With a cold face, she pulled a bath towel over her body and stared at her bestie in the camera. Shingzi, you actually dared to teach me a lesson. You have become more capable. That look was so terrifying that Hanashiro Anzi gave an unnatural dry laugh and quickly threw the phone back to Iinuma Isao. I'm going back to my room to sleep. After leaving a hurried word, Huacheng Shingzi fled from the living room like a refugee. In the quiet living room, Iinuma Isao slowly raised his cell phone. Steam is rising on the screen. The beautiful woman puffed out her chest and looked straight at the camera with an air of pride. Her eyes were extremely cold as ice, as if there was snow beneath her skin that never melted. Iinuma Isao spoke cautiously, Mom. Mom's expression was cold and quiet. Her skin, half visible under the curling steam, was like the bright moon on a cloudy night. Looking at her son, she parted her red lips and spoke in a cool and stern voice. Isao Iinuma, you are amazing. I will never be able to do anything in front of you. Iinuma Isao smiled flatteringly. The mother snorted, leaned back against the bathtub, scooped up a handful of water with her little hands and poured it on her shoulders, without even looking at the camera. The light orange light fell on her round and delicate shoulders, as if she was covered with a faint halo. The skin was extremely delicate, and faint blue veins could be vaguely seen underneath the skin. What were you doing with Shingzi just now? She asked calmly. The sound was very calm, like the surface of a windless lake in autumn, without a trace of ripples. But those who know her son know that beneath the seemingly calm surface of the water, there is actually a jealous and ferocious monster hidden, the female Godzilla. If she is really pissed off, when she surfaces, she can sink the entire Japan with one kick. What did you do? Mom asked again. She still looked calm, and there was no anger on her beautiful face. Just now. Lift your head. Look at me, you little bastard. TSK, she's scolding her own son like that. It seems like it's going to be hard to make her happy tonight. Iinuma Isao slowly raised his lowered eyes while quickly searching for a solution in his mind. Based on his 15 years of experience of talking back to his mother, he knew that it was impossible to coax her when she was really angry. If you want to make her not angry, you have to expose her shortcomings, embarrass her, and then change the subject. After thinking of a countermeasure, Iinuma Isao slowly raised his head. As soon as my eyes met my mother's pupils, it was as if I had fallen into the ice and snow of Hokkaido, so cold and beautiful. Especially when the light from the bathroom was reflected in her eyes, that indescribable enchanting beauty almost made his heart tremble. She is worthy of being my mother, so beautiful. Looking at her son's dazed expression for a moment, the mother's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. There seemed to be snowflakes dancing in her pupils, and her face became even colder. She asked in a cool voice, Are you stunned? Don't you know how to answer your mother's question? I was just massaging Auntie Anza's feet. Iinuma Isao answered honestly. Snort. Mom snorted coldly. Immediately, she held her head high and looked at her son with cold contempt. Tell me, who is prettier, me or Shingzi? If you can coax me well, I will forgive you for what happened tonight. If you can't coax me well, you can write a suicide note and wait for me to go to Tokyo. Faced with such a life-threatening question, how could Iinuma Isao possibly answer it? Mom, why do you have to do this? He turned his eyes away from his once-beloved granary and said indifferently with a hint of contempt, How can you, an old man, show off this thing that can't even feed a 1-year-old me in front of a 15-year-old me? Put it away quickly, or you'll reveal your true nature as a fool. My mother's heart skipped a beat. She was so choked up that she almost died in the bathtub. Chapter 17. Loving Mother and Filial Son. Not being able to feed my son is the greatest shame for a mother. The only stain she had to admit in her self-proclaimed perfect 37-year life was that she had to find a wet nurse for her son when he was less than 6 months old because she did not produce enough food. Be reasonable. This is not actually her own fault. After all, Iinuma Isao is different from ordinary babies. For example, these two consoles have extremely poor hardware. An ordinary baby only uses the console to play Minesweeper and cards, while he spends most of the day running 3D models of female Tengu or Tiberium Jerusalem. Can the energy consumption of the two be the same? One point must be reiterated. Mother Iinuma is definitely a qualified mother. However, Iinuma Isao's food needs 2 to 3 times that of a baby of the same size. When he was less than 6 months old, he could no longer suck out food and fell into a serious food crisis. Iinuma's mother, who was always proud and thought she was perfect, once fell into deep self-doubt and self-denial. Fortunately, she was a remarkable woman, and she found a wet nurse who produced a lot of food, so that Iinuma-zun was healthy until he was 3 years old. Ahem, I've gone off topic. In the bathtub, Iinuma's mother pulled the towel back and covered herself with it. She glared at the camera angrily and cursed. You despise your mother's stuff just because you're full. You heartless brat, get away. Don't ever come back in this lifetime. Here we come. Iinuma Isao was shocked. At this moment, my mother seemed angry on the surface, but she was not actually angry. Instead, she was just bluffing without any confidence. Just coax her well. Mom Tilda. Iinuma Isao put on a familiar and flattering smile. Aunt Xingzi sprained her ankle this afternoon, and I just rubbed it with medicinal wine. Real. Mom looked suspicious. Although she still didn't believe it, her expression was no longer aggressive. How could this be false? Iinuma Isao looked at his mother seriously. My bone-setting skills are no worse than those of the orthopedic surgeons in the hospital. You taught me all this, don't you know? On the surface, he is bragging about himself, but actually he is bragging about his mother. Hey, look at you, you're so shameless. Mom glared at the camera with a serious expression. The people on the screen were also looking at her. The mother and son confronted each other for a while, and then she burst out laughing. With fair skin and graceful figure, bright eyes, and charming manner, as dazzling as a lotus emerging from the green waves. Iinuma Isao exclaimed in his heart, Mom, you are definitely the god of Luo River who bewitched Cao Zhejian 1,800 years ago. My mother laughed for a few seconds, then immediately hid her charming smile and scolded Iinuma Isao in a harsh voice. I have taught you to be humble and gentle since you were a child. Look at what you have become now. If I gave you a tail, you would want it to rise to the sky. Like mother, like son. I learned this from you. Iinuma Isao said cheerfully, Don't deny it, unless you say I'm not your biological child. The mother squinted her eyes, looked at her son for a long time, and muttered, I should have aborted you at the beginning. It's too late. Iinuma Isao smiled smugly. Come on, stop talking nonsense to me here. I'm warning you, if you do anything wrong in Tokyo, I'll take you back to Asahikawa and make you spend the rest of your life with those wild boars and black bears. After warning her son, the mother stretched her body lazily. She leaned the screen of her phone against the sink, got up from the bathtub, and wiped her face with a towel. Drops of water kept falling from her graceful body. The bathroom light was dim, and after she stood up in the hot water, there seemed to be a faint fluorescent light flickering and swimming on her delicate skin, like the most brilliant river of light in the starry sky on a summer night. Iinuma Isao waited silently for her to put on her clothes. Of course, he looked away, but he would occasionally glance at her out of the corner of his eye. To be honest, my mother is really the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, no doubt about it. Although I always call her a country shrew in my heart, her natural noble and gorgeous temperament, beautiful face, and graceful figure have the charm to captivate everyone effortlessly. Iinuma Isao often thought that if his mother was born in ancient times, she would definitely be the kind of beauty who could cause trouble for a king at the cost of losing his country just to win her smile. It's a pity that she was born in modern times. In 21st century Japan, with no tyrant ruler to tempt her, her charm, which has nowhere to go, can only be used to train her son's willpower and test his filial piety. In the bathroom, Mom dried her hair and body and put on a bathrobe. Suddenly, she thought of something. She fastened the straps in front of her and looked towards the camera. When you were at home, this bathwater was reserved for you to take a bath. Now it's all wasted. On the phone, the son replied seriously, You can put it in a bottle and send it to Tokyo to make tea or cook for me. My mother rolled her eyes at him. Then, their eyes met from a distance and they smiled at each other. Sometimes Iinuma Isao doesn't treat her as a mother, and sometimes his mother doesn't treat him as a son, but at least at this moment, it is a moment of loving mother and filial piety. I'll let you go tonight. If you dare to do this next time, I'll beat you to death. The mother came to the dressing table with her cell phone, pointed the camera at herself, and picked up the hairdryer to blow-dry her hair. I used to blow-dry your hair. Iinuma Isao said nostalgically. He will never forget the feeling of his mother's smooth black hair running through his fingertips. Okay, stop saying that. It makes me feel lonely all of a sudden. Alas, you've always loved to stick to me since you were a child. This is the first time you've left home and spent the night outside since you were born. What should I do if I feel lonely in Tokyo? My mother's movements slowed down and her expression seemed a little sad. Looking at his mother who suddenly became full of femininity on the screen, Iinuma Isao felt warm in his heart. You say I'm clingy, but you're the same. Who likes to stay in my room every winter? Well, Mommy likes your bed. It feels really good to have someone sleeping next to you and protecting you. But why do you sound a little weird to me? What do you mean by refusing to leave? You are my son, and I want to sleep in your room. How can that be called refusing to leave? That's called a mother protecting her son. If Iinuma Isao was still around, she would naturally adjust her body, rest her head on the crook of his arm, cling to him like a swaddle, and then scold him in a domineering tone like a queen. You disrespectful bastard, whatever your mother says is what you have to do, and you are not allowed to talk back. Unfortunately, the mother and son are now separated, and no matter how far you stretch your hands, you can't reach them. By the way, your love for your mother hasn't diminished with the addition of Xingzi, has it? Mom asked suddenly, as if inspired by something. What's going on here? Iinuma Isao looked puzzled. How can my love for you be reduced just because Auntie Kyoko has joined us? According to the second law of thermodynamics, the love that has been generated will not disappear, but will spontaneously transfer from the one who loves more to the new one. You only loved your mother before, but now there is Xingzi, your love for your mother will transfer to Xingzi. Stop. Putting aside the fact that these two kinds of love are fundamentally different, when did I start to like Aunt Xingzi? Xingzi, although she is aloof, arrogant, strong, and majestic now, she used to be a very lonely person. For some reason. Well, to be honest, it is inevitable that you like her, and Mom doesn't find it strange at all. On the screen, my mother, who was far away in Hokkaido, spoke in a very serious and calm tone. It felt like she had read the script. Chapter 18. Iinuma baby, you are so stupid. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. Iinuma Isao wanted to laugh. This is not just wishful thinking. The mother dried her hair, picked up the phone with both hands, looked at her son and said, I don't know how clear-headed your mother is. You are in adolescence. Facing such an elder who is perfect in every way and treats you well, it's not surprising that you like her, right? She had a gorgeous face and a serious expression, and she wasn't joking at all. But Iinuma Isao always felt that she was being framed. Thinking of that possibility, he felt angry and amused, and said helplessly, let's not talk about the question of whether I like her or not. Mom, this is only the first day I met Aunt Xingzi. Can you please stop being jealous? Maybe this is not the first day we met. My mother said in a faint voice. What do you mean by that? You guess. Guess what? No guess. Anyway, don't worry, I won't fall in love so quickly. You don't like old ones, you like young ones, right? Mom interrupted him directly and said coldly, Xingzi's niece is great. A naturally beautiful, pretty, smart, talented and pretty daughter of a capitalist. Isn't she great? Angels are really good. Oh. My mother sneered and her face fell in an instant. You've only known me for one day, and you're already treating me like an angel? You're such a playboy, Iinuma Isao. Humph. Humph. These two hums are 10,000 times cuter than Aunt Xingzi. You wouldn't be jealous of a little girl, would you? My mother shamelessly snorted. Eat it if you want. What's wrong with me being jealous? Iinuma Isao suppressed his laughter and said sternly, well, since you are so concerned about your son's emotional problems, I will be honest. I plan to find a girlfriend as soon as possible after school starts, or go to the Hatsugano family to meet my fiancé, and then I can bring my girlfriend back to see you during summer vacation. You dare. My mother immediately blew her nose and glared. My son is a talkative person, so I just started scolding him. Isao Iinuma, I'm warning you, don't let me have any wild thoughts. You're still young, and your primary goal should be to study. You're not allowed to have a romantic relationship before you go to college. You're not allowed to go to the Hatsugano family, and you're not allowed to have any inappropriate behavior with any woman. Iinuma Isao laughed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he was puzzled and said, That's not right, Mom, that's not what you said before. I. My mother rolled her eyes around and turned her face away from the camera guiltily. What did I say? Why don't I remember it? Hey, the signal doesn't seem to be very good. Remember what you told me in junior high school? Hello, I can't hear you clearly. Mom avoided my gaze. You said you were open-minded and supported me finding a wonderful love during adolescence, and you said it more than once. Did I? My mother immediately started playing dumb. Of course. Iinuma Isao said firmly, You told me this every time I brought a love letter home. But every time you tore up my letter, saying that you supported my relationship but that I had to wait until high school. Okay, I'm sleepy. Mom clapped her hands on her lips and yawned lazily. Mom is going to sleep, good night. When I was in junior high school, they told me not to date until high school. Now that I'm in high school, they told me to date in college. Iinuma Isao looked at the camera with a sleepy face and his mother trying to get away with it with cuteness. My dear mother, are you reluctant to leave me? My mother is very proud and will definitely not admit it. Isao Iinuma, don't sleep tonight. I'll beat you to death. This fierce and cute tone carries a hint of girlish cuteness. Isao Iinuma was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt itchy inside. It was a pity that his mother just said "Mewa" to the camera and waved her hands, too lazy to look at her son's smug face. Mom, wait a minute. Anything else? Teach me how to deal with a pretty girl. Can she beat you? No. Then beat her up, idiot. After saying that, the call was hung up, and my mother's pretty face disappeared from the phone. However, Iinuma Isao continued to stare at the screen for a long time with a silly smile on his face. There are always some things in this world that you can't help but show off to the whole world, but you don't want to share them with anyone. However, while he was missing his biological mother here, his biological mother turned around and called her best friend and stabbed him in the back. Kyoko. Ha. Axon's main task now is to get into a good university. I'll give you a task. Help me keep a close eye on him and don't let him have anything to do with girls now. Oh, okay. Besides. What else? Huacheng Xingzi, listen to me. You are not allowed to steal from the company. Huacheng Xingzi put down her phone and rubbed her eyebrows tiredly. What do you mean I am stealing from the company? Who am I, Huacheng Xingzi? Is it necessary for me to fall in love with my best friend son? The next day, Huacheng Xingzi finished her breakfast and went out early. Holding a bamboo sword, Iinuma Isao continued to meditate in the eaves of the courtyard. So, what is the point of meditation? Iinuma Isao, who was frowning and thinking, suddenly felt a gust of fragrant wind coming. A slender figure walked past. He looked up. On a slightly gloomy spring morning, an angel passed by in a light grey plaid pleated skirt, her steps graceful and light. The hem of her skirt just reached her knees, her slender, straight legs were wrapped in black stockings, and on her feet were small round-toed leather shoes. The silky black hair spread over the thin back, swaying slightly with the steps. Just a silhouette made her look ethereal and moving, like a fairy who was banished to the human world, elegant and lively. The fairy passed by the human world and glanced at the young man. Look at the fool's eyes. Well, Iinuma Isao thought to himself, am I stupid? You are stupid, the angel answered affirmatively. But my mother told me that the world has spiritual energy. Iinuma Isao said unhappily. Huacheng Irai rubbed his brows and sighed. She didn't tell you that you are already in high school. Don't believe in any weird words, okay? Iinuma baby. That makes sense. Iinuma Isao gave her a thumbs up. I always feel that meditation is so wrong. She even lied to me that meditation and sword practice can help me develop my mind's eye. At this point, he paused and asked the angel, do you know what the mind's eye is? Huacheng Irai thought for a moment and replied, when you have surpassed the master of swordsmanship and become a saint, you can comprehend the ultimate state of unity between man and nature, open your eyes, and avoid disasters. But my mother wouldn't lie to me. Who knows? Let's have a competition. Ha! The angel was stunned. Suddenly, he got up and took a broom. The broom head was twisted off, and the bare wooden stick was thrown into her hand. The corner of Huacheng Irai's eye twitched. She was just a little angel passing by. Why would she fight with him? My mother wouldn't lie to me. Iinuma Isao held the bamboo sword and assumed a mid-sword stance. In fact, his more commonly used opening move is III slash. II is both handsome and good at fighting, but the opponent is a little girl, and it would be too bullying for her to start with III. If you're bored, go outside and run a few more laps. Huacheng Irai sighed helplessly. She could see that this guy was just bored, so he wanted to have fun with her, just like she had fun with him. Humph. Face the gale, girl. Iinuma Isao looked at the angel's delicate features and roared. Without a strong body and strength, you can't protect anything. Now, let me completely shatter your naive expectations. After saying that, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside the eaves. The cherry trees were shaking, and the petals were flying in the air, as if responding to the boy. Chapter 19. Angels are not women? Huacheng Irai's hair was also flying in the wind. She didn't tidy up her hair, and stared at the opposite side through her hair. When one's swordsmanship reaches the level of a saint, one can open one's mind and realize the unity of man and nature, and the heaven and earth will respond when one activates a skill. Huacheng Irai thought that was bragging. But now, looking at the falling cherry blossoms, she hesitated. Why do I feel like this guy might be able to reach that level? Iinuma Isao stepped forward. When he stepped on the floor barefoot, wind pressure actually spread out from the soles of his feet. I am coming. He shouted and drew his sword. This sword will be very powerful. Hanashiro Irai had never practiced sword, but he relied on his extraordinary intuition to understand his sword intent. His speed was so fast that she could hardly see it with her naked eyes. She could only hastily raise a sword and block it above her head. Bang! The angel flew out. The slender body fell headfirst into the messy atrium, with her hair, face, and clothes covered in mud. Iinuma Isao. The wind blew, and through the falling cherry blossoms, the angel's eyes were filled with extreme anger. Is your fighting ability so poor that you can't even block a single blow from me? Isao Iinuma quietly watched the angel fall to the mud, but in his heart he felt that, she is also an ordinary girl. Is that why you beat me? The angel's face was full of frost. Snort. I'm a woman, arsehole. Those who practice martial arts are all men and women. I don't want to see you again. Good. Fuck you. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Iinuma Isao shouted loudly, then smiled. He felt the atmosphere became happier. Just be happy. So he grabbed the bamboo sword and moved swiftly in the cherry blossom rain, swinging the sword in the air. Wherever the blade passed, petals followed. Their shapes were as graceful as a startled wild goose or a swimming dragon. As if in response to him, a light drizzle began to fall between the sky and the earth, and after a few seconds it turned into a heavy rain. Through the white rain curtain, Hanashiro Irai looked at the boy dancing with the sword. Her look changed from anger at first, to a little bit of shame, and finally to a kind of helplessness that was both annoying and funny. She finally understood why Iinuma Isao suddenly went crazy. He has lived with his mother in Hokkaido, a sparsely populated area, since he was a child. From the time he was born until now, he has perhaps never suffered any injustice. He has been a genius since childhood and has never seen anyone better than him, so he has a kind of arrogant complacency. But on the first day in Tokyo, he met himself. The angel's ability was too buggy and it crushed him directly, which made him feel hard to accept. Although he didn't say it, he definitely wanted to compete with him in his heart. So after he chopped himself down with a sword, he felt that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped, and Iinuma boy was invincible again. I was very happy, and I suddenly realized, what a lucky guy. Huacheng Irai smiled helplessly, got up and went back to his room, took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Isao Iinuma had already finished practicing sword skills and was grinning at the swordsmanship mastery LV7 in the system. The rain hitting the cherry blossoms in the courtyard has a unique flavor. I don't know how long it was, but I suddenly heard a noise. Iinuma Isao turned around and saw that it was Hanashiro Irai who was carrying tea and snacks. Happy. After the angel put the tray down, he put his legs together and knelt down. As a girl, she couldn't sit cross-legged like Iinuma Isao, as that would appear rude and impolite. I hope you will forgive my mistakes. Iinuma Isao apologized with a smile. I will remember this stab wound and repay you double in the future. Hanashiro Irai said with a serious expression. Should I buy a gift to make amends? Asked Iinuma Isao. No, that's too good for you. Huacheng Irai put his hand on his chin and said calculatively. Iinuma Isao felt a little helpless and a little amused. Compared to the mysterious angel, he prefers this down-to-earth girl. How do you want me to make amends? The boy spoke in a casual tone, sounding as if he could do whatever the girl wanted. I want to lock you up in the basement and torture you severely with whips, candles, and everything else. It makes you down to earth, but it doesn't make you grounded. Change to a normal one. Iinuma Isao said unhappily. I'm going to torture you, said the angel pettily. How about I buy you a bouquet of the most beautiful flowers from the largest flower shop in Minami Ayama every day? Flowers alone are not enough. You must also write down your apology and your admiration for me. Write something different every day and don't repeat it within a year. Then I will forgive you. What a hassle. Aren't all women like this? You are an angel. Angels are not women. You are right. In this way, Iinuma Isao, who stabbed the angel early in the morning, can spend the next year honing his love letter writing skills. By the way, tell me about the decline of the Huacheng family. Well, where do I start? Amid the spring rain and falling cherry blossoms, the angel's clear and melodious voice could be heard from far away. Soon after the penalty on Huacheng Construction was announced, Huacheng Construction's cash ran out. The former head of Huacheng family got some financing from the Red Tie Group, but he was also targeted by them because of this. Not only were the loans high-interest loans, but he also inadvertently became addicted to drugs. The old patriarch was a very proud person and didn't dare let others know that he was taking drugs. When the drug addiction strikes, he can only go to the Red Snapper Group for arms, and during this time he signs a large number of agreements to sell assets at a low price while in a state of confusion. Half of the family property was lost, the eldest daughter was forced to accept her husband who married into the family, and the daughter-in-law unfortunately died in her attempt to protect her. After the old patriarch died, they used the same method to control the second son. For the Huacheng family, The past 2 years have been like a nightmare from which they could not wake up. Hey, stop, stop, stop. Hearing the angel's story about how miserable his family was, Iinuma-san suddenly caught the key point and asked in confusion, "You are so powerful, how could you watch your family fall into such a situation? This shouldn't be the case. You don't look like a cold-hearted person." Hanashiro Irai said calmly, "I am not good at fighting." What a simple and unpretentious reason. Besides, I only acquired my superpowers recently, Hanashiro Irai added, suddenly awakened. Well, it's not that sudden. It should be triggered by my mother's death. What do you mean? After my mother died, some of her memories suddenly appeared in my mind, and my body also had some abnormalities. Huacheng Irai picked up the porcelain cup on the tray and took a sip of tea. Her bright eyes inadvertently swept across his face, and she said half-jokingly, "In my mother's memory, there are things about you and Aunt Xingzi." "What is it?" asked Iinuma Isao curiously. The smile on Hanashiro Irai's face became more and more beautiful, but in the eyes of Iinuma Isao, it became more and more hateful. After laughing for several seconds, her expression disappeared like turning the pages of a book, and she said emotionlessly, "I won't tell you." Childish. Iinuma Isao turned his head away with no interest at all. "Damn you funny guy, sooner or later I will find fun in you, just wait. I have summarized 3 points. If we can achieve all of them, our family's problems will be solved." Chapter 20. But Iinuma-san, you are very cute. The rain got heavier. In the white rain, the cherry blossoms in the courtyard gradually disappeared. Huacheng Irai watched the rainfall and summed up 3 important key points to save the Huacheng family. 1. We can't let Huacheng Xingzi get exhausted. 2. The capital chain cannot be broken. 3. The threat posed by the Red Snapper Group must be completely resolved. First of all, it's not a big problem. Iinuma Isao knows how to take care of his body and will definitely not let Hanashiro Anzi get exhausted. The second point is not a big problem either. Huacheng Construction Company currently has 3 projects that are not completed. A resort in Gunma Prefecture, a high-end hotel in Kanagawa Prefecture, and the municipal hospital in Hachioji City, Tokyo. The resort project still has more than 2 years to go before the delivery deadline stipulated in the contract, so there is still ample time. The progress of the high-end hotel was seriously delayed because most of the contractors who chose to force confessions, led by Saburo Tanaka, were from this side. After the 2 sides had a falling out at the funeral, it was basically confirmed that the project would lose money. The reason why Huacheng Xingzi dared to break up with her was because of the 3rd project. The Hachioji Municipal Hospital project has an agreed delivery date of April 30th and has now entered the final stage of laying water and electricity pipes. The project has invested a total of nearly 20 billion yen. According to the contract, Party A needs to deliver the 3rd phase of 6 billion yen to Party B within 1 month after the project is delivered, and the remaining balance of the project needs to be delivered within half a year. For Huacheng Construction, whose cash flow is almost exhausted, the 6 billion yen that can be obtained before May 30th is a life-saving money. This money will allow Huacheng Xingzi to survive the last 3 months of the ban and avoid the situation where its mortgaged assets are sold at a low price due to its inability to repay bank loans. There is another more important point. The hospital is a municipal hospital and a government project. Companies like Huacheng Construction, which have been involved in political donation scandals, are considered tainted companies. If a company defaults on a project it has previously won, it will basically have no chance of participating in government bidding in the future. This is a consequence that no large company can afford. Because the hospital project is so important, the suppliers involved in the project are only the most core ones and the suppliers with the best relationships. The Miyazawa family, who were responsible for the supply and installation of the final water and electricity pipelines, were old friends of the head of the Huacheng family who had a half-life friendship. If the Miyazawa family also turns against us, then I can only say that the Huacheng family is doomed. In other words, our real difficulty is the 3rd point. Iinuma Isao showed a thoughtful expression. Huacheng Irai crossed her arms, with a proud and elegant smile on her beautiful face. "I won't bother you with that." "What do you mean?" Iinuma Isao looked up in confusion. Huacheng Irai smiled elegantly and said, "Of the 3 points, you are responsible for point 1, Auntie is responsible for point 2, and I am responsible for point 3. By the way, after you finish point 1, come and help me complete point 3. Can you?" Iinuma Isao questioned. "That's Jadao. You're a scum with a combat power of only 5, so don't go and give yourself away. I've been preparing for a while." Hanashiro Irai smiled proudly. "I can't tell. Iinuma-san, let me teach you your first lesson in life." "What?" Huacheng Irai straightened his chest and taught him a lesson with a contemptuous smile. "When you are determined to do something, You should remain calm on the surface but be surging in your heart. You should always be alert to maintain a steady and solid pace and don't drift. You should always keep your eyes sharp and don't forget your original intention. Oh, Iinuma Isao exclaimed. Looking at the beautiful girl who was covered in holy light and looked like a saint, he said sincerely, I really hope to see you get kidnapped by the villains and locked in the basement with a look of despair, and then I will be the hero to save you. Absolutely not. Huacheng Irai flicked her long hair and smiled confidently. Isao Iinuma admitted that this woman was cute, which was an ironclad fact, just as he was handsome, but, could you please stop trying to be cool in front of me? Your ability is so abnormal, you must have no close friends. He thought somewhat maliciously. Then he looked at the angel and found that the angel was also looking at him calmly. In the soft holy light, Hanashiro Irai's face was so exquisite that it was hard to describe. His eyes were bright and clear, as if they contained bright stars and reflected the boy's shadow. Then, the boy smiled boredly and dismissed his inner thoughts. Such a proud, beautiful, and cheerful person probably wouldn't care whether she has friends or not. The rain stopped in the afternoon. Hanashiro Irai went out to collect criminal intelligence on the Red Tie Group. Iinuma Isao wanted to go with her, but she ruthlessly despised him. Iinuma-san, please recognize your place. If I didn't know how to fight, would you have a role in this book? This lady has the script of the heroine. Facing the domineering angel, Iinuma Isao was so angry that he yelled, You are not cute at all. The angel's small and delicate face showed a smile that didn't bother her at all, and she replied, But Iinuma-san, you are very cute. This smile is so hateful. Feeling that he had been humiliated by her, Iinuma Isao went out angrily and bought a full set of dumbbells. I spent the whole afternoon doing weight training in my room while listening to the radio. He had to admit that the angel was the most powerful enemy after his mother. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger and smarter to completely suppress her arrogance. In the evening, Huacheng Xingzi dragged her tired body back home. After dinner, she worked at the desk in front of the fireplace as usual, and the night outside the window was as dark as ink. Isao Iinuma was watching a Spanish video nearby. Huacheng Xingzi holds the financial statement in her hand. But she looked tired and couldn't concentrate on any data. I watched it for a while, but there was really nothing I could do but look out the window as if to relieve my fatigue. Rainy nights in spring are cold and damp. The cold wind and rain came in gusts, and the trees made a mournful whistling sound in the wind, and it sounded like many people were wailing. As if she was thinking of something strange, Huacheng Xingzi's face gradually turned pale. The bitter wind and rain made the windows bang, as if a group of evil spirits surrounded the house, shaking the small building with their fangs and claws. The rain fell on the roof in torrents, low and dense, like the beats of drums in a funeral procession. Listening to the sad howling of wind and rain, Huacheng Xingzi felt as if she had lost a soul. There seemed to be faint sounds of crying in the wind. It was the cries of my father, my brother, and my sister-in-law. She couldn't help shivering and looked around in panic. This home that had once been warm and fragrant now felt strange. The contrast between the warmth of the past and the hopeless future was so overwhelming that Huacheng Xingzi felt overwhelmed. Iinuma Isao, who was watching her from the side, noticed that her condition was deteriorating rapidly. Was it because her sad memories were brought up? You don't look well. Iinuma Isao asked as he stood up. Well, Huacheng Xingzi nodded slightly. This place was haunted and 2 people died a few days ago. She was tormented by the weird atmosphere and hadn't had a good rest for 3 days. Iinuma-san bent down and fanned the fire in the fireplace, making the originally weak flames burn brightly again. Huacheng Xingzi buried her body deeply in the chair and nodded slightly to express her gratitude to him. Then she raised her hand and pointed at the chair next to her, motioning him to move the chair over and sit opposite him. The slender right hand she raised was so white that it was almost transparent. There were no rings on any of her 5 fingers, and they were all pointed, with the pink nails being perfect ovals. Chapter 21. The Widow's Boudoir. Iinuma Isao brought a chair and sat in front of her. Huacheng Anzi looked at him. Her slender green fingers gently lifted the bangs on her forehead, and said expressionlessly, After the mourning period is over, the Red Tie Group will retaliate against us. Then you and Irai can go live with Kuri for a while. Can't I continue to stay with Auntie Anzi? Iinuma Isao asked in annoyance, and at the same time did not forget to improve her impression. I only like Azi, not Li Zi. Huacheng Xingzi's eyelashes trembled. In those tired eyes, there flashed a cold light as if a cold pond had melted, and it was as moving as if a jade sculpture of ice had come to life. But after a moment, the light in her eyes was quickly replaced by indifference, and she murmured, This is to protect you. After saying that, she picked up the opened beer and drank the whole can in gulps. After putting down the empty can, she opened another one. Looking at her slightly blurry eyes, It was obvious that she wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol. The lady looked slightly tipsy, and Iinuma Isao felt something moving. Use the key given by the angel tonight. I'm going back to my room to sleep. He stood up and said goodbye. Huacheng Xingzi hummed lightly. Left alone, she squatted in front of the fireplace and continued to drink. The hem of her kimono was slightly parted, revealing 2 thighs that were bright and tender in the firelight. The 2 little feet, freed from their tiny slippers, were dyed rosy by the flames in the fireplace. The front of her kimono was open, and as she wasn't wearing a bra, a lot of her skin was exposed, and the heat made her skin red like mountain flowers. The young widow looked at the burning firewood with dazed eyes, as if she was completely unaware that her body had been exposed. She felt no pain as the blazing flames burned her skin, and she didn't even notice the young man hiding behind her and watching her. This pitiful look makes people want to give her a hug. There is no sign of the wind and rain stopping tonight. Moisture poured in without restraint, and the walls, floors, and all the furniture felt damp. Even lighting the stove was of no use. Iinuma Isao lay in bed for a long time, and at 12 o'clock, he turned over and got out of bed. It was raining heavily outside, with occasional thunder and lightning. He took the key and quietly slipped from the front yard to the backyard where the owner lived. From the front yard to the backyard, you need to walk through a corridor that runs across the atrium. On the wall hangs a row of white paper lanterns printed with pentagrams. The night is as dark as ink, and the wind and rain are cold. The courtyard was full of mud. Under the light of the lanterns, this place seemed to have become a ruin. The bleak wind and rain add a layer of horror to the scene here, which can strongly stir up people's anxiety. This kind of mansion where someone had just died, coupled with the cold and rainy weather, is a perfect place for some unclean things to come out and move around, and breaking into a widow's door in the middle of the night doesn't seem to be a good thing. But never mind, I just wanted to see if she could get a good night's sleep, not to take advantage of her. Full of righteousness, Iinuma Isao came to the door of the only room in the backyard where the light was still on. I knocked, but there was no response. The lights are on, but no one opens the door. Something's weird. He inserted the key directly, turned it with a click, and slowly opened the door. Aunt Xingzi, I have something to ask you. Before he could finish his words, his brows furrowed. The air in the room was turbid, and the scent of perfume mixed with alcohol lingered for a long time. Empty cans and bottles were scattered everywhere. With only beer and purified water, there were melted chocolate and potato chip crumbs on the table, and washed and unwashed clothes were piled in a mess on the small sofa. A lot of cosmetics had fallen beside the bed, and broken powder was all over the floor. Is this really the ladies' room? Looking at the garbage all over the floor of the room, Iinuma Isao fell into deep thought. The level of dirtiness is shocking. Who came in? Huacheng Xingzi's voice was not so cold anymore. Not only is it not aloof, but it sounds a bit silly, like the voice of a drunk. Iinuma Isao looked over at her and found that she was lying on the big bed, which was completely different from her stern and cold image during the day. At this moment, her expression was dazed, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were hazy, and her casual lying posture was charming in a way that was difficult to achieve when she was awake. Auntie Xingzi. Iinuma Isao's eyes were bigger than those of a wild boar in Hokkaido. What? It's Azan. How did you get in? Oh, isn't the door locked? Never mind. Just drink with me. The noble and cold mistress has misty eyes and a rosy face. Why are you so drunk? Iinuma Isao walked over, snatched the beer can from her hand, and said loudly, Don't drink anymore, have a good rest, otherwise you will have a headache tomorrow. Well, don't. Huacheng Xingzi shook her head drunkenly. You only drank this little. You won't be able to sleep and will have nightmares. You know nightmares, they are so scary. I'll give it to you to drink together. After that, she took out a bottle of whiskey from the bedside table. Iinuma Isao grabbed it again. Humph, bad guy. Huacheng Xingzi glared at him angrily and wanted to get another drink, but her hand was held by Iinuma Isao. Auntie, drinking is harmful to your health. But I can't sleep without drinking. Huacheng Xingzi squinted her eyes, trembling all over, and said with a sad smile, Every time I close my eyes, my father and brother ask me for my life. Why are they dead but I am still alive and well? Ha! Iinuma Isao was a little surprised. Madam, such a strong person, could she also be tormented by the dead? During the day, she is noble and majestic, a mistress without any weakness, but at night she regards alcohol as her last straw. Auntie, you can't drink anymore. Iinuma Isao grabbed her hand. I can help. Help me. Huacheng Xingzi narrowed her eyes slightly and said drunkenly, Okay. Azan, please coax me to sleep. Well, Iinuma Isao subconsciously looked at her a few times. Compared with the dignified and strict lady during the day, The lady with her chest and shoulders exposed now is a bit too coquettish. Her graceful figure was too attractive to a teenage boy. Ah Zun, did you think of something weird? In her drunken state, Hua Chengxingzi subconsciously regained some of her dignity from the daytime. With a flushed face, she scolded, "You little brat, Auntie is going to punish you." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and bumped her forehead against the boy's. "Go to sleep quickly, I'll watch you." Iinuma Isao helped her lie down. "I'm not kidding." Hua Chengxingzi grabbed his hand. "You really want me to sleep with you?" "That's exactly what I mean." Hua Chengxingzi squinted her drunken eyes and her voice gradually became weaker. "The smell of verbena on you makes me feel at ease. I really need a good sleep." After that, her breathing gradually weakened. "Well, I do want to, but if you let me sleep all night and do nothing, wouldn't that be harming me?" Iinuma Isao muttered and stood up. The lady's small hand that was holding his wrist suddenly exerted force. Caught off guard, Iinuma Isao fell into the soft bedding and made eye contact with his wife. Their cheeks were only a few centimeters apart. The texture of her sexy red lips could be clearly seen, and her sticky breath mixed with alcohol could be smelled. Chapter 22. A young lion marks his territory. Warm and soft like jade, with a charming fragrance. Hua Chengxingzi's blurry and hazy eyes narrowed completely, and soon the sound of deep sleeping breathing could be heard. Iinuma Isao tried to get out of bed, but his wife still held his wrist tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave like this. "Because you were drunk, you spoke your mind, right?" Looking at the lady's bright red lips, Iinuma Isao seemed to understand why Hanashiro Irai gave him the key. The angel who can hear the voice of one's heart must know that the aunt longed for the sense of security brought by the scent of verbena, but the aunt was not a younger aunt, and could not say such lewd words as "please sleep with me tonight," so he gave him the key to the aunt's room. With the key, he accidentally ran into the drunk Hua Chengxingzi, so they ended up sleeping in the same bed. "You have caused me so much trouble. Your aunt is sleeping soundly now, but I am suffering from insomnia." With a mature and plump old lady by his side, it is really difficult for Iinuma Isao, who relies almost entirely on his mother to teach him about women, to control his wild thoughts. After all, his age is the age when boys have the strongest needs. "Hey, madam, it seems that women at your age have the strongest needs." Iinuma Isao looked at her for a long time. If you look closely, the old lady's sleeping posture is even a little cute. She was sleeping on her side, facing him, in an extremely conservative black kimono with a loose neckline. The white cleavage was clearly exposed in the boy's eyes. Compared to people who always dress boldly, a lady from a conservative family like Hua Chengxingzi is more seductive when her private parts are exposed. "Just a little bit smaller than my mom's." Isao Iinuma gave an unprofessional evaluation. After all, he only has that one reference, and he can't refer to anything else. Then, an uncontrollable devilish thought emerged in his mind. "I wonder how the feeling of being held by my aunt compares to that of being held by my mom. No. How could I take advantage of someone's misfortune like this?" After a fierce battle of thoughts between the angel and the devil in his left ear and right ear, Iinuma Isao shook off the thoughts in his mind and stared at the ceiling in a daze. A serious mistress and a silly aunt who can't cook. A strong and dignified widow, and a fragile old spinster who needs alcohol to fall asleep. From a strong woman who never shows weakness in the face of aggressive opponents, to the little girl who now holds her hand and asks her to sleep with her. These examples embellish a vivid image of a woman. The old lady is cute too. Isn't that right? As Iinuma Isao was thinking about this, his mind was conflicted again. Such a cute and delicious old lady is placed right before your mouth. If I don't ask you to eat it all in one bite, you should at least lick it to taste it, right? No, no. But I am her best friend's son. Which best friend's son can't stand the test of his aunt? After struggling for a long time, Iinuma Isao rolled over and got out of bed. Unable to sleep and afraid that his aunt would wake up halfway through, he simply took out rubber gloves and garbage bags and thoroughly tidied the entire room. After a busy day, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Iinuma Isao took a glass of water, sat on the edge of the bed, and drank it to moisten his throat. It was raining heavily outside the window, with occasional flashes of lightning briefly illuminating the room in a pale white. "Father, father." There was a sudden noise from the sleeping old lady. Iinuma Isao quickly looked over. On the bed, Hua Chengxingzi twisted her body restlessly, her brows furrowed, as if she was having a nightmare. Her face became paler and paler, and transparent beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead, more and more. Iinuma Isao saw that something was wrong, so he quickly lifted the quilt and got in. He put one hand under her waist, hugged her, and held her graceful body tightly against him. "Father." Hua Cheng'anzi's body stopped twisting. The tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, like a bunch of daffodils blooming in the dark night. She soon fell into a deep sleep. Iinuma Isao's nose rested on her slightly fragrant hair, breathing in the alluring scent of a mature young woman. In terms of smell, it's not as good as my mom's. This time, the devil in Iinuma's heart defeated the angel. Under the quilt, one of his hands was around Huacheng Xingzi's waist, and the other hand was touching her long and beautiful legs. The skin on the outside of the thigh is very elastic. There is no fat on the waist and abdomen, and the touch is very tender and smooth. Tilda. While sleeping, Anzi Huacheng moaned in dissatisfaction with being touched. Yours is not bad either. The feel is top-notch. Iinuma Isao withdrew his hand contentedly. Huacheng Xingzi closed her eyes, curled up slightly, and fell asleep like a kitten. She was grabbing the bedsheet with one hand and Iinuma Isao's sleeve with the other, which was extremely cute. Before tonight, Iinuma Isao would never believe that the stern and cold-faced mistress could sleep so cutely in bed. Tilda. Perhaps in response to his thoughts, the sleeping Huacheng Anzi opened her lips slightly and let out a light and long breath like a cat purring. Damn, so cute. Beep Tilda. Beep, beep, beep Tilda. The alarm rang many times, and a white and tender arm stretched out from the quilt and turned off the alarm clock on the bedside table. More than 10 minutes later, Huacheng Xingzi woke up from her sleep. It has been a long time since I slept so comfortably and deeply. After opening my eyes, my vision was blurry and I couldn't focus for a long time. The sun is shining outside the window and it is already early morning. Tilda. She rubbed her temple. I just woke up, my head hurts a bit and my memory is a bit fuzzy. Due to nightmares, Huacheng Xingzi hasn't felt a sense of satisfaction after waking up for a long time. She seemed to have slept all night last night. Although she had a dream in the middle of the night, it was quickly dispelled and did not disturb her sleep. What happened? Huacheng Xingzi leaned against the head of the bed, rubbing her forehead and reminiscing. Last night, after Azan returned to his room, he drank for a while in the front hall. I went back to the room, afraid that I couldn't sleep, so I drank a lot more. At the end, I was a little drunk, the door suddenly opened, and Azan came in, etc. Axon came in last night. Huacheng Xingzi was a little panicked for a moment, but calmed down immediately. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, lifted the quilt and looked at her body. She was wearing the kimono from last night. Although it was wrinkled and her breasts were completely exposed, the belt was still there and there was nothing wrong with her lower body, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Later, she recalled that it was she who was flirting with Fanny Mazan and asked him to accompany her. It's really a mess. Huacheng Xingzi gritted her teeth and scolded herself in a low voice. How dare you show yourself like this in front of a junior? Huacheng Xingzi, you are so shameless. Huacheng Xingzi cursed herself mutteringly, rubbed her temples, and got out of bed dizzy. What happened last night made her feel incredible. Why can I sleep so peacefully until dawn with him by my side? This question has not been answered yet. Looking at her newly renovated room, Huacheng Xingzi fell silent. The furniture was neatly arranged, the floor was as clean as if it had been waxed, and there was not a speck of garbage at all. The old aunt looked left and right, and couldn't help thinking that the little kid was quite attentive and gentle. I was afraid that I would be embarrassed, so I left early in the morning. It looks quite thoughtful this way. In her mind, she recalled the boy's face. At the funeral, the young man who stayed behind her looked like a hero. Compared to that, I seemed to be so useless. Huacheng Xingzi slowly reached out her hand and picked up the hair she had left on the pillow. Then she shook her head, dispelling all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Thousands of words finally turned into just one sentence. Sister Zun is so lucky to have such a son. The next second, she saw herself in the mirror and saw a bright red mark between her chest and collarbone. She rubbed it with her hands. The mark became redder and brighter, like a strawberry imprinted there. It's like a young lion marking its territory. Chapter 23. Auntie is very satisfied with your performance last night. Auntie is very satisfied with your performance last night. Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you +10. Current favorability is 48. Auntie is not happy with you for leaving strawberry marks on her body without her permission. Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you is 10, currently 38. While Isao Iinuma was baking bread in the kitchen, 2 prompts popped up in front of him. His mind instantly recalled his aunt's snow-white and plump body. He licked the corner of his mouth and murmured softly, "Aunt tastes really good." After making breakfast, Huacheng Xingzi washed up, changed into morning clothes and came out. Facing the dazzling sunlight, Iinuma Isao squinted his eyes and greeted warmly, "Good morning, Mum." "Good morning." Huacheng Xingzi said calmly. It was still that indifferent voice that was not affected by external things, as if nothing had happened last night. She sat down and ate her breakfast, treating Iinuma Isao as an invisible person. but she would secretly glance at the boy from time to time. Also, the words, favorability +1, and favorability 1, kept appearing above her head. After breakfast, the favorability rating became 39. Women are so fickle. Iinuma Isao was amazed at her ever-changing mind. By the way, Hua Cheng Xingzi stood at the entrance and turned around and said before leaving, "I won't drink tonight or tomorrow night." These words are profound. In other words, if you drink on the third night, I have to go and accompany you? Do you think I'm a hostess? In order to maintain her image as a dignified mistress in front of Iinuma Isao, Hanashiro Anza said lightly, without giving him time to reply, then put on her clogs and pushed the door open. The palms of my hands and cheeks were sweating slightly because of embarrassment. In the next 2 days, the 3 people in the Huacheng mansion were still busy with their own things. Huacheng Xingzi goes out early and comes back late every day, devoting all her attention to her work. Hanashiro Irai also goes out early and comes back late, dressing up like a star every day and going out, using his superpowers to collect intelligence in places where the red snapper group often appears. Iinuma Isao is in charge of the housework, and send a bouquet of flowers to the angel every day. On the third night, it was another rainy night with thunder and lightning. After dinner, Huacheng Xingzi went back to her room early to avoid embarrassment. Hanashiro Irai stared at Iinuma Isao meaningfully and smiled for a long time. For some reason, Iinuma Isao felt guilty and slipped back to the guest room. Soon, it was midnight again. Iinuma Isao stared blankly at the ceiling, with a sweet but not quite real expectation lingering in his mind. He raised his hand and blew a kiss to the rain outside the window, then turned over and got out of bed, muttering, "She has already invited me, and as a man, there is no reason for me to back down." So, he took advantage of the cover of night and sneaked into the mansion in the backyard. This is a very old Western-style villa with a high ceiling in the hall, exuding a nostalgic smell. The old wooden entrance looks a little dark on rainy days, and the furniture is all in the rustic thick lacquered Polonia style, filled with the old-fashioned atmosphere of the Meiji era. Huacheng Xingzi's room is a suite in the corner of the second floor. He skillfully took out the key to open the door, and when he pushed the door open, Iinuma Isao was shocked by the scene inside. The room was decorated in a classical and luxurious style, with bright lights and many fresh flowers. The temperature was almost like a greenhouse. Huacheng Xingzi, who was already drunk, had a big smile on her face. Iinuma Isao sat down beside her silently and looked at her carefully with curiosity, like a collector appreciating an antique. Although she was wearing a tight kimono, she looked very traditional. But she has soft and straight black hair and fair and delicate skin. She is truly a rare beauty. I felt that the room was so messy last time. It was really embarrassing for me. Huacheng Xingzi said, burping and exhaling a strong smell of alcohol. "So, that's why I bought some flowers to decorate the room." "I don't mind this. You should go to sleep quickly." Iinuma Isao helped her lie down. "You sleep with me." Huacheng Xingzi raised her confused eyes, looked at the boy's face affectionately, took his arm, and leaned against him affectionately, saying, "I didn't sleep a wink the past 2 nights, just waiting for a good sleep tonight." "No wonder your eye bags are so obvious these past 2 days." Iinuma Isao felt a little distressed, so he just lay down. "Well, accent is so good." Huacheng Xingzi touched his head and squinted her eyes happily. Isao Iinuma lay in the soft quilt. The velvet surface was soft and elastic, making him feel as if his whole body was wrapped in softness. And there was the lady's warm body, gently pressing against him. It's a soul-destroying feeling. Another sleepless night. The faint sunlight in the early morning shines on the big bed. Huacheng Xingzi slowly opened her eyes. She felt light and comfortable, her mind was clear, and she had no hangover. Because she wasn't drunk at all last night. Why? With him by my side, I can sleep so comfortably without the help of alcohol. Huacheng Xingzi slowly turned her head and looked at the boy sleeping beside her. He didn't wake up early today, but he didn't do anything clumsy last night either. At this moment, the boy just woke up and their eyes met. For a moment, Huacheng Xingzi felt a little embarrassed. "Good morning, Aunt Auntie." Iinuma Isao greeted as usual. Tilda. Huacheng Xingzi nodded slightly. "I don't care on the surface, but I feel so ashamed inside." The memory of last night slowly emerged. Not only did she take advantage of the alcohol to act coquettishly with the boy, she also said such shameless words as "sleep with me." What a shame. Her palms were slightly sweaty due to shyness and embarrassment. The next second, she withdrew her hand from the boy's palm, but the shyness could not be driven away. "I'm going to take a shower." Huacheng Xingzi looked away, not daring to look him in the eye. Iinuma Isao also knew that she was embarrassed, so he didn't make fun of her. He got out of bed and said with a smile, "I'll make breakfast." After a while, there was the sound of a door opening and closing. This made Hua Chengxingzi feel ashamed again. At the age of 37, she actually slept in the same bed with a boy who could be her son, and who was also the son of her best friend. Although nothing happened, this somewhat daring thing was completely contrary to the traditional education she had received since childhood. After getting out of bed, she subconsciously looked in the mirror. I see myself in the mirror, dressed neatly. Accent did not let her down, but she felt inexplicably unhappy. Hua Chengxingzi walked into the bathroom, picked up the shower head and showered herself from head to toe, as if to wash away the smell of the boy that was clung to her body. But no matter how she washed, she felt as if her body was marked. Only when she is with him does she feel safe. Your body's feelings one lie. What a sin. Hua Chengxingzi had a complicated expression and sighed endlessly. Chapter 24. Knocking on the widow's door again at night. On the 4th day, it was another rainy night. Originally, they were going to go on the 6th day, but Iinuma felt that going once every 3 days was too much trouble. So he decided to bring his big baby with him tonight. The night is as dark as ink, and the wind and rain are cold. In the empty room, Hua Chengxingzi drank a lot of wine and fell asleep. In the blurred vision, the world seems to be upside down. My eyes slowly closed of their own accord. The only sound in my ears was the rain. The big raindrops hit the roof clumsily. Dong, tick, boom, boom, tick, boom. Amid the irregular sound of rain and the mournful cries of night birds, Hua Chengxingzi's gradually fading consciousness gradually became clear again in the fog. Bad memories came flooding back. Father. Amid the sound of rain, Hua Chengxingzi sat up suddenly. There was no one else in the dark room, and I felt so lonely as if I had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The cold wind brought with it gusts of cold rain, making the trees whistle in the darkness, and it sounded like many people wailing or many dying people gasping for breath. What's wrong with me? Hua Chengxingzi curled up her knees, leaned her back against the headboard, and covered her face with her hands. The relatively clean big bed is like a precious boat floating in the ocean of garbage, but it can be destroyed at any time. Every shake of the house and every wail of the wind made her feel as if her soul was being blown away. Sometimes the wind was so strong that it sounded as if someone was crying loudly, and it frightened her so much that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She held her breath and listened carefully. The wind made the house creak, and she couldn't help shivering. She raised her head and looked around in panic as if there was a ghost. She suffered this mental torture almost every night. I can't hold on any longer. The pain in her head grew more and more severe, and Hua Chengxingzi opened her eyes half consciously and half awake. Her whole body went limp, as if she saw ghosts tumbling in the room, and gusts of eerie cold air rushed towards her face. The wind outside the window let out a long wail, like a dying beast groaning in pain. It was a difficult night, a night surrounded by nightmares. She didn't dare close her eyes and could only sit there, waiting for dawn. But the day never seems to come. Click tilde. The door suddenly opened. A handsome young man in a black priest's uniform came in and greeted enthusiastically, "Madam, hello. I am the chief priest of Kamikawa Shrine in Asahikawa, Hokkaido, Iinuma Isao. Do you need exorcism services here?" The light from the corridor lamp filtered through the crack in the door, illuminating the refreshing and dazzling smile on the boy's face, which was very heartwarming. The old lady felt a lump in her throat and almost cried. But Hua Chengxingzi has always been a woman with a distinctive temperament, determination, and calmness, and her hair and clothes are never messy. When she is around others, she will hide all her weaknesses. Iinuma Isao pushed the door open and walked in. The helplessness and confusion in her eyes disappeared instantly the moment she saw him. "Do you need exorcism services?" the boy asked with a smile. There was a gleam in the young woman's eyes, and her lips gradually turned from pale to rosy. But she still didn't smile. The modesty and self-esteem of an older woman prevents her from showing any emotions of dependence in front of a child, as that would be too embarrassing. If you don't object, then you need it. "Ha!" Hua Chengxingzi was stunned. "Madam, I'm here." Iinuma Isao raised his feet, and his figure left the warm yellow background of the corridor lights and entered the dark room, as if he had come from a dream to reality. He was wearing a pure black priest uniform that looked as if it had been dyed with ink, with the emblem of Harum and Kikyo dyed on his kimono jacket. He wore black cloth socks and black wooden clogs on his feet, looking like an authentic Shinto priest. "What are you doing?" Hua Chengxingzi looked confused. Iinuma Isao looked at her seriously and said, "Madam, this mansion has been invaded by evil spirits." "Clam." Hua Chengxingzi looked surprised. "I'm here to help you exorcise the evil spirits." Iinuma Isao took something out of his arms. Hua Chengxingzi looked at it carefully and found that it was a paper banner made of cypress leaves, lilies and talismans strung together with a red string. Can you exorcise evil spirits? She asked curiously. Certainly. Iinuma Isao straightened his chest and said proudly, My mother is the chief priest of Kamikawa Shrine. She taught me a lot of knowledge about exorcism and blessing. When it comes to pretending to be a god, when it comes to exorcism, I am a professional. Your mother was a shrine maiden when she was studying. As if she was recalling her youth, the pretty widow couldn't help but smile at the corners of her delicate mouth. Her face looked very haggard, so her smile looked pitiful. It turns out that my mother started playing tricks when she was in school. Iinuma Isao looked at my aunt and thought that it was no wonder that she was so skilled in defrauding old men and women out of their money. After a while, Huacheng Xingzi put away her smile and looked at the boy calmly and indifferently. You said that my house has been invaded by evil spirits. What should I do to drive it out? Iinuma Isao stared at her with sharp eyes and grinned. Of course, do it. What will I pay you? Of course, I maxed out my favorability towards me. Iinuma Isao looked at his aunt, smiled gently and obediently, and said, Aunt Kyoko taking me in is the best reward. Huacheng Xingzi nodded silently. She didn't believe in ghosts and gods at first, but the nightmares one after another made her vaguely look forward to what was going to happen next. I'm coming. Against the backdrop of his black clothes, black hat, and black gauze tassel, the young man picked up the cypress leaf. There are evil spirits in the mountains, evil ghosts in the house. They block the roads and bring suffering to the people. I respectfully ask Amaterasu to come here and quickly bind the evil spirits. The boy waved a paper streamer, and the leaves and lilies collided with each other in the air, making the sound of pigeons flapping their wings. He first waved the paper streamer over the widow's head left, right, and left a few times to clean the young woman's body, and then gently brushed the paper streamer across her face. Huacheng Xingzi's pupils gradually dilated. The paper streamer brushed against my cheek, bringing a cool feeling. The body, exhausted from lack of rest, seemed to be washed by an invisible stream of pure air, like a gurgling stream of clear and cool spring water. The ominous substance that was entangled with her seemed to be slowly being washed away and moving away. Iinuma Isao waved paper streamers, and the sound of chanting incantations gradually grew louder. Quickly subdue the monsters blocking this place. All the soldiers who are coming to fight will line up in front of us. The boy suddenly took a step back. His sparkling eyes emitted a clear and sharp light in the dim room. The pupils glowed with a black light. In a trance, Huacheng Xingzi seemed to feel that the gods were watching her. He knocks on his heart. As she thought of this, she felt a wonderful sense of ease in her mind, and a peaceful sleep finally came over her. Chapter 25. Let's go to bed. It's not the first time. Iinuma Isao's hands moved vertically 5 times and horizontally 4 times in the air. As a half-baked priest, he had already recited all the sentences he knew, and then he had to make them up on the spot. Aunt Xingzi doesn't understand anyway. Dosentama Harasheo Sabhadra Subhadrata Hanaman. The boy was mumbling some made-up Sanskrit words while holding a paper banner high above his head, swaying with beautiful colors. His posture is dignified and elegant, full of mystery. The lily held high swayed dangerously, moving sideways, merging, and separating as he waved it. The flowers broke through the darkness, leaving behind trembling, delicate white lines. The originally delicate petals looked so sharp, like dancing blades. The scene before her eyes was filled with an indescribable divinity, which gradually intoxicated Huacheng Xingzi. She had never seen such a beautiful ritual to exorcise evil spirits, and it was a ritual held for herself alone. An indescribable shyness appeared on the young widow's face, and blood rushed to her white cheeks. Her mind was in a mess. The movement trajectory of the lilies in front of her mixed with the bamboo sword that the boy held in his hand during the day. The bamboo sword turned into lilies, the lilies turned into a white sword blade, and the sword blade finally turned into a bamboo sword. The boy seemed to be dancing. An ominous aura, an empty divinity, the secularity gathered on the boy's skin, the senses mixed together, exuding an extremely strong fragrance of existence in the room. The rain hit the window, making a snapping sound. After playing for about 10 minutes, Iinuma Isao tried all the tricks he learned from his mother. When he ran out of tricks, he stopped and looked at the widow on the bed with a gentle gaze. You have shown a unique divinity. Huacheng Xingzi's favorability towards you has increased by 10. The current favorability is 49. It's all over, isn't it? A slightly hoarse but still unique voice came out of her mouth. All right, If things don't go well, I'll be exposed. Iinuma Isao placed his hands on his chest, bent down and bowed. When he raised his head, he showed a healthy and dazzling youthful smile. The evil spirit has been eliminated. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Huacheng Xingzi turned her head subconsciously to recognize his face. Her feet, which were exposed outside the quilt, couldn't help but curl up their toes. Those toes with pink nails are all crystal clear and round, like delicate and cute little meatballs. If you hold them in your mouth and taste them, they must be very delicious. After a while, the little feet seemed to realize that they were being stared at, and they cautiously retracted into the quilt. You little brat, could you stop being so familiar? Accent. Huacheng Xingzi leaned against the head of the bed and spoke. What? Tell me about your life with Sister Zun in Hokkaido. No problem. Isao Iinuma sat down on the other side of the bed and told her some interesting stories about life in Hokkaido. In the summer, I go to the river to catch fish and shrimps in the winter. I go into the mountains to dig out squirrel nests in spring and autumn. I go to the homes of wild boars and black bears to find trouble. I go to the fields to plant crops, participate in rural festivals, grow freely between the mountains and the sea, snuggle up with my mother, and talk about the future. During the conversation, the boy described himself as a simple country boy with a straightforward and kind character. His handsome face showed purity, a rare and beautiful quality in the world. He was bragging, of course, but these words stirred up an indescribable feeling in Huacheng Xingzi's heart. He expressed all the passionate impulses of the young man. The lady, who lived in the big city wearing a mask every day, had not encountered such sincere and simple feelings for a long time, so she was even more eager for this sweet taste. She couldn't help but gaze at the boy's lively, expressive face and admire his noble optimism. This young man's self-confidence has not been destroyed by the cruelty of life, and his simple outlook on life has not been polluted by ambition and vanity. He is a rare and precious young man. That's the filter. If she knew that Iinuma Isao was actually trying to improve her favorability, she would probably want to trample him to death. It was soon early morning again. Happiness and sleepiness mixed together, and Huacheng Xingzi felt like she had turned into a little squirrel hiding in a tree hole. There was a blanket of snow outside, and as soon as the boy left the tree hole, she would fall into a warm hibernation. Auntie Xingzi, let's go to bed. Good. Huacheng Xingzi responded dazedly, her eyes completely narrowed. After 2 seconds, his eyelids fluttered open again, and he stared at Iinuma Isao in amazement. What did you say? Let's go to bed. Iinuma Isao replied with a smile. A look of panic instantly appeared on Huacheng Xingzi's face. The last time we slept together, she was drunk, so she could convince herself. But this time she was awake. So embarrassing. Although the evil spirits have been eliminated, the night is still long. I am afraid they will come back again, so I am here to accompany you tonight. Iinuma Isao said this as he took off his clothes. Huacheng Xingzi's eyes gradually became angry. Snort. I just developed a crush on you and you can't wait to take off your clothes, you stinky pig's trotter. There's some verbena left on this dress, which has a calming effect. You can cover yourself with it and sleep. Iinuma Isao threw the priest's dress he had taken off to her, and took out a quilt from the bedside table and slept under the bed. He looked up at her and said, I've made a bed on the floor below. Huacheng Xingzi turned her face away in shame. There were tiny, crackling sounds coming from the dark room as the young man made his bed and went to sleep, groaning in satisfaction. Hearing the noise, Huacheng Xingzi felt a little confused. The slightly cold night breeze blew across her face, and her cheeks felt hot as fire. The priest's uniform, still carrying the boy's body temperature, emitted a faint fragrance. This scent can calm the mind. I actually have to rely on a child to get a good night's sleep. In the darkness, the young woman's beautiful eyes were filled with charming shyness. She covered her nose with her clothes and carefully poked her face out from the edge of the bed, her eyes secretly glancing at the floor. This peeping look is very cute. The boy didn't sleep, but was waiting for her with a smile, as if he knew she would come out to look. Her brows furrowed slightly. This look is very serious. Of course, still so cute. Go to bed quickly. Huacheng Xingzi displayed the majesty of a mistress. Good. Iinuma Isao smiled and reached out to rub her head. Huacheng Xingzi was startled and retracted her head back into her rabbit hole like a frightened little rabbit. The room was silent for a moment, and she muttered a warning, Don't touch your elders. Okay. Iinuma Isao replied lazily. Axon, please take care of me. As soon as she finished speaking, Huacheng Xingzi covered her face with the priest's uniform. After a moment, she said again, Go to bed, it's not the first time. Okay. Iinuma Isao jumped onto the bed in an instant and reached out to grab it. The old aunt's warm and soft body was suddenly held in his arms. The soft night, the fragrant aroma. Chapter 26. How to release the excess energy of adolescent boys. In the following days, the old lady's physical feelings lingered in Iinuma Isao's mind, and he could not forget them for a long time. Not only that, every time he practiced swordsmanship, her noble and pretty figure always seemed to appear vaguely in front of his eyes. As if my soul had been hooked away, My heart was always concerned about that graceful figure, and I always felt her subtle fragrance lingering around me. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Strange, mysterious, heartfelt, and confusing. It will make you intoxicated and restless. Hey, tell me, am I in love? In the corridor in front of the tea room, Iinuma Isao asked the angel this. The angel ignored him. The open space in front of the tea house is a garden with various flowers. A group of nimble little birds were perching on the branches of the cherry trees, and on the sunny side of the roof, a big cat was squinting its eyes to bask in the sun. In the vague morning light, the ethereal and elegant angel is busy working. She was wearing a long-sleeved denim overalls, cream cotton trousers, and stained tennis shoes. She looks like a florist. Iinuma Isao looked more closely and found that she was wearing white work gloves and working with a small shovel. These ordinary-looking clothes were one size too big, and it looked like they were not hers. But the inappropriate size did not affect the angel's natural and unpretentious temperament. She did not look like a rich lady, but more like the daughter of a real flower farmer. Hey, did you hear my question? Iinuma Isao raised his voice. Iinuma-kun, stop talking nonsense like that. You don't deserve love. However, I can clearly point out that you have a natural charm for women. I hope you take care of yourself. It will be of great benefit to you in the future. At this point, the angel raised his head and looked at the eaves thoughtfully. If a man wants to rise to the top, relying on a woman is the most labor-saving shortcut. To be honest, this is exactly my ideal. Iinuma Isao answered half jokingly and half seriously. It's just that I lack experience in this area. Is there any book I can refer to? Do you want to succeed or fail? 1 copy each. The Red and the Black by Stendhal, and a Bel Amigo by Maupassant. I will definitely read it carefully. Iinuma Isao bowed seriously, holding his bamboo sword, and continued to practice swordsmanship under the falling cherry blossoms. When I get tired of practicing, I read a book or listened to Spanish radio. Occasionally, I would admire the cherry blossoms and have snacks with the angels on the eaves. The two of them are becoming more and more like old friends who have known each other for many years and can talk about anything without any restrictions. Two people who had only known each other for a week seemed to have a sense of intimacy between them, as if they could feel trust, intimacy, and admiration from each other. Iinuma Isao didn't know why, but Hanashiro Irai knew. But the angel didn't tell him. The angel wants to keep the secret to himself. March passed quickly and April arrived. The relationship between Iinuma Isao and Hanashiro Anzi has progressed from sleeping once every 3 days to once every day. As night fell, Huacheng Xingzi turned her back to the door, silently looking at the night scene outside the window. I don't know how long it had been, but when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the door opened gently. Then someone tiptoed onto his bed and lay down beside him. The man didn't say anything, but the faint scent of verbena actually exposed his identity. Huacheng Xingzi thinks this is very immoral. But she can't leave him. As the mistress, she must get enough sleep to ensure that her body and mind are in the best condition so as to deal with the crisis that may come at any time. As for Iinuma Isao, he is very distressed now. My wife's favorability is stuck at 49, almost reaching 50. And his wife slept well, but he started to suffer from insomnia. The night was quiet. Huacheng Xingzi's breathing became more and more steady, and she soon fell asleep. God, please have mercy on my young body. It's about to explode, Iinuma Isao cried out in his heart. The soft night, Aunt Xingzi's soft and boneless body, and the faint body fragrance stimulated him, making him dazed and increasingly unconscious. In a blurry, ambiguous state where he couldn't tell whether he was awake or asleep, he vaguely came to another place. Zun, do you like it? Gradually, a figure appeared in front of me. It was Huacheng Xingzi. She was wearing a bikini that covered very little area, and she looked at herself with flushed cheeks, revealing her seductive curves. Her belly was beautiful, her thighs were sexy, and her fair skin was gleaming in the sun. This dress is so embarrassing. Huacheng Xingzi twisted her body, put one hand across her chest and covered her lower body with the other hand, trying to hide her proud body. But such shy body language and facial expressions make him look even more erotic. I like it. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but take a step forward. As a result, he slipped and fell to the ground. Hey, be careful. Huacheng Xingzi pounced on him all of a sudden. The mature and unique fragrance immediately filled Iinuma Isao's nostrils. Okay, don't move. Auntie will do it herself. Huacheng Xingzi's bright red lips gently caressed his cheeks and neck. Ah, Auntie. His face flushed, his heart beat fast, and his body felt very hot. Something that had been dormant for more than 10 years was about to be awakened. Axon is still a pure little man, really interesting. Huacheng Xingzi bit his earlobe gently with her red lips and sat up. Leave it to Auntie next, I promise to make you beautiful. Then, Iinuma Isao opened his eyes from the bed. The time is April 3rd, 8:30 in the morning. It was a sunny day outside the window. The bright sunlight shone on the big bed, making the foreheads of both people sparkle. Iinuma Isao turned his head and looked at Hanashiro Anko, who was sleeping beside him. Coincidentally, Huacheng Xingzi also opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little hazy, as if she was recalling the afterglow of the beautiful dream just now, followed by a little shyness, but soon she put on a poker face again. I'm going to take a shower. Huacheng Xingzi said coldly. That warm body left the bed. I'll go prepare breakfast. Isao Iinuma walked away with his back bent and his body hunched. Huacheng Xingzi seemed to notice something and her face turned red instantly. That morning, 5 pairs of underwear were hung out to dry in the Huacheng family's mansion, with 1 extra pair for men and 1 for women. Damn, am I falling for this old woman's trick? Iinuma Isao fell into deep doubt. He slept in the same bed with his wife for several days, and he felt the fragrance of her body and her soft and warm skin were indescribable. He also frankly admitted that his feelings towards his wife had become more subtle. But why is it that my liking for you is growing day by day, but you are stuck at 49? Are you fishing for me? Huacheng Xingzi, what are you going to use to repay the favor you owe me? Iinuma-zun was thinking about all sorts of random things and made 3 bowls of ramen. When the noodles were served, Huacheng Xingzi just came out. The mourning period had passed, but she still wore a black kimono all day long. She looked solemn but also dull. Her meticulous appearance and dignified and strict demeanor were no different from those during mourning. Come and have breakfast. Iinuma Isao put down the noodles. Huacheng Xingzi sat down as if nothing had happened. Judging from her expression, she had recovered from her morning gaffe and her mood was not affected. You took a shower too? Huacheng Xingzi suddenly noticed that his hair was wet. Tilda. Iinuma Isao lowered his head and ate noodles. Huacheng Xingzi's bright eyes moved, and she recalled the scene in the morning. Probably knowing why he took a shower, she was too embarrassed to ask, so they both ate noodles in silence. The atmosphere seems a bit awkward. Like a couple having a quarrel? Perhaps she felt the atmosphere was awkward, so after finishing her noodles, Huacheng Xingzi wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and left in a hurry, ending this strange atmosphere. After getting in the car, she turned on her phone and searched 2 questions she had never thought about before. What gift is good for boys? How to release the excess energy of adolescent boys. Chapter 27. Adults. You should watch things that adults watch. The next morning, when the sunlight shone on the bed, Iinuma Isao opened his eyes. The woman next to me has already gotten up. She sat in front of the dressing mirror, a hair tie in her mouth, her hands reaching behind her head to fix her hair. This action is very girly. Did I wake you up? Huacheng Xingzi asked softly. Without. Iinuma Isao yawned and got out of bed. I have. Then I'll go first. Iinuma Isao pushed the door open and left. Huacheng Xingzi, who was about to give him the gift, suddenly froze. Idiot. I won tea, give it to you. While eating breakfast, Iinuma Isao felt that she seemed a little unhappy. Could it be that she got numb from sleeping on her arm last night? But don't you always put pressure on me? I'm not angry. Why are you angry? After finishing breakfast, the angel suddenly said, I overheard that the Red Snapper Group will launch a revenge operation tomorrow. You and your aunt must be careful. This time it is presided over by their eldest son himself, but unfortunately I didn't hear the specific plan. Receive. Isao Iinuma is rubbing his hands in anticipation and can't wait. The next morning, Isao Iinuma woke up early, jumped out of bed, opened the window, and took a deep breath of fresh air. The weather is very nice today. The rooftops were bathed in brilliant morning light, while the sky was shrouded in a soft, light blue morning mist, as if a transparent veil was floating in the wind. Such good weather is suitable for doing big things. I'm going to take a shower, you go out first. Huacheng Xingzi said this and walked into the bathroom. But when she came out of the shower, the boy was still in bed. Why are you here? The old lady's cheeks quickly became hot. The blush brought out by the hot water seeps out from under the skin and is very bright. Iinuma Isao reacted very quickly and turned his head to look out the window with a relaxed look on his face. Why are you pretending now? Huacheng Xingzi said unhappily. If you say so, then I want to be polite. Iinuma Isao immediately turned his gaze back. The tall and plump woman was wrapped in nothing but a bath towel. The snow-white skin was steaming with a light rosy hue, like a pink rose on a summer morning. The bath towels were really not big. Everything from her chest to her thighs was exposed to the air. The scene is very erotic. No wonder she, an old virgin, is shy. Huacheng Xingzi, who had just looked down on his pretense, now felt uncomfortable again and shouted at him, "Okay, go away." Iinuma Isao's eyes fell on her face. "I'll wait for Auntie Kyoko to go together." "What's there to wait for? You're not a child anymore." The old lady glared at him. Iinuma Isao said happily, "But how old am I?" Hua Cheng Xingzi ignored him. She walked towards the dressing table barefoot, the hem of her bath towel swaying slightly at her thighs. The snow-white and round thighs showed an attractive luster under the light, as if water could be squeezed out with a light pinch. As he looked at them, Iinuma Isao silently compared these legs with his mother's. As expected, the conclusion is that my mother has a slight advantage. Well, I seem to have been bewitched by my own mother. What should I do? Hua Cheng Xingzi came to sit at the dressing table, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, with water droplets seeping down. As soon as she picked up the hairdryer, Iinuma Isao came up behind her and snatched it away. "Let me help you blow it." "Just behave yourself," Hua Cheng Xingzi said unhappily. Iinuma Isao nodded sincerely. "Don't worry, Auntie, I am the most obedient one." "I don't believe you at all." Hua Cheng Xingzi moved her body. The delicate buttocks under the short bath towel bounced a few times as if they were flattened dough as the body moved. She took out her cosmetics from the cupboard and began to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Amid the gentle roar of the hairdryer, Iinuma Isao blew her hair, occasionally looking down. The lady's sacred and inviolable body was slightly leaning against the back of the chair, and he looked down at her from above. There's no such thing as a collar on a bath towel. Looking down, you can see the towering snow-capped mountains and the smooth thighs that are exposed from the hem. After all, Thord is an adult. Adults should watch things that adults watch, so Iinuma Isao feasted his eyes. Noticing his gaze through the mirror in front of her, Hua Cheng Xingzi's neck turned slightly red, and she muttered silently in her heart, "Is my body too much for a young man full of blood and vigor?" Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look down. Even at this age, her breasts still look great. When you wear bras and clothes on a daily basis, the size is not so intuitive. Now wrapped only in a bath towel, without the restraint of clothes and bra, her seductive curves are so full and plump that it is breathtaking. Am I this big? For a moment, Hua Cheng Xingzi felt a little ashamed. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt inside, she always showed an indifference. Iinuma Isao looked at it for a while, and after his hair was dried, he looked away. He also has reasons. When you stare into the abyss is also tempting you. If you look at it for a few more seconds, your face will be sucked in. Hua Cheng Xingzi looked in the mirror, evenly applied liquid foundation on her cheeks, and then began to apply powder. The movement of her slender jade fingers was very beautiful, and her 10 oval fingers shone like gems under the light. She didn't care that her original beauty was covered up. Iinuma Zun's eyes moved from her delicate collarbone up to her face in the mirror. Looking at the fatigue between her brows that could not be concealed by makeup, he sighed. "You are really exhausted to the limit." He was sure that only someone who was truly exhausted physically and mentally would be like this. Hua Cheng Xingzi's fingertips, which were rubbing her face delicately, froze slightly, and then continued to move smoothly, and said calmly and firmly, "What do children know?" In her eyes, Iinuma Isao was just a child. "Only children need someone to sleep with them," said Iinuma Isao incisively. Hua Cheng Xingzi's fingertips stiffened again. After a moment, she took a deep breath, took out an eyebrow pencil and drew her eyebrows in front of the mirror, saying, "We have only known each other for a short time. Don't think you are so important. Without you, I have lived well until I was 37 years old." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Why does the tone sound like a boyfriend and girlfriend having a quarrel? Oh my God. Why should I bother with him? In the mirror, the old lady's eyes gradually turned cold. "You are staying here with me. I am only responsible for providing you with a place to live and food to eat for the next 3 years. I am also obligated to ensure your safety." While talking, Hua Cheng Xingzi was also drawing her eyebrows, looking at the mirror calmly and coldly. "Don't think that a child like you can do anything big. Just stay at home honestly. Not everyone in this society is kind and merciful." Iinuma Isao thought about it and said nothing. For such a proud lady, it's useless to say anything impressive. You have to conquer her with actual performance. Chapter 28. The comfortable feeling of having your feet massaged is so addictive. Under the dim light, a beautiful lady was dressing herself in front of the mirror, her long black hair hanging down to her waist like silk. Her expression was serene and sad, and she used her slender hands to draw her beautiful indigo eyebrows in the mirror, which looked like distant mountains. The movements are elegant and lonely. "Are you going to the company today?" Iinuma Isao suddenly asked. Hua Cheng Xingzi nodded lightly. If she wasn't going to the company, there was no need for her to put on makeup. "You need more rest now." Iinuma Isao shook his head. Hua Cheng Xingzi frowned slightly. "I'm fine." Iinuma Isao looked serious as he looked at her face in the mirror and said earnestly, "You worry too much and suffer from night sweats and insomnia, which makes you physically exhausted. Your exhausted body makes you even more depressed." Huacheng Xingzi raised her eyebrow slightly, looked at him, and said nothing. In the past 6 months, she has indeed suffered from insomnia and night sweats. It is difficult for her to fall asleep at night, and she will be awakened by nightmares soon after falling asleep. During the day, he has to deal with all the company's affairs, and he also has to be extremely alert to the conspiracy of the Red Snapper Group, so he has no time to close his eyes. She tried sleeping pills, but they didn't help much. Only with him. "Wouldn't it be fine if you could sleep with me every night from now on?" Of course, Huacheng Xingzi would never say such shameless and dirty words. She would only look in the mirror and say in a dignified voice, "I still have a lot of official business to deal with. I can't rest too much." "I see. Got it." Iinuma Isao grabbed the chair and turned it so that she was facing him, then slowly squatted down. "Since you want to continue working, all I can do is help you take care of your body." As he said that, he lifted up Huacheng Xingzi's feet. The old lady's legs are straight and long, fleshy yet well proportioned, and her legs are in a good shape. The calves feel plump and great to the touch. The jade feet are crystal clear, slender, and tender, and you can't help but grab them and play with them just by looking at them. At this moment, she was leaning against the back of her chair, with a cool aura. She looks better when she's angry. After all, she is a gorgeous woman. She has delicate and beautiful facial features, fair skin, and most importantly, she has the temperament of a rich lady. Those narrow and long phoenix eyes are the finishing touch, as if they are magnetic, and it is easy to fall into them, even though she herself does not want her charm to be that great. "Auntie, I'm going to start." Iinuma Isao held her sprained right ankle. "Start what?" Huacheng Xingzi's voice was calm, with a hint of anger in it. With her proud personality, how could she be in a good mood when a little kid played with her feet time and time again? "Enjoy it, Auntie." "What are you doing?" Huacheng Xingzi's expression changed. The ankle struggled a bit, but was held tightly by Iinuma Isao. "This isn't the first time. Stop being awkward." Huacheng Xingzi's expression changed. After a moment, she sank back in the chair, turned her face away from him, and acquiesced to his behavior. The ankle has healed already, but the comfortable feeling of having her feet massaged made her unable to stop. Iinuma Isao gently lifted up her right foot. Her little foot was well maintained, as pink and tender as a young girl's jade foot. It felt soft and delicate as soon as he touched it. Huacheng Xingzi really hates touching other people's skin, especially private parts like feet, let alone being touched. No one would even notice them. But when Iinuma Isao held her feet, rubbed, pinched and played with them, she accepted it very naturally in her heart, without any feeling of disgust. After all, we have been lying in the same bed together for so many days. When she thought of this, Huacheng Xingzi couldn't help but feel a strange sense of charm in her heart. But Iinuma Isao didn't think so much. He concentrated on massaging her sprained ankle, then reached out and lifted her left leg over his knee. "Stretch your left leg. Don't be so tired." Huacheng Xingzi gave him a fierce look, then quickly lowered her eyelids. "Are you shy?" "It should be." Unfortunately, Iinuma Isao had no time to appreciate her expression at the moment, because the old lady's feet were as delicate as a young girl's, and the touch was so exquisite that he forgot about her mother. Of course, unlike my mother's strong and elastic legs, Aunt Xingzi's legs appear more like a delicate woman, with a unique charm. Huacheng Xingzi clenched her teeth and leaned on the sofa without saying a word. Her beautiful cherry lips were tightly pursed. That beautiful and pure face, like a fairy descending from heaven, showed neither anger nor joy, except for a hint of shame and annoyance that occasionally emerged from the depths of her eyes. However, as the massage progressed, the pain in her ankle disappeared and a feeling of comfort gradually came over her, and her expression became gradually intoxicated. Slowly, she relaxed completely. For a woman, feet are equivalent to chastity, but her feet were placed on Iinuma Isao's thighs, allowing him to knead them. The atmosphere isn't like that of elders and juniors, but rather like that of a gigolo serving his older wife who has been tired after a day's work. It's harmonious and ambiguous at the same time. The room gradually became quiet. The cherry blossoms outside the window swayed beautifully in the spring breeze. "How do you feel?" asked Iinuma Isao. Huacheng Xingzi didn't say anything, but looking at her expression with her eyes squinting comfortably, she must be very comfortable. "What about this place?" Iinuma Isao pressed on the Yongquan acupoint. Tilda. Huacheng Xingzi groaned but still said nothing. "I'll use a little more force." Iinuma Isao pushed upward with his middle finger. Instantly, Huacheng Xingzi raised her leg and kicked his chest with her toes. "Slow down. It hurts." Her voice became a little hoarse, with a hint of delicate charm, which was very pleasant to hear. This is the reaction you should get when you massage your feet. Iinuma Aisao smiled and continued to press harder. Huacheng Xingzi gritted her teeth, grasped the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands, and curled up her crystal-clear toes to resist the numbness and pain. The noble mistress was no longer able to maintain her dignity, and subtle and seductive moans continued to emanate from her delicate nose. The muffled groan fell into Iinuma Aisao's ears and was clearly audible. Ha tilde. The old lady's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. She felt a little embarrassed and still had lingering fears. Luckily, I gritted my teeth and didn't make any embarrassing noise. Otherwise, I would be so embarrassed that I would want to die. Press your toes, too. Iinuma Aisao's fingertips moved slowly. Huacheng Xingzi's eyes were blurry, and she subconsciously wanted to retract her foot. Don't press that place. I've already pressed it. Just do it while you're at it. Iinuma Aisao held his foot. It's very dirty. I don't mind, so why are you afraid? Besides, you just took a shower. I didn't tea-wash between my toes. Huacheng Xingzi glared at him angrily. The next second, the boy's fingers pinched her feet one by one, making it even more unbearable. She curled her toes slightly. It's itchy, don't press like that. It will be fine soon. Tilde. The old lady made an alluring nasal sound. The suppressed nasal sound was soft, tender, lazy, and charming, as if a feather was stirring Iinuma Aisao's heartstrings. Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. The boy's breathing became heavier. Chapter 29. Giving birth to 3 or 5 children is no problem. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The old lady's beautiful legs stimulated Iinuma Aisao's vigorous body to the greatest extent, making his mouth gradually dry. In Hokkaido, that person is his mother, and he has to endure it. But this one is not. Iinuma Aisao glanced at Hanashiro Anzi, and seeing that she was squinting her eyes, he lifted her feet a little. As the angle of her beautiful legs rose, the old lady suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes flickered slightly and she subconsciously moved her neck, as if she wanted to turn around and look at Iinuma Aisao, but she held back. Why is he lifting my leg? No, I want to see. When she thought of this possibility, the old lady felt a chill on her butt. You little bastard, you're going too far. Huacheng Xingzi's breathing quickened, she clenched her fists, and gradually became angry and humiliated. I'm in deep trouble now, and I thought you could help me a little, but who would have thought that you only wanted to play with me? The old aunt was angry, and her proud character would not allow her to be passively humiliated like this anymore, so she subconsciously kicked him forward. Alas tilde. Iinuma Aisao was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Then, Huacheng Xingzi stood up, pressed one foot on his chest, and rubbed it with her toes. Her voice was as cold as ice. I treat you so well because you are sister's son. You disappoint me so much. What did I do? Iinuma Aisao was confused. Are you still pretending? Huacheng Xingzi's face became colder and colder, and she asked expressionlessly, why did you lift my leg? Of course. I just want to see it. Ha! Iinuma Aisao was stunned. His gaze subconsciously moved upwards along the old lady's slender legs that were stepping on his chest. As for bath towels, everyone knows about them. A piece of cloth is rolled into a circle and wrapped around the body, and the hem is naturally straight. At this moment, the old lady had one foot in front and one foot behind, with her legs apart and stepping on Iinuma Aisao's chest. Iinuma Aisao breathed a sigh of relief. You misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? Huacheng Xingzi's majestic voice sounded very angry. The massage is over. Your feet are pressing on my legs. How can I put them down if I don't lift them higher? Iinuma Aisao asked helplessly. Huacheng Xingzi tilted her neck slightly and thought about it. It seems that's right. Well, why didn't you say it earlier? The old aunt scolded him for the sake of saving face. But Iinuma Aisao ignored her. The boy's eyes were somewhat fiery. Huacheng Xingzi blinked. She seemed to realize something and hurriedly sat back on the sofa, subconsciously pressing down the hem of the bath towel with both hands. This extremely girlish movement, when performed by a 37-year-old old lady, was particularly graceful and charming. Iinuma Aisao couldn't help laughing out loud. Then he immediately realized that he shouldn't laugh at this time, and quickly covered his mouth. Huacheng Xingzi's eyes were dim. If looks could kill, the kid would have died 800 times by now. It's just a misunderstanding, just clear it up, haha. Iinuma Aisao got up from the ground. You. Huacheng Xingzi has a rosy and charming face like a peach. She looked at him angrily for a few seconds before she finally snorted. I need to get dressed, you go out first. Okay tilde. Iinuma Aisao turned and walked out. He didn't see it. He definitely didn't see. With only one person left in the room, Huacheng Xingzi covered her burning face and talked to herself. Outside the wide open window, she heard the hoarse cry of a crow, as if it was mocking her, which made her extremely embarrassed and angry. She couldn't blame Iinuma Isao for this. After all, it was she who took the initiative to raise her legs and step on his chest. She really had no place to vent her anger. Huacheng Xingzi can only sulk. If he was a little kid or an old doctor, he would just take a look and it wouldn't matter. But he is a young man full of vigor and vitality. Will he have wild thoughts in the future? Would he feel that I was deliberately making such gestures towards him, shamelessly seducing him? Thinking of this catastrophic possibility, the old lady's already hot cheeks became even hotter, and her beautiful eyes were full of shame and anger. The cool spring breeze lifted the lace curtains and blew on her hot cheeks. Ha tilde. Huacheng Xingzi took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down. Whatever he saw, he was just a kid anyway. How dare he attack his mother's best friend? The old aunt muttered to herself, bending down to take out the black morning dress, belt, and clean underwear from a closet. She tore off the bath towel and was planning to put on her underwear directly, but when she picked up the black lace fabric, she turned around for some reason and looked at the floor-length mirror next to the wardrobe. A perfect body is reflected in the mirror. The white and slender swan neck extends down to the delicate collarbone across the chest. Like a canyon, the skin here is delicate, soft, and smooth, and every tiny pore exudes the sweet scent of early spring. From the collarbone down, the chest is full, and the curve is as graceful as a bow with a full string. The skin, which is rarely exposed to the sun, has a translucent white luster like jelly, and attractive blue veins appear on the surface. Further down, the waist is heavy, like a ripe fruit filled with juice. This body is indeed fully mature, but it is still asleep, and will wake up with just a few gentle feather-like caresses. So it seems that I am not old yet. Huacheng Xingzi stretched in front of the mirror, boldly showing off her body as if no one was around. The mirror also reflected several exquisite small ornaments on the table. All her attention was focused on the beautiful peach-colored small shells, the pink outline, the exquisite shape, and even the thin edges were breathtakingly beautiful. It shouldn't be a problem to give birth to 3 or 5 children with this body, right? Huacheng Xingzi poked her lower abdomen, feeling the amazing elasticity feeding back to her fingertips. This soft skin was still full of energy, but the excess energy seemed to be of no use to her. It was a waste to have such a beautiful body. This made her feel a little annoyed, because even though she had seen online some methods of helping adolescent boys vent their energy, she would not use them. Never mind. Don't think about that. Huacheng Xingzi sighed sadly, picked up the black lace, and prepared to put it on through her legs. At this moment, the door suddenly opened with a bang, and Iinuma Isao poked his head in. The Red Snapper Group's people are outside. Huh. You. Huacheng Xingzi's mind was confused and she stood there at a loss. Iinuma Isao was also stunned. Looking at the old lady holding the black lace fabric and bending over slightly, he felt a little embarrassed and puzzled. I've been out for 10 minutes, why haven't you even put on your underwear yet? Fuck me. Huacheng Xingzi felt hot on her forehead. During these 10 minutes, she had been looking at herself in the mirror, feeling sorry for herself and acting sullen. She had no time to put on her clothes. At this moment, if it were an ordinary woman, she would probably protect her chest with her hands and yell at Iinuma Isao at the top of her lungs. But Huacheng Xingzi is not an ordinary woman. Her fingertips loosened, and the black lace fell to the ground. Then she immediately hooked the morning dress with her small hands and swung it into the air. As the black cloth spun, her arms, as tender as lotus roots, stretched out and fit neatly into the sleeves. Her body, as white as jade, also turned around as light as a swallow. When she turned back, the black morning clothes had completely wrapped her body. However, since there was no belt to hold it in place, the morning dress automatically swung to the sides. Her plump breasts pushed her clothes up high, almost tearing them apart, but it was better than being naked. Then the old lady raised her head and glared at Iinuma Isao. Get out. What I wanted to say is that the people from the Red Tie Group are just outside the door, and Irai is fighting against them. Iinuma Isao said somewhat embarrassedly. Huacheng Xingzi's face suddenly darkened. When she heard that her niece was in danger, she didn't bother to kick Iinuma Isao out. She put her feet into slippers, took the morning belt, and ran to the front yard, hurriedly tying the belt. Iinuma Isao looked strange. He then added, I'm here to talk to you and then go and chase them away. But who knew that Auntie was so anxious? Huacheng Xingzi had already tied her belt when she ran across the courtyard. The morning clothes were already wrapped around her body, and the belt was tied to tighten her waist, outlining the curve of her back perfectly. When she was almost at the front yard, she suddenly turned around and glared at Iinuma Isao. She felt chilly under her morning clothes and felt ashamed and angry. She raised her pretty eyebrows and glared at Iinuma Isao with murderous eyes for a few seconds, almost writing the words revenge later on her face. But Iinuma Isao didn't think so much. His mind kept recalling the stunning glimpse he had just had. The old lady's body is as white as jade and snow, breathtakingly beautiful no matter how you look at her. The magnificent and majestic snow-capped mountains are the most stunning sight on earth. I really want to own it. Chapter 30. What is the master's mission? In front of the Huacheng family mansion is a cherry forest. There is an artificially dug stream in the forest. The clear water is filled with tiny red fallen petals, floating down along the terrain. There is a very conspicuous black line between the green leaves and pink petals. The black color was like a black fire burning in the daytime, so bright that it took away all the colors in the world. It was a girl in a black dress. Her petite and fragile body sat on the artificial stone on the shore, her delicate feet soaked in the stream water. The black skirt only covered her knees, and the exposed snow-white calves swayed gently on the water, creating clusters of cold and lonely little water splashes. Several members of the Red Snapper team, who were originally in high spirits, could not help but be intimidated by the person in front of them. The girl tilted her head, her long hair falling like a waterfall, covering her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. The long hair was so black that it looked like the most stunning painting in the hands of an ink painter, drawn in one stroke and completed in one go. The black skirt fits tightly against her slender and beautiful back, and her figure is well proportioned, neither slender nor bloated. The beautiful and slender neck was exposed from a collar, as white as bright snowflakes, and as if it was the bright moonlight in the darkest hour of the night. This is a perfect girl. The only flaw, or the flaw in the ointment, is that the chest is a bit flat. In response to this, Hanashiro Irai explained himself. I have to have some flaws, otherwise if I were too perfect, I would leave no room for others to survive. The angel, who was only 15.5 years old, was just sitting there, but the mysterious aura around her frightened Ito-jun when who came to cause trouble. This gangster boss, whose brain was a little bit not working well, stopped in his tracks with a group of younger brothers, looking confused and uncertain. Although she was obviously a weak girl, the delicate feeling on her body that seemed unlike that of a real person made people feel creepy, just like the horror brought by seeing an extremely realistic doll. The situation seemed to be in a strange stalemate, but when Mrs. Anza's anxious voice calling Irai came from the big iron gate, Ito Junfumi immediately remembered what he was here for, and malicious noise instantly resounded throughout the cherry grove. Huacheng Xingzi walked out of the entrance hall and walked towards the gate from the front yard. From afar, she heard loud shouting and cursing. Put this on. Iinuma Isao put his coat on her. Mrs. Xingzi, get out here right now. Don't think you'll be all right if you stay hidden. Ho ho ho, we are going to have a big fight today. Women of the Huacheng family, listen carefully. If you don't give our boss an explanation today, we will destroy this place. All kinds of resentful noises came together, accompanied by the roar of motorcycles and the dull sound of steel pipes and baseball bats hitting iron fences. The gangsters gathered in front of the door, looking forward to it. An elegant lady in mourning clothes slowly appeared. Her gaze was firm, her expression was cold, her dark pupils were staring forward, but a gloomy gleam passed across her brows. When he saw her come out, the boss Junji Ito started whistling. The rest of the younger brothers cheered on the sidelines. Amid their sharp and piercing laughter, they would occasionally use iron pipes and baseball bats to hit the trees or iron fences around them, causing the cherry blossoms on the roadside to fall. In the pink cherry blossom rain, Huacheng Anzi turned her eyes nervously. Everywhere you look, there are cherry blossoms. Gorgeously blooming cherry trees line both sides of the road in front of the gate, and in the middle of the pink cherry trees, there is an artificial stream running through. The girl in the black dress sat by the stream. The aunt's eyes penetrated the trees and saw her niece, and she finally felt relieved. Hanashiro Irai also looked over here, and when he saw Iinuma Isao following behind his aunt, he looked back at the stream with relief, swinging his two delicate little feet in the water. Many times, her indifference to everything can seem a little heartless. Only those who are familiar with her will not misunderstand. Huacheng Xingzi withdrew her gaze. She reached out her hand leisurely, tucked the fine hair behind her ears, and then rubbed her pale cheeks. Facing the siege of vicious people, she still looked so strong and beautiful. A beautiful face, hastily tied up hair, with a small branch broken halfway inserted diagonally. Her proud and upright figure was wrapped in a meticulous black mourning dress. She stood under the cherry tree forest, as if she was a sword standing in the woods. No matter how beautiful the cherry blossoms are, they will pale in comparison to her and lose all their beauty. With a whoosh sound, the spring breeze blows through the city and through the cherry trees. The cold wind mixed with pink snow, like a lecher, lifted up the hem of her dark skirt, which was as dark as the night, revealing a small section of her slender, flawless, beautiful calves. Whether it is the artistic conception or the actual scene, this is a breathtaking scene. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Apart from his wife, He was the only one present who knew what state her wife was in beneath her mourning clothes. This scene made him feel fascinated. The angel who had been looking at him frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, and then looked at his aunt in disbelief. Playing this kind of vacuum play? What kind of master's mission is this? Across the sky full of falling petals, Hua Cheng Xingzi, who was unaware that her niece was looking at her through tinted glasses, was confronting 5 or 6 gangsters with a cold expression. A Toyota Alpha took the lead, and the rest rode on motorcycles, each with a red snapper flag on the back. There is no doubt that compared to the mysterious and immature girl in the black dress, a mature woman like the lady who has a great figure and can make juice come out with just a slight touch is the best. Ito Junwen came forward with a baseball bat and said, "Hey, niece-in-law, how do you want to settle the beating your adopted son gave me?" Hua Cheng Xingzi's eyes were cold. Isn't he still alive and kicking? Ito Junwen's face was twisted with a devilish look, and he waved a baseball bat in his hand. "Since we are relatives, I won't embarrass you today. You just hand him over to me, otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship. Don't even think about it." Amid the falling flowers, Hua Cheng Xingzi's eyes were cold and her voice was as cold as snow. "This is private territory, please leave immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Ha! Ha ha! Ito Junfumi burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. Hua Cheng Xingzi clenched her fists, her palms trembling slightly. After laughing for a while, Ito Junwen said arrogantly, "Niece-in-law, stop struggling," etc. Iinuma Isao spoke. He couldn't bear to see the old lady being scolded. Ito Junwen looked at him and gave him a cruel smile. "What do you want to say?" "Ah Zun." Hua Cheng Xingzi signaled him not to be impulsive. "They don't dare to do anything to me, don't meddle in my business." As she spoke, a strong murderous aura suddenly appeared between her beautiful brows. Crash! The strong wind made her clothes stick even tighter to her body. The originally sexy and beautiful curves now have a sharper meaning. Seeing him like this, Teng Runwen immediately felt like backing out. The reason he came here to pick a fight today was actually because he couldn't get over the beating he received from Iinuma Isao, so he acted on his own initiative. If he had a head-on conflict with Hua Cheng Xingzi at this time, he was afraid that it would affect his brother and nephew's plans. Although he is not very smart, he is obedient. Not daring to look Hanashiro Anzi in the eye again, Ito Junwen immediately changed his target and pointed the baseball bat at Iinuma Isao. "Boy, I'm going to cripple you today." As he said this, he raised the baseball bat and was about to smash it down. Iinuma Isao thought to himself, "I'm just afraid that you won't take action." But, stop it. Hua Cheng Anzi moved sideways and stood in front of Iinuma Isao. The baseball bat stopped 2 centimeters away from her head. Ito Junwen's face turned pale. "I won't embarrass you today, don't make things difficult for yourself." Hua Cheng Xingzi said coldly, "If you want to touch him, you have to be dead." "You bitch, don't think I dare not touch you." Ito Junfumi roared. In fact, he really didn't dare to move. Hua Cheng Xingzi was unmoved and said calmly, "You came to my Hua Cheng family to cause trouble. Does team leader Ito know?" Ito Junfumi's expression immediately became unnatural. Chapter 31. Fight violence with violence. As soon as she saw Ito Junfumi's unnatural expression, Hanashiro Anzi understood. Her attitude immediately became aggressive, and she sternly scolded, "Get out of here right now, or I will perish with you, the Ito family." Ito Junwen's eyes widened with anger, and he yelled, "Believe it or not, I will beat you up right now. Come." Hua Cheng Xingzi took the initiative to take a step forward. Her aura is too strong. Ito Junfumi was so scared that he stepped back, his expression extremely embarrassed, and he was a little embarrassed for a moment. What the Red Snapper Group fears most is actually that the Hua Cheng family will be destroyed along with them. Over the past 2 years, their progress in encroaching on the Hua Cheng family has been extremely slow, because Hua Cheng Xingzi has too strong a personality. She is the kind of woman who would rather die than let her enemies have an easy time. If such a wealthy woman with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars made up her mind to die together with you and used all her property to hire thugs to specifically target you and beat you up, who wouldn't be afraid? Therefore, the Red Snapper Group did not dare to push her too far. Hua Cheng Xingzi is still struggling to hold on because she feels that she has a chance of counterattacking the Red Tail Group hopes to eat away at Hua Cheng family's assets bit by bit while she is fighting for her life. This process is like a snake swallowing a huge prey. The prey struggles hard, hoping for a chance of survival. Snakes can only move slowly to swallow food, otherwise they will choke to death. The beautiful woman in mourning clothes stood among the pink cherry blossoms, letting the petals fall on her round shoulders and wet her jet black hair. Iinuma Isao silently pondered the key behind this, and his feeling towards the old lady improved a little. Let us be honest. He likes this kind of strong-willed woman. A lot like my mom. Of course, Compared to Aunt Xingzi, who is somewhat straightforward, my mother is much more cunning and hateful. Hey, boss. The younger brother cheered from behind. Let's go at it together. Don't be soft-hearted just because she's a woman. You want my nephew to cut off my fingers, right? Ito Junwen was in a dilemma. He forced himself to hold on, snorted, and looked down at Huacheng Xingzi. If it weren't for the fact that you are a woman, I would not have spared you today. Be thankful, niece-in-law. When Huacheng Xingzi heard the word niece-in-law, she felt sick. A murderous intent suddenly flashed in her eyes, which permeated the rain of flowers and condensed into cold frost. It's a pity that she is such a weakling. The weak lady couldn't even kill with her eyes. If my mother gets angry, these dozen people will probably not be able to get out of bed for the rest of their lives. Iinuma Isao grasped with his palm, and a heavy bamboo sword appeared out of thin air. Then he looked towards Hanashiro Irai. By the stream, the angel's lips moved slightly. At times like this, it is right to fight violence with violence. What this beautiful girl with superpowers lacks is a powerful fighter to assist her, and now he is here. Iinuma Isao winked at her and said, "That's exactly what I want." The angel immediately turned his head and looked away in disgust. "Let's go drink." Ito Junwen turned around and walked towards his younger brother. "Did I let you go?" A gentle but definitely unfriendly voice sounded from behind. Huacheng Anza's eyes were stunned. She was about to turn around and scold Iinuma Isao, but a pair of strong hands directly hugged her into the air. After her body turned in a circle in the air, she was placed behind the boy and protected. "You." Huacheng Xingzi felt ashamed and annoyed. She had taken great pains to protect the boy, but he wasted her kindness like this. Just when she was about to open her mouth to reprimand Iinuma Isao, he suddenly smiled, looked at her and said, "I'm not a broad-minded person. If you don't take revenge on the spot, I will be so angry that I can't sleep at night." Huacheng Xingzi's body trembled and she looked at him in disbelief. "What a big mouth you have, little brat." Ito Junfumi, who was stopped, widened his eyes and looked at him as if he was a madman and an idiot, as if he was looking at the strangest species in the world. The high-ranking official's face was distorted, as if he was laughing out of anger, and he asked loudly, "Do you know what you are talking about?" Iinuma Isao would not waste time talking to such a small character. A black sword shadow bloomed in vain in the rain of cherry blossoms, and the scattered petals were swept up by the swift and sharp airflow. Bang! Ito Junfumi was stabbed directly in the neck, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. The boss was wailing on the ground, holding his neck. The younger brothers behind him were stunned for a moment. After a moment, someone reacted and shouted, "Damn it, come on. Help the boss vent his anger." The other brothers, seeing this, rushed forward with strange cries as if they were injected with chicken blood. With 8 points of physical strength and the blessing of mastering LV7 swordsmanship, Iinuma Isao was not in a hurry. Facing the two younger brothers who pounced on him, he just raised his hand and attacked the one on the left with a tooth thrust, as if he was playing a game. In an instant, the bamboo sword hit the man's front teeth. Ah! The man fell backwards with a knocked-out front tooth flying out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Iinuma Isao turned sideways and used a 3-cut upper attack to attack the group of younger brothers who were rushing towards him. The 3 consecutive slashes in the upper part, each slash accurately hits the top of one's head, making them fall to the ground and cry in pain. Asshole! A man held up an iron pipe. Iinuma Isao thrust forward with his bamboo sword. The blow accurately hit the enemy's nose, and 2 streams of hot blood spurted out instantly. Then, Iinuma Isao flashed into the crowd, holding the bamboo sword flat, and swept past with a swing. The petals suddenly flew all over the sky. Because the younger brothers were of different heights, this sweep hit some on the neck, some on the cheek, and some on the temple. After a sweep, more than a dozen people were lying down, and half of them were lying down. The remaining few did not have the courage to rush forward again. "Ah! Kill them! You bunch of rubbish!" Ito Junwen shouted, "Don't be afraid of losing someone's life. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you." These younger brothers are still a little hesitant. It sounds nice now, but if someone really dies, we will be the ones to take the blame. The younger brothers hesitated, but Iinuma Isao didn't want to let them go. He continued to chase with his bamboo sword. The current scene is more like a one-man show than a gangster blockade. The young man was tall and handsome. His movements were decisive and each of his attacks was swift and powerful. Decisive in killing, magnanimous, full of tension, with light in his eyes. Huacheng Xingzi gazed deeply at his agile figure like a swimming dragon, and thought, the most perfect young warrior in my mind is probably like this. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Ah! Ito Junwen sat on the ground, his eyes red as he shouted, "I'm going to kill you today, No one can save you. That's it. Iinuma Isao asked back. He walked back holding the bamboo sword, his black and white eyes showing a condescending aura. Frightened by his aura, Ito Junwen panicked and shouted loudly, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "Have no idea." Iinuma Isao smiled sarcastically. Ito Junwen shouted angrily, "Asshole. I'm from the Red Snapper Group." Iinuma Isao simply raised his leg and stepped hard on his fingers that were supporting the ground with his clogged foot. The sound of finger bones being broken was heard instantly. Ah! The severe pain made Ito Junwen scream. Iinuma Isao knocked him out with a backhand strike of his sword. It turns out to be the Red Snapper Group, the fish sellers. I'll remember you now. Chapter 32. Revenge. My mom said that today's Yakuza are all toothless tigers and are nothing to worry about. With my mother's ability, there is no bragging in what she said. Although her son is not as good as her, if he gets the 5 skill coupons of the second stage, he should have no problem fighting a group alone. Come on and improve your impressions. As for the people in the Red Snapper Group, there is no need to be afraid. So what if you are the governor of Tokyo? Do you dare to openly have any connection with the Yakuza? Don't you want a career in politics anymore? Besides, I have Ma Aochen. Do you have one? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Tokyo was much more interesting than Hokkaido. Iinuma Isao excitedly kicked Ito Junfumi out and shouted to his younger brother, "Take your boss away." The dozen or so people who were so aggressive just a few minutes ago immediately looked up at their boss in a timid manner and walked away dejectedly. I didn't even say a harsh word. These bastards are not doing their job. Iinuma Isao complained in his heart and turned to look at the old aunt. Huacheng Xingzi frowned slightly. Her narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. She looked at Iinuma Isao and suddenly felt that she needed to get to know this boy again, although he still looked like a sunny and handsome high school student. The majestic and powerful murderous aura he had just displayed revealed another side of him. That face, as delicate as his mother's, had a personality as distinct as his mother's, with clear love and hate. As they watched, Huacheng Xingzi asked a very boring question. "Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" "I'm scared." Iinuma Isao lied directly. "Then why don't you behave yourself?" Huacheng Xingzi said unhappily. She had already settled the matter, but the little devil suddenly made a fuss, and he and Ito Junfumi became mortal enemies. "I am afraid, but do you want me to watch you being insulted?" As he spoke, Iinuma Isao suddenly took a step forward. This is a great opportunity to greatly increase his favorability, and the cunning young man will not miss it. "Mom, I'm sorry. I have to be smooth talking to other women now." Iinuma Isao approached the old lady, lowered his head slightly to look into her eyes, and said fiercely, "In my eyes, you are a pure and noble woman. I will not allow anyone to humiliate you, not even with words." "Ha! Even if it costs me my life, I will protect your image of perfect chastity. Do you understand?" Huacheng Xingzi couldn't answer this question. She had always been strong towards others, and she never thought that she would be attacked back by a 15-year-old kid. Does he want to take advantage of me? Without waiting for the old lady to organize her words to fight back, Iinuma Isao pointed directly at her heart and said, "From now on, I will accompany you, and I will help you get back at your grievances. From now on, I want you to never bow your head and obey others again, and never be inferior to others again. Even if you have to kneel, you can only kneel in front of me." The boy's words were too arrogant, too explicit, and even a little immature. For a moment, Huacheng Xingzi couldn't get over the shock and words. "What does it mean that I can only kneel in front of you? What do you want me to kneel for?" The old lady felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. While she was thinking about how to say it, Iinuma Isao suddenly put his hands on her shoulders. "Ha!" Huacheng Xingzi's body trembled. She blinked blankly, and her dark eyeballs rolled around. A breeze blew through the cherry trees, sometimes harsh, sometimes gentle. Petals are flying and everything is silent. It seemed as if the only ones left in the world were this noble lady and this young man, with clouds like quicksand slowly drifting across the blue sky. What a beautiful scene! Huacheng Irai looked over from afar, not envious at all. "Aren't you living well without it?" Under the blossoming cherry tree, Iinuma Isao held the old lady's shoulders and said sincerely, "Auntie Xingzi, listen to me." What? Huacheng Xingzi subconsciously put her hands on his chest to prevent his body from getting closer to her. Iinuma Isao stared at her gradually stupid eyes and said affectionately, "The first time I saw you, I felt close to you. So, what I want to say is more than anything else, more than anyone else, I want to protect you. No matter when, no matter where, I just want to protect you." Hearing this, Huacheng Xingzi looked dazed. She heard the same words, as if she had heard someone say them to her many, many years ago. Who is it? Who has ever taken care of himself like this? I have touched something very important. But I forgot what it was. It was as if a switch was suddenly pressed, and some vague memories emerged from the depths of the old lady's mind. Those memories were colorless and soundless, just like a moldy old 8mm film, with only fragmented and blurry sections released. In that image, there is no nostalgia, sadness, or regret, only a warm feeling that gradually permeates. Huacheng Xingzi tilted her head slightly, analyzing in her mind what kind of emotion this was. The morning light of late spring reflected on her profile. Her smooth and delicate skin was as beautiful as the bunch of daffodils that Watanabe picked on the roadside on the day he went to Midori's house. TSK. Hanashiro Irai, who was watching from a distance, frowned unhappily and felt extremely contemptuous in his heart. An old maiden with no emotions at all is so easy to fool. She can be fooled into losing her mind just by saying some lyrics from an Ultraman theme song. Humph, shame on you. If it were a divine pretty girl like me, I would definitely not be fooled by him. Thinking of this, Hanashiro Irai puffed out his chest proudly. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that big. At this time, the old lady was indeed a little silly. Just like Wu Zetian lost her husband and Li Ji. Auntie Anzi. Iinuma Isao called out. The young man's hot breath hit her face, and Huacheng Xingzi felt hot and her heart was beating fast. Okay, I understand, let me go first. She spoke with difficulty, trying to use her voice to cover up the sound of her strong heartbeat, praying that the little ghost would not discover her embarrassing situation. No, did you hear what I just said? Iinuma Isao asked suspiciously. Of course. For some reason, Huacheng Xingzi felt a moment of excitement at this moment. Looking at the young boy, looking at his delicate and youthful features, I suddenly felt a kind of affectionate attachment in my heart. It seems like a long, long time ago. One spring, there were two identical people looking at each other like this. Their eyes seemed to be blended together and could never be separated. Maybe it's an illusion caused by being too tired. Huacheng Xingzi shook her head slightly and put aside all distracting thoughts. I have been under a lot of mental stress for the past 6 months, so it's not surprising that I feel absent-minded occasionally. Perhaps such a scene has really happened, but it is meaningless if you can't remember it, so just pretend it never happened. The petals falling down are like snow and rain. There were some petals on her hair, shoulders, and clothes, and Hanashiro Apricot was also dyed into cherry red. The boy's eyes had moved to her chest without him noticing. The towering chest made the collar bulge high. Her snow-white skin and seductive curves, coupled with her noble and pure face, are so beautiful that it is impossible to look directly at her. Being stared at by him, Huacheng Xingzi quickly covered her chest with one hand and looked away with a blushing face. The mistress of the Huacheng family actually showed a shy expression like a girl. In the distance, Hanashiro Irai, who had eaten a bellyful of dog food, sighed in despair. It is a good thing or a bad thing for my aunt to meet such a scheming man. Looking at the shy old aunt, Iinuma Isao pursed his lips and tried hard to suppress his smile. Huacheng Xingzi looked embarrassed for a while, her beautiful eyes flickered, and finally asked cautiously, You said, Irai shouldn't have noticed that I'm not wearing any underwear at this time, right? She must have known it from your and my brains. Iinuma Isao shook his head and comforted the old aunt. Don't worry, you can wear my coat. Ha tilde. Huacheng Xingzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was planning to go back to the house, but at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up and put it to her ear. Hello. President, the Hachioji City Hospital project has been suspended today. The moment she heard this, a chill as cold as ice crept up Huacheng Xingzi's back. Axon, let's go to Hachioji. She headed straight for the garage. I didn't even have time to go back to my room and put on my underwear. It was the first time that Iinuma Isao saw her so flustered, and he thought something big had happened. Chapter 33. The Temptation of Beauty. As mentioned earlier, Huacheng Construction still has 3 unfinished projects. A resort in Gunma Prefecture, a luxury hotel in Kanagawa Prefecture, and a municipal hospital in Hachioji. The municipal hospital project is Huacheng Construction's lifeline. Upon receiving the news, Hanashiro Anzi was extremely anxious and drove straight to the construction site in Hachioji City. She can drive, but rarely. In the past, there was always a driver to pick her up and drop her off, but she has fired the driver. Isao Iinuma was sitting in the passenger seat. On the way, he listened to her talk about the current situation and roughly understood the reason for her anxiety. Boom. The spring rain started falling again. The car turned on its low-beam headlights and there was faint lightning flashing across the sky. Huacheng Xingzi felt more and more uneasy and couldn't help but drive a little faster. Driving at high speed in the rain was particularly dangerous. When we arrived in Hachioji City, it was even a little dark. The streetlights came on, and a red light also lit up on the top of the crane. Heavy rain continued to fall in the gloomy sky. After driving for about another 20 minutes, the car entered a construction site. In the heavy rain, everything on the construction site seemed deserted, but lights were on in many places, shining brightly. Huacheng Xingzi drove into the parking lot. The green trees in front of the parking space are illuminated by the car lights and look lush and green. As soon as the car stopped, Hanashiro Anzi was about to get out, but Iinuma-san stopped her. "Wait for me in the car." "What?" "I'm going to buy an orange." The boy smiled and got off the car holding an umbrella. Huacheng Xingzi was a little confused and looked at his back. Why was he buying oranges? Thunder roared in the sky and lightning rolled past the window. She leaned against the car window and watched Iinuma Isao leave for about 10 seconds. Then she picked up a phone and clicked on the message her secretary had just sent. President Miyazawa was invited to be a guest by the Red Tie Group, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. So that's why the construction site was shut down. Huacheng Xingzi slowly put down her hand. The phone fell on her leg, and her eyes were a little dazed. The heavy rain was still falling mercilessly. Everything seemed dim due to the gloomy sky. The outline of her body sitting in the car was blurred like a sad and beautiful silhouette against the grey background. Soon after, she rubbed her temple slowly. Although the graceful movements were still based on the long-established elegance, the confusion deep in her heart was still uncontrollably revealed when no one was around. "Xingzi, you must protect our family." My father's last words echoed weakly in my ears. After a while, Iinuma Isao returned with an umbrella. The old lady's face was pressed against the car window, looking at him through the heavy rain. He could naturally feel the faint sense of loss in her eyes. "Is there any new situation?" he asked as he got into the car. "Uncle Miyazawa has been kidnapped." Huacheng Anzi replied tiredly. Why are you suddenly getting so serious?" "Here, this is for you." As he spoke, Iinuma Isao threw a small bag over, his expression still a little embarrassed. "You don't know, when I was checking out at the drugstore with this, the cashier looked at me with such a weird look." It contained milk, sandwiches, and breast stickers bought from the drugstore. Holding these two heart-shaped silicone breast stickers that were close in color and felt to human skin, Huacheng Xingzi turned around without saying a word and silently put them on with her back to the boy. "After putting this thing on, my breasts seemed to become rounder and sexier." Huacheng Xingzi lowered her red neck a little embarrassedly, her breathing slightly rapid. I felt as though the silicone had been transformed from the boy's two hands, and he was using them to hold himself against his own. "Eat your food," said Iinuma Isao. "Good." Some old ladies, who were daydreaming, picked up the milk and sandwiches and ate them with a tasteless taste. The rain was falling heavily. The water droplets locked the car in, like a cage in water. Inside the car, which was filled with a dim grey light, there were constant knocking sounds coming from the roof, like rain hitting banana leaves. "Auntie Xingzi, are you listening?" "What?" Huacheng Xingzi just stared at the boy with her moist dark eyes, and the sound of rain outside the car allowed her to remain silent. "Shall I continue?" Iinuma Isao said softly. Huacheng Xingzi nodded silently. The graceful movements show grace and self-control. The Red Snapper Group strategy for dealing with you has always been to boil the frog in warm water. They dare not act too hastily, for fear that you will perish with them. They suddenly resorted to such an extreme measure as kidnapping, which shows that they have a very important goal to achieve or obtain. What could it be? From ancient times to the present, the needs of the underworld are nothing more than money, beauty, and status. Iinuma Isao thought about it and said, his expression gradually becoming a little confused, "Kidnapping a president can certainly extort money, but the Red Tie Group will not look down on such small amounts of money. As for status, whitewashing oneself is the only way for the Yakuza to gain status. There is absolutely no way to gain status through kidnapping." "Do you want to say that they did it for beauty?" Huacheng Xingzi frowned. "Indeed." Iinuma Isao looked at her and said seriously, "Kidnapping one person and forcing the other to temporarily submit seems to be the only goal that can be achieved quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, they will contact you soon." Huacheng Xingzi couldn't help but clench her fists. It was dim in the car, and her rosy lips stood out. The skin on the side of the face swayed like a flower flicked by fingertips, and the outline could not be seen clearly. "I will never compromise." The voice that sounded after a moment revealed the old aunt's determination to defend her chastity to the death. "I just like this spirit. Let's go to work." Iinuma Isao smiled brightly, picked up the big black umbrella, opened the car door, and got out from the passenger seat. In the black G-Class on the other side of the parking lot, Kato Ryota was looking at this side quietly, his eyes never moving. He was like a tiger lurking in the shade of the trees, quietly locking onto its prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time and tear its prey into pieces. In the dim sky, The young man got out of the car holding a large black umbrella and opened the driver's door. Hua Chengxingzi, wearing a black round-necked morning dress with her sleeves covering her chest, got out of the car like an ancient noble lady. Escorted by the young man and the black umbrella, the lady lowered her head and bent over, shrinking her tall body into a small size. Like a piece of black luggage following its owner's footsteps, she was taken away by the boy, away from the cold rain. How great it would be if it were me. Kato Ryota silently watched the rain streaking across the car window. In the back seat of the G-Class, a refined man in a white suit, floral tie, and perfume asked, "Did they get off?" Kato Ryota turned around and looked at the eldest son. Hua Chengxingzi and her adopted son went to the project department together. Very good, haha. Ito Naoki crossed his legs, combing his hair with a comb in one hand and a mirror in the other. Tonight, when she is exhausted, we will visit her again. Will this push her too far? Asked Ryota Kato. Of course, isn't this better? Ito Naoki put down the mirror and looked at the heavy rain outside the window. The more fiercely she resists, the more humiliated she feels, and the more excited I feel. Humph, her life is in my hands. Don't I have the final say on whether to kill her or chop her up? Haha, but she doesn't need to be too sad. I don't want her. I just want her adopted son. As he spoke, a malicious smile appeared on the face of Jidao young master. Kato Ryota shrugged and looked away. Originally, the eldest son had no intention of using the Miyazawa family's backup plan so quickly. But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of beauty. To some extent, Iinuma Isao was right. The other party really came for beauty. However, he could never have imagined that the beauty was actually himself. Chapter 34. Did I make her my own? Just like the gloomy sky, the atmosphere in the Hachioji Hospital Project Department office was also gloomy and solemn. Even if Miyazawa Company stops working, we should finish the remaining work ourselves. We should look for new suppliers for pipeline materials now. If we can't find one in Tokyo, we can look for one in the neighboring counties. It's already April. Are you going to postpone the work to May? Hua Chengxingzi's tone was not very angry, but her always majestic aura scared several project leaders so much that they were sweating on their backs. Yes, I'm very sorry. Tomorrow no. I will hold a production meeting right away and inform everyone of the President's words. The project manager bowed tremblingly, not daring to look at the lady in mourning. What I need is execution, not notification. Hua Chengxingzi said coldly. Yes, I understand. The project manager nodded. Also, please find the plumbers and electricity installers right away. They must make sure they can resume work tomorrow. Boss, we don't have enough time to find so many workers. Let the agents recruit. Find more agents and give them enough prices. But our budget. Do as I say. Yes. Several project leaders couldn't help but grumble that the president was just as rumored, and his word was final. She has a dignified and elegant posture and a firm and resolute attitude. Even though her husband and younger brother had just died, there was no sadness in her eyes and her hair was not a mess at all. Remember, put everything aside and make sure the project is delivered on time. That's all I have to say. Go down and sort out your work. I want to see the results tomorrow. Hi, Tilda. The small leaders nodded repeatedly, bent over and walked out the door. Then, this dignified, calm and indifferent female president shook her body and seemed about to faint. Her well-behaved and considerate adopted son immediately reached out and hugged her slender waist. Mother, be careful. Grandpa is so filial. As soon as his subordinate walked out of the office, the calm and cold-faced president felt dizzy. She leaned in her adopted son's arms, closed her eyes and rested for a while before she caught her breath. Iinuma Isao helped her lie down on the sofa to rest. The rain outside the window made the office colder and colder, so he picked up the air-conditioning blanket and covered his stepmother with it. Zun. Hua Chengxingzi looked at him tiredly. I'll sit here, you say. Iinuma Isao sat down next to her. The measures we just took can't actually solve the current situation. Hua Chengxingzi hugged a pillow in her arms and curled up softly beside his legs. The water and electricity pipe sold separately cannot guarantee a uniform standard, and it is impossible for all the temporary workers to do their jobs well. But I still have to do this. I roughly understand. Iinuma Isao looked at him and said, well, the first priority now is to ensure that the construction period is not delayed to the greatest extent possible. Hua Chengxingzi looked up at him, a smile on her fair and moist face. Ensure that the construction period is not delayed, and then resolve the issue of the Miyazawa family, so that the Miyazawa family can take over the remaining projects immediately. In my opinion, this is the safest way to ensure the construction period. But I don't have much confidence. Iinuma Isao looked at her in surprise. This woman is very strong. She can ignore all negative emotions and stay on top at all times. But now she is a little weak. Does it mean that I have slept with her and made her my own? Slowly, Hanashiro Anzi closed her eyes, took Iinuma Isao's hand and placed it on her chest. Thank you. You're welcome. These past 2 years have been so tiring, Axon. The lady whispered softly, and the young man comforted her slowly. Huacheng Xingzi slowly curled up her body and lay at the boy's feet, as if venting her emotions, and talked about the grievances she felt in the past 2.5 years. As soon as the punishment was announced, many of my partners turned their backs on me, especially those at the banks. They used to beg me for loans, but after the incident, they actually reduced the loan to 2 billion yen for a building that could have been mortgaged for 10 billion yen. My father got some financing from the Red Snapper Group, but because of that, they targeted him. They got my father addicted to drugs. My father was a very proud person. He didn't want others to know that he was addicted to drugs, and he didn't know where to buy drugs. Every time the drug addiction attacked him, he would do nothing but ask for alms from the Red Snapper Group. You must not take drugs, understand? My father was once such a powerful businessman, but after taking drugs, he became a complete waste. My father squandered a lot of our family fortune, and I was forced to accept a husband who married into my family. My brother's wife died to protect me from being defiled. The Huacheng family will be destroyed by my father sooner or later, so maybe it's a kind of relief. They used the same method to treat their younger brother. I'm almost at my limit. If I wasn't worried about my little sister and Irai, I really wanted to die with them. Amid the sound of the March rain, Huacheng Xingzi, who had been murmuring softly for a long time, finally fell into a deep sleep. In the corner of her tightly closed eyes hung a crystal-clear teardrop, stubbornly hanging there for a long time, refusing to fall. Iinuma Isao looked down at her sleeping form. Her beautiful cheek almost touched his thigh, and the blue veins on her fair neck looked like some kind of beautiful lines. There's no need to go to the point of mutual destruction. After all, your niece is a beautiful girl with superpowers. Iinuma Isao patted her fair cheek, then stood up and walked into the office bathroom. I sat on the toilet and took out my cell phone, intending to call my mom, but when I was about to shit, I didn't want to talk to that shrew anymore. He opened Line instead and searched using Angel's cell phone number, and sure enough, he found her account. I sent a message requesting to be a friend and he was added quickly. Zun, hello Angel. Irai, why does your greeting smell like shit? Zun, I'm bored sitting on the toilet, so I'm looking for you to kill time. Zun, also, be careful if you have a sharp tongue, no one will want you. Irai, don't worry about it. Zun, how is your plan going? Irai, I found a drug manufacturing den. Zun, are you sure? Irai, it is certain that it is theirs, but I cannot go inside to collect evidence. Zun, when will you take me to see it? Irai, it depends on the situation. Zun, I'm so anxious. Irai, Mr. Supporting Actor, please don't question the decision of the heroine. Zun, Iinuma Isao exited the chat box, put his right fist against his chin, and sat on the toilet for a long time in the form of Thinker David. He had a strange feeling. Every time the angel saw him, apart from having fun, he would either stare at him with disgust, as if he was looking at his own useless son. What a weird teenage mom. Iinuma Isao felt more and more that something was wrong, so he quickly picked up his phone and called his shrewish mother. Hello. Mom, I want to ask. Why does your voice smell like shit? My mother asked rather dissatisfiedly. I'm on the toilet. You are such a good bastard. Now that you have another woman to accompany you, you only think of your mother when you are sitting on the toilet, right? You are such a rebellious son. I should have pulled you out and flushed you away at the beginning. He held the phone away from his ear, and only took it back after the roar in the receiver gradually subsided. I met a not-so-normal girl. Who? Aunt Kyoko's niece, Hanashiro Irai. That's normal. No, that's not normal at all. She will. The mother interrupted her son directly. It's normal that she is abnormal. Why? Iinuma Isao was stunned. Let me tell you this. If her mother hadn't married so quickly, she could have taken over my position with difficulty. Just think about it. How powerful must the person who can take over your mother's position be? How could her daughter be normal? No matter how I listen to my mother's words, it sounds more like bragging. Iinuma Isao could even imagine her puffing out her chest and looking proud and complacent. What do you mean by taking over your position? I'm just quitting. The mess left behind. No, the burden left behind needs someone to take over. What rotten. What burden? A witch. Ha! I thought it was something else. Iinuma Isao said boredly. You guys don't understand anything. My mother snorted angrily and complained indignantly. If I hadn't been pregnant with you, would I, a great witch, have to live a poor life in the deep mountains and old forests of Hokkaido for 15 years? It makes me angry when I talk about this. At the age of beauty, I reluctantly gave up the love given to me by the colorful world, and raised you with great difficulty in a remote place. But as soon as you have a little ability, you turn around and go to Tokyo to embrace girls left and right. If I had known this would happen, I should have expelled you as an embryo and rushed directly to the Pacific Ocean. Iinuma Isao has heard the argument of rushing to the Pacific Ocean 800 times. Therefore, he was too lazy to deal with it and asked directly, I want to cooperate with Hanashiro Irai to get rid of the Red Tie group together. Do you want your mom to teach you how to increase your strength quickly? Mom asked with a smile, with a smug tone as if she didn't know what you were thinking. Iinuma Isao said cleverly, no one knows a child better than his mother. It's not impossible. Okay, tilde. The sound at the end was so long, it seemed that she was waiting for her son to lick her, and she would only agree if he was happy with her. I will go back to serve you during the summer vacation. Iinuma Isao began to flutter tactfully. Snort. Bring back a truckload of presents. He. Mom, there is only you in my heart, no room for other women. He. Chapter 35. It's done. I'll reward him big time tonight. Just hum. Mrs. Iinuma, you are a little pig, right? The son complained about his mother in his heart, and changed his low tone to tell sad stories, and began to reason with his mother. Mom, you know how difficult Aunt Xingzi's situation is. If I don't hurry up and become stronger, how can I defeat the hundreds of people in the Red Snapper group? Okay, if you can't help, just go back to Hokkaido and continue playing with wild boars and black bears. Mom laughed disdainfully. I'm not afraid of their large numbers, but what if they have guns? Asked Iinuma Isao with a serious expression. Mom fell silent. In her eyes, all of Japan's underworld organizations are paper tigers, which is based on Japan's extremely strict gun control system. Even the underworld doesn't dare to use guns easily. Those policemen who are incompetent and only waste taxpayers' money on weekdays will all transform themselves when they encounter a case involving guns, from a stupid and harmless Shiba Inu to a shark that smells blood, relentlessly pursuing the source and whereabouts of the gun. To sum up, unless it is a life and death situation, the Yakuza will not use guns. It's normal for a gang like the Red Snapper to have a few pistols. The mother struggled for a long time, but finally couldn't bear to let her son catch the bullet with his body. Finally, she snorted and said to him, Go find Lady Fukuheim of the Yutoan Palace. Her mind is just right for you to learn. Can it be done quickly? Asked Iinuma Isao. Others definitely can't do it, but you can learn it in just 1 week. Mom, I love you so much. I just realized it now. Dear mother, Iinuma Isao, you are so snobbish, so disgusting. Let me tell you first, that Princess Fukuji is a yandere. You have to disguise yourself and use perfume to cover up the smell I left for you before you go. Otherwise, be careful that she will find out your identity, lock you up, and torture and punish you severely. Okay, I understand. TSK, your careless tone makes Mom angry. Mom wants to see you flip over right now, and be locked in a chair in the basement by Fuji with a surprised look on your face, and be clamped on your buttocks, breaking your pelvis and letting you suffer the ultimate humiliation. Do you act like a mother when you say this to your son? Don't you look like a son? I'll wipe my ass, I won't say any more. Iinuma Isao hung up the phone and wiped his, but while thinking with disdain, I have been tortured by your yandere mother for 15 years. Would I be afraid of other yanderes? And you said I would flip over? Joke. Even if I am locked in the basement, I want her to grind soy milk for me with tofu. Flush, turn around and go out. On the sofa, the mature and attractive body of the 37-year-old woman twisted slightly a few times. Tilde. Huacheng Xingzi slowly opened her eyes. The humid wind blew in through the window, and a cool breeze brushed against her slightly sweaty forehead, instantly restoring her spirits. Feeling refreshed, the old aunt couldn't help but stretch herself contentedly. So comfortable. At this time, she had no eye-catching hairpins, jewels, or other ornaments, nor did she wear gorgeous clothes. But her lazy posture after just waking up, her narrow and noble eyes, her rosy and sexy lips, her plump and graceful figure, and her every move exuded an extremely seductive and mature charm. Soon, Huacheng Xingzi had her hair done up neatly, put on makeup, and dressed neatly. She stood up and looked over. The two people's eyes met, and a clear, strong, unprecedented light flashed across the old aunt's eyes. At this moment, Iinuma Isao understood, and she rebuilt her strong shell. The Huacheng Xingzi who could only sleep with him by her side, the weak Huacheng Xingzi who confided her sorrows, has temporarily disappeared. In the afternoon, after dealing with some miscellaneous matters on the project, Anzi Hanashiro returned to Tokyo. She did not go home directly, but went to visit the Miyazawa family with Iinuma Isao. After comforting the remaining family members of the Miyazawa family and inquiring about the news about the head of the Miyazawa family, and learning that he was invited to be a guest and will visit the Huacheng family with the Red Tie group tonight, Huacheng Anzi finally put her heart at ease. When they were leaving, Madame Gongza saw them to the door and said, "I'm sorry to bother you to come here. I should be the one to say sorry to you." Huacheng Xingzi said, bowing her head to apologize, "When Uncle comes back, you and your family can stay at Li Zi's place for a while." "Okay, I haven't seen Li Zi for a long time." The old lady smiled and nodded. "I'll take my leave now." Huacheng Xingzi walked out the door. The young man followed the noble lady faithfully, like a dashing attendant, serving his mistress like a shadow. Iinuma-kun. Old Lady Miyazawa suddenly called out. Iinuma Isao stopped. The sincere voice of the patriarch came from behind. "Xingzi has a strong personality. I'm afraid she might do something impulsive in a fit of rage. Please take good care of her." With his back to the old lady, Iinuma Isao waved his hand. After hearing this, Huacheng Xingzi's eyebrows twitched inadvertently. It's obviously me who should be taking care of the little brat. It was gradually getting dark. There are lush green trees planted on both sides of the road, and the whole block is quiet, without any sound at all. I'm so tired. Huacheng Xingzi punched behind him and punched himself hard on the back. As I said, if you have big breasts and don't wear a bra, and you hang around for a long time, your back and waist will definitely be sore and painful. "Can I press it for you?" asked Iinuma Isao. "You want to take advantage of your aunt again, don't you?" Huacheng Xingzi looked at him dimly. "I've learned massage. I guarantee I can eliminate your body's fatigue." Iinuma Isao said confidently, and as if he was afraid she wouldn't believe him, he added, "My technique is as good as my foot massage technique." Huacheng Xingzi's ankle did heal in 2 days, but when she thought of the embarrassing state he made her in when he massaged her feet, she felt ashamed and angry and couldn't bring herself to lose face. "Now, I have to thank you." The old lady's tone now became grim. Iinuma-zun felt a chill down his spine and stood at attention obediently. "You are too polite." "Oh, no, I mean, I can't bear the thanks from my aunt." "Well, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble these days. If you need me, please feel free to use me. I'll be there whenever you call me." Huacheng Xingzi glanced at him for a few times and hummed indifferently. "Let's go, it's getting dark, and we still have to go to the Imperial Palace." "Are you looking for Aunt Kuriko?" asked Iinuma Isao. "Yes, I have to think about what excuse I can use to find her." "Let me do it." Iinuma Isao volunteered. Huacheng Xingzi turned her head to look at him, slowly opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, rested her chest on the steering wheel, and said nothing. "You're smart." The old lady didn't say anything on the surface, but in her heart she almost had a better impression of Iinuma Isao. Of course, she couldn't bring herself to ask that little bitch for help, so she left the matter to her adopted son. When her adopted son did a good job, she rewarded him generously. If you can't do it, just ignore him tonight and let him sleep alone. Chapter 36. Aunt Xingzi, there is only you in my heart. There is no room for other women. Iinuma Isao also wants to meet Hanashiro Kuriko. The Toinomiya my mother was talking about is a member of the royal family, and Prince Toinomiya is the uncle of the current emperor. Her Highness Fukuji is the princess. How could he, a boy from the countryside of Hokkaido, meet the princess easily? He must need someone to introduce him to her. Huacheng Lizzie is a female recorder in the palace. She is responsible for recording all matters of great and small magnitude that occur in the palace and organizing various sacrifices and celebrations. She is truly an important figure in the palace. It would be best to ask her for an introduction. "Hello." After the call was connected, Iinuma Isao greeted him familiarly. "Hello, Aunt Li Zi, I'm Zun." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of joyful laughter. "Ah, you finally decided to contact me? I thought you were imprisoned by your sister." Huacheng Lizzie said jokingly, "Since we parted at the funeral, I have missed your beauty so much." "Oh." Hearing his scream, Huacheng Lizzie asked in confusion, "My sister is with you?" "You are so clever." As Iinuma Isao said this, he turned his head to look at Hanashiro Anko, who had a cold expression on her face. The old aunt glared at him hard and continued to pinch his arm with her nails, threatening him to stop flirting with that little bitch and get down to business. "Haha, my sister is so stupid that she's kind of cute sometimes." Huacheng Lizzie laughed contemptuously. Iinuma waited until she finished laughing and heard her ask, "What do you want from me?" Before he said, "I want to borrow 2 books from you." "Oh." Hua Cheng Lizzie was a little confused. Over the years, many men have asked her to do things for them and seek a favor. She was the first one to borrow a book. "Do you have Stendhal's The Red and the Black and Maupassant's A Beau Friend?" asked Iinuma Isao. "Of course." Hua Cheng Lizzie answered happily. She briefly recalled the contents of the 2 books in her mind and asked with amusement, "Do you also want to be an aspiring young man who climbs up the social ladder by relying on upper-class women?" "To be honest, that's exactly what I meant." Well, my pretty friend, allow me to call you that." On the other end of the phone, Hua Cheng Lizzie skillfully used the pretentious translation tone. "Before we officially meet, please allow me to ask a question." "Please go ahead." "Would you like to be Julian in The Red and the Black, who failed because of his conscience, or Jiroi in A Bel Amigos, who was despicable but succeeded in the end?" "I want to be like Iinuma Isao, who still has a conscience and succeeds in the end." "Good, ambitious." His confident, almost arrogant personality is what Hua Cheng Lizzie likes most about him. "My sister wants to ask me something, right?" she asked. "Yes." "My fun is coming." Hua Cheng Lizzie burst into laughter. From her laughter, one could tell that she felt happy and joyful from the bottom of her heart, even a little complacent. "Bring her here quickly. I can't wait to humiliate my sister. This is really interesting." "We'll be there soon." "Well, I'll get ready. Also, Aunt Lizzie, please be considerate of me and don't irritate your sister tonight." "It all depends on your performance, my beautiful friend." "Ha." The younger sister's shrill laughter made the older sister feel uncomfortable. "Little devil, if you dare to hook up with her, I won't forgive you." Hanashiro Anza pointed at Iinuma Isao's nose and warned him, then drove to the Imperial Palace angrily. Seeing her sulking, Iinuma Isao really wanted to laugh. If he wasn't afraid that she would turn around and go home halfway, he would have laughed out loud. The sun sets, casting long shadows. When they arrived at the gate of the Imperial Palace, as if they had received a notice, 2 palace maids led them into the Imperial Palace outer gardens. Walking under the cherry blossoms and crossing the double bridge over the moat, you will reach the Imperial Palace inner garden, where the Emperor lives. Enter the inner courtyard from the middle gate, pass by the 200-meter-long Chang'e Hall, enter the courtyard of the inner courtyard, and start turning left and right along the winding corridor. On the way, it was getting dark. The fog became very thick and the boundary between dusk and fog was unclear. The melancholy sunset seemed to be smoked. The light gradually weakened and became hazy. After the maid led the guest to a courtyard, she left. Hanashiro Kyoko led Iinuma Isao through the gate and walked in. There were towering old trees on both sides of the path, and their branches extended outward, forming a green canopy above their heads. Suddenly, something fell down. Iinuma Isao reached out and took it. What fell down was a complex and gorgeous Rococo-style high heel. This pair of shoes has a soft beige satin interior and a blue brocade upper, with intricate and gorgeous hand embroidery on the side. The steel buckle is inlaid with sparkling gems, and the toe and heel are very beautiful, giving the overall feeling of being delicate and fragile. The blue brocade upper gives off a faint scent of perfume, while the beige lining gives off a faint smell of sweat and acid. It's such an intoxicating smell. Whose lunch box fell? Iinuma Isao held the shoes and raised his head slightly. "Excuse me, my beautiful friend." On the treetops that crossed the path, a beautiful and charming lady gently shook her jade feet, looking lazy and sleepy. "My shoe seemed to have fallen into your hands. Can you give it back to me?" The little foot wrapped in flesh-colored stockings dangled gently in the air, bringing with it a smell of sweat and perfume. Iinuma Isao thought the smell was really good, and said reluctantly, "Please come down." "Ha tilde." Hua Cheng Lizzie stretched as if he was very tired. His waist moved slightly, and he fell from the tree. The soft and boneless body, accompanied by a gust of fragrant breeze, fell into the young man's arms. She was wearing a dark blue cashmere dress that matched her shoes. The soft, close-fitting fabric highlighted her slender figure and ample breasts. The white and tender arms and chest were exposed to the air, and the collar and cuffs were lightly trimmed with a layer of white lace. The silky black hair slowly falls to the legs. It is black, long, and straight. On his classic round oval face, he wore gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes revealed a hint of alienation. This indifferent temperament came up all of a sudden. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but sigh that his elder sister was already a rare beauty, and his younger sister's temperament was even more extraordinary. Hua Cheng Lizzie got down from the boy's arms, put on his shoes, waved listlessly, and walked into the house first. Perhaps it was because of the combination of sunset and thick fog that her figure in the dark blue dress was blurred, as beautiful as a Raphael oil painting. At the side, Hua Cheng Xingzi saw that her adopted son's attention was completely taken away by her younger sister. She stamped her feet in anger, grabbed his ears angrily, and warned him in his ear. She is just pretending. Isn't this what you young people like? She knows it, don't be fooled. She didn't do anything. Iinuma Isao responded with a smile. Every time she sees the younger sister, the older sister's calmness seems to disappear in an instant. What do you mean by didn't do anything? As soon as you entered the door, she seduced you with her shoes, and now she's walking forward without paying any attention to you. What do you call this? Huacheng Xingzi was so angry that her chest swelled. She said angrily and disdainfully, "Look at this, she's hesitant to speak, and she's retreating to advance. She's known this trick since she was a child. What a witch. Don't worry, Auntie Xingzi." Iinuma-zun pinched the old aunt's snow-white and soft little hand, and said affectionately, "There is only you in my heart, there is no room for other women." You're smart. Huacheng Xingzi showed a smile of victory on her lips, and she confidently puffed out her magnificent chest and raised a proud head. Then she walked into the house with a somewhat elegant and luxurious temperament and went to confront her sister. Chapter 37. What are you showing off? The architecture inside the imperial palace has a unified style. There are not many decorations, very simple. The indoor views are all very open. Every room can see the courtyard, and each room has an exclusive painting. Huacheng Lizzie sat down in front of the tea table, tilting her head slightly, with a strand of hair hanging down beside her cheek. There was a hint of gloom in those peach blossom eyes, and the action of gently curling up the hair with fingertips instantly created an elegant literary and artistic atmosphere. However, Huacheng Xingzi just looked at her coldly. As the elder sister, she knows it best. This is just the acting that the little bitch sister is best at. When my elder sister saw me, she was still so tense. If I did anything to displease my elder sister, I would like to apologize to her first. Huacheng Lizzie said this, bowing his head to apologize. After lowering his head, the corner of his mouth, which his sister couldn't see, raised in contempt and mockery. Huacheng Xingzi's cheek twitched, and the anger in her clear eyes became more and more obvious. Calm down, calm down. Under the table, Iinuma Isao squeezed her little hand. He and Aunt Xingzi sat on one side of the tea table, while Aunt Lizzie sat opposite them. Her dark blue tight dress clearly highlighted her delicate shoulders and the round, bulging chest. Ha tilde. Huacheng Xingzi let out a long sigh, took out a cup, poured herself some tea to quench her thirst. Thank you, sister. Huacheng Lizzie snatched the teacup away. Huacheng Xingzi clenched her fists instantly. I can't stand this bitch anymore. I'm going to flip the table. At this moment, Iinuma Isao felt the smell of gunpowder filling the dim tea room. Come, I'll pour it for you. He quickly took the teapot and poured a cup of tea. Mother-in-law, please. Oh, my stepmother. Huacheng Lizzie's eyes flickered and her expression was jealous. Snort. The elder sister gave her a proud look, took the tea poured by her adopted son and drank it calmly. Iinuma-kun, do you like recognizing your mother so much? Hanashiro Kuriko looked at Iinuma Isao with a distorted face, and the image of a gloomy literary young woman that she had just created was gone. Iinuma Isao felt that he was so innocent. Huacheng Xingzi, who was drinking tea, raised her eyes calmly. Don't worry about it, little sister. You can't take something that your sister doesn't give you. Oh. The younger sister sneered. Sister, have you forgotten that from childhood to adulthood, there is nothing that I have not gotten? That's me letting you go. The little sister raised her lips, revealing a self-righteous and arrogant look. Why don't you continue to give her now? Huacheng Xingzi was speechless for a moment. She didn't care about those things before, so if they were stolen, they were stolen. But this is different now. She has to rely on him to get a good night's sleep. How could she just watch him be taken away? Seeing his elder sister hesitating, Huacheng Lizzie felt even more uncomfortable. Look at your coquettish appearance. Are you having an affair with the little man I value? The younger sister was so angry that she didn't want to pretend anymore. She got straight to the point and said, Sister, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Please tell me, don't waste my time. Hanashiro Kyoko glanced at Iinuma Isao coldly. You say it. Isao Iinuma was drinking tea and was having a good time. It's so interesting to see these two beautiful ladies with exquisite temperament dislike each other. Seeing the old aunt signaled him to speak, he slowly took a sip of hot tea and looked at the bitchy Aunt Kuriko across from him. Aunt Kyoko and I visited the Miyazawa family today to discuss some things. What is it? Huacheng Lizzie's snow-white hands and slender white fingers hold the teacup. After entering the room and seeing the two sisters quarreling with each other for a while, things finally got back to the point. Iinuma Isao briefly talked about what happened in the afternoon, and finally said sincerely, this is what happened. I hope Aunt Kuriko agrees. Huacheng Lizzie's round oval face turned around. and her expression once again showed the graceful demeanor of a literary lady. She smiled sweetly, and her expression became kind. Then, she lowered her voice, as if she didn't want her elder sister to hear, and said to the boy softly, "Is it your request, or my sister's?" My sister drank her tea in silence. "Of course it's my request," Iinuma Isao said tactfully. "That's great." Huacheng Lizzie smiled faintly, with a friendly look in his eyes, and then said solemnly, "This is a small matter, of course there is no problem. But please go ahead." Iinuma Isao thought that it was time to put forward conditions. Seeing his tactful look, Huacheng Lizzie kept smiling. Her beautiful cherry lips are upturned, with an irresistible charm, her eyes are bright and her voice is pleasant. This deep palace is indeed noble, but it lacks a bit of the flavor of life. I have lived here for a long time and gradually feel lonely. I miss the free and happy time outside the palace. Huacheng Lizzie sighed, holding her chin with her little hand, staring at the courtyard outside the window that was bathed in the setting sun, and there was no movement for a long while. Across the street, Hanashiro Anzi whispered in Iinuma Isao's ear, "Look at how she pretends to be melancholy to seduce men. It's really hard to guard against her." Iinuma Isao nodded in agreement. Aunt Li Zi is really a bit of a bitch. But I like. After being alone and sad for a long time, Huacheng Lizzie placed her slender fingers on her white chin and looked at her elder sister with interest. "Sister, do you think I would not be lonely if my relatives often came to the palace to visit me?" Huacheng Xingzi snorted coldly. "What do you want to say?" "Your adopted son, give it to me." Huacheng Lizzie sneered. Huacheng Xingzi took a deep breath, lifted the tea table with both hands, and was about to lift it up with force. But suddenly, her body trembled, and she lost all her strength in an instant. Under the table, Iinuma Isao put one hand on her legs, signaling her not to be impulsive. Her legs were smooth and warm. Huacheng Xingzi has an extremely sensitive physique. When she was pressed, her waist softened instantly and her eyes became misty. Iinuma Isao controlled Auntie Anzi with one hand and looked at Auntie Lizzie opposite him with a distressed expression. "Auntie Lizzie, this is not good." "Nothing bad." Huacheng Lizzie didn't notice the little movements of the elder sister and the boy. She snorted softly and said proudly, "The elder sister has a bad temper. You won't be happy with her. Come to me and I will let you know the fun of a mature woman." "You." Huacheng Xingzi's delicate nose trembled slightly, and she felt a little embarrassed. Tilda. Huacheng Xingzi couldn't help but hum, and then immediately bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from making any more embarrassing sounds. The younger sister looked at her elder sister strangely. Her face was flushed and she was breathing slightly, looking like spring had come. Huacheng Lizzie thought, "I'm still watching you, and you're already in heat? How shameless." "Okay, since you don't want to, forget it." Huacheng Lizzie said impatiently, then stretched. The spectacular curve of her chest was only slightly inferior to her sister's, and the boy opposite her almost popped his eyes out. Realizing that Iinuma Isao's attention was drawn to her, Hanashiro Anzi tried to straighten her chest and waved to her sister despite her numb and weak waist. Her watery phoenix eyes met her sister's puzzled peach blossom eyes. Snort. Rubbish. My sister sent a message with disdain in her eyes. "It's just 2 tails of meat. What the hell are you showing off?" Okay, that is how we compare." Huacheng Lizzie sneered and tugged at his collar covertly. The soft, close-fitting fabric slid down her left shoulder. Miss Chestnut's shoulders were half exposed, and her plump body touched the air, instantly turning the entire room pink. Chapter 38. Your soul is almost seduced away by that vixen. The cool sunset shines in through the window. The green of the trees in the garden spreads out under the sunlight. Huacheng Lizzie's shoulders are exposed and her eyes are shining with beautiful light. The evening breeze that seeped in through the window ruffled her hair. In the eyes of Zunfan Iinuma, she was simply a female bodhisattva. Is a goddess who gives out benefits like this a female bodhisattva? Huacheng Xingzi gritted her teeth. Her fair and slender neck even had blue veins visible. After all, she is not as bold as her younger sister. In other words, she is in a vacuum state now, so wouldn't everything be exposed if she pulled off her collar? Leave it to me. Iinuma Isao pressed lightly on her thigh with his fingertips. Xingzi baby has sensitive skin all over his body. His chest rises and falls slightly, his face flushes, his breathing becomes heavier, and his eyes are filled with watery colors. Looking at her, Huacheng Lizzie couldn't help but show a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Such a vulgar expression is really disrespectful. But my sister is really beautiful. Looking at his sister's expression, Huacheng Lizzie felt something was wrong, but he couldn't guess what was wrong with her. The younger sister couldn't figure out how her elder sister's thighs were played with under the table, and she couldn't imagine how many times this traditional and conservative elder sister had slept with the young warrior she had a crush on in the past 10 days. Aunt Kuriko, Iinuma Isao returned to the previous topic while drinking tea. It shouldn't be a problem to just let the women of the Miyazawa family stay at your place for a few days, right? Huacheng Lizzie snorted softly. Of course it's not a problem. The younger sister still has some feelings for the older sister in her heart, but the older sister is too proud to speak up, so she has been unable to help. But she held her chin with her slender fingers and looked at her elder sister with interest as her eyes gradually blurred. How about this? I won't steal your adopted son. As long as Azan calls me mom when he sees me in the future, I will be satisfied. Clam. The beautiful elder sister who was carefully enjoying the massage from her adopted son raised her head. Her eyes were so innocent and cute that they seemed a little mentally retarded. What happened, meow? Every time the elder sister sees the younger sister, she becomes stupid. It's none of your business, just continue to rest. Iinuma Isao rubbed with more force. Huacheng Xingzi's delicate body tensed. Afraid that her younger sister would notice something was wrong, she quickly lowered her head and clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making any embarrassing sounds. Sister, are you sick? The younger sister asked with concern. Have you taken the medicine? Do you want me to take a look at you? Huacheng Xingzi lowered her head and said nothing. If the younger sister has the older sister's favorability tips, she will definitely see the words, favorability 1, appearing above the older sister's head continuously. Auntie Kuriko, I promise you. Iinuma Isao raised his voice. Huacheng Lizzie's attention was drawn back, and she nodded with satisfaction. That's very good, my beautiful son. I have one more thing. Iinuma Isao continued. Wait. Huacheng Lizzie's eyes curved up and blinked like a little fox. She reached out and touched Iinuma Isao's head. From now on, you have to call me mother. Call mother during the day and mother calls at night. Iinuma Isao repeated this several times in his mind, then said with a smile, Mother, I have one more thing to ask. Please speak. Huacheng Lizzie was in high spirits. I would like to ask you to introduce me to someone. Who? Her Highness Toin no Miya Fukuheim. Oh. Huacheng Lizzie showed an interested expression. Her Highness Fuji is currently concentrating on studying Buddhism and refuses to see outsiders. I'm afraid it's not that simple. She said with some ulterior motives. That's why I want to ask Mother for an introduction. After saying that, Iinuma Isao quickly poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her with both hands, with a warm smile on his face. Everyone knows that, Mother, you are proficient in literature, easygoing and like to make friends with people, and your Buddhist practice is also superb. Even His Majesty the Emperor praises you highly. These words were said by Huacheng Xingzi. However, the old sister's original words were that little bitch Li Zi relies on her literary talent and is mean and sarcastic. She complains about everything all the time. Birds flying over the imperial palace dare not stay over her head for even a second, otherwise they will be sprayed with her saliva. In order to achieve a better effect, Iinuma Isao changed this sentence a little bit. After hearing his flattery, Huacheng Lizzie's eyes lit up immediately, and she smiled narcissistically. I didn't expect that even a country kid like you who just arrived in Tokyo knows my name. Well, when you become famous, there will be more gossips, which is really distressing. Iinuma Isao suppressed his laughter and said, So, besides you, who else can persuade Princess Fukuheim? Okay, I don't like to hear these compliments. Huacheng Lizzie waved his hand, signaling him to stop. But the corners of her mouth were almost raised to the sky, and it was obvious that she loved hearing it very much. It seemed that he was quite useful, so Iinuma Isao thought he should strike while the iron was hot, so he opened his mouth. As a result, Huacheng Xingzi, who was feeling very comfortable under his massage, pressed back with one hand and pinched it hard to signal him not to praise that little bitch anymore, otherwise she would be angry. It has to be said that the information that Huacheng Xingzi browsed online on how to help adolescent boys vent their energy was useful. The grab was so accurate and fierce that Iinuma Isao immediately stopped talking. Huacheng Lizzie waited for a long time, but didn't get the second flattery. He frowned unhappily, thinking that the fool still needed to be trained before he could use him smoothly. Okay, Mother will introduce you to someone. Just come over tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose and stood up. Come with me to the study. I'll go first. Iinuma Isao looked at Hanashiro Anko beside him. Huacheng Xingzi gritted her teeth and nodded. As soon as her son's hand was taken away, she leaned sideways weakly and fell on the tatami. Who wouldn't be confused by the beauty who is sweating and panting? Iinuma Isao walked into the study next to the living room. The study is not big, and the walls are surrounded by a circle of tall mahogany bookshelves. Various books are neatly stacked on the partitions, with covers of different colors, making the small library look full of books. Huacheng Lizzie sat in an armchair with a smile on her face. Seeing Iinuma Isao coming in, she stretched out her hand and took out her white arm from the wide open sleeves. These 2 books you asked for. Iinuma took the book from her and looked at the cover, in French. I bought it when I was studying in Paris. It's been almost 15 years. Huacheng Lizzie's tender fingertips held a quill pen and spun it quickly. If you can't read French, you can wait until I buy the Japanese version and send it to you. I'll learn it. Iinuma Isao showed a confident smile. I'll be able to learn it in less than 3 months. The bright and youthful smile on his face is what the sultry literary young woman likes most. The pair of peach blossom eyes staring at him were watery and filled with a complex tenderness, making them particularly charming. Generally speaking, women with oval faces appear pure and dignified. Women with peach blossom eyes, on the other hand, will appear lustful. A woman with an oval face and peach blossom eyes is both pure and sexy. Huacheng Lizzie sat in front of the boy, staring at him intently, and smiled sweetly. Are you more comfortable with me than with your sister? My sister is an old virgin. She doesn't have any feminine charm at all, am I right? Please don't say that. Iinuma Isao said seriously. Auntie Anzi has a strong character, clear likes and dislikes, and she is also a very charming woman. Sly little devil. Huacheng Lizzie chuckled and asked, who do you think is prettier, me or my sister? Auntie Xingzi called me. See you tomorrow. Iinuma Isao turned around and ran away. On the way back, Huacheng Xingzi sat in the back seat angrily and refused to drive. Your soul is almost being seduced away by that vixen. She pointed at her rebellious son's nose and shouted at him. Favorability 1. Good impression 1. The rebellious son couldn't coax her, so he had to call a designated driver to drive over. The younger sister looked at the seat where her elder sister had sat, her face full of disdain. You are almost 40 years old, and you can wet the tatami while drinking tea. It's really embarrassing for me as your younger sister. Chapter 39. The old lady Estos are all clean. The designated driver drove back from the Imperial Palace to Shibuya. Huacheng Xingzi's car is a customized Maybach. When the lifting curtain between the front and back rows is lowered, it becomes 2 independent spaces. At this moment, the old lady leaning on the back seat had a frosty face. Auntie Xingzi. Iinuma Isao carefully observed her expression. Snort. Huacheng Xingzi was still lying sideways. The slightly upturned nose emerged in the twilight, revealing her stubborn character. What happened just now was also forced. I was afraid that you and Aunt Li would quarrel and something bad would happen, so I comforted you like that. Isao Iinuma was shamelessly cunning. Bah, and explained helplessly. When this matter was mentioned, a spark appeared faintly in Huacheng Xingzi's beautiful phoenix eyes. My clothes are still wet. You little rascal, have I been too nice to you lately, so that you are increasingly disregarding me as your mistress? Seeing her cold face, he knew that explanation was not going to work, so Iinuma simply stopped explaining and changed the subject. I have always had a question. Snort. Huacheng Xingzi still ignored him. According to Auntie Kuriko's idea, as long as you tell her, she will definitely help you. Iinuma Isao looked at her profile and asked, why don't you speak up? Do you really think you can't show weakness in front of your family? Hearing this question, Huacheng Xingzi frowned. She still said nothing, but the frost on her face had obviously melted a little. For example, at a funeral. Iinuma Isao moved closer to her and said carefully, suppose, if that fat pig Tanaka Saburo succeeds in his plan, you will face countless insults. Huacheng Xingzi suddenly turned around and looked at him. Looking at the boy's tall and healthy body, she thought that a handsome young wolf dog was more than 10,000 times better than a fat guy. Iinuma Isao met her not-so-cold gaze and asked seriously, Auntie Kuriko was there at the time, why didn't you ask her to help? Do you think it's more important to save face than to potentially lose your virginity? Huacheng Xingzi was silent for a moment before she sighed faintly. Do you think I take chastity lightly? Clam. Iinuma Isao didn't understand why she suddenly asked this. Is it dissolute to sleep with a boy you just met during the mourning period after your husband died? If you put it that way, it's a bit. Huacheng Xingzi's face turned cold instantly. Iinuma Isao immediately changed his words. These are just temporary measures that we had to take. They don't mean anything. I actually care a lot about chastity. Huacheng Anzi said to herself. The light outside the window dimmed again, and the black of her kimono became even darker, a color that made her look a little pitiful. Looking at her cool and pale face in the night, Iinuma Isao nodded with a calm smile on his face. I am sure. The best proof is that she is still a virgin at the age of 37. Huacheng Xingzi's eyelashes trembled slightly and she glanced at him to express her gratitude. Although I value chastity, even more than life. But compared to chastity, There are more important things that need to be prioritized. While speaking, Hua Cheng Xingzi regained her mistress's dignity and said the next sentence calmly but without hesitation. Family is more important than chastity. What is the demeanor of a mistress? Iinuma Isao listened to her quietly. The reason why Li Zi can defy the heavens and the earth and hold a high position in the palace is because she owes nothing to anyone and has no vested interests with anyone. The emperor can be completely confident in her. If I ask her for help, she will certainly be happy to help her sister, but she is, after all, just a female official without real power. The light in Hua Cheng Xingzi's narrow and long phoenix eyes dimmed for a moment. Iinuma Isao probably knew what she was going to say. If she wants to help me, she can only ask for help from powerful people. With her status in the palace, naturally there will be people willing to help. But in this way, she is equivalent to having a vested interest in the outside world. She owes favors, and when it is time to repay, what can she use to repay? She can only use the face given by the emperor to find another person, and then find another person to repay the favor of this one. If this goes on repeatedly, her transcendent status in the palace will inevitably be unsustainable, and she will gradually fall from an admired literary female official to a socialite who has to rely on powerful people to survive. After listening to her, Iinuma Isao nodded silently. That's true. Aunt Li Zi now has no vested interests with the outside world and is trustworthy to the emperor. But once she had contact with the outside world, in the eyes of the emperor, her background would be unclean and she could be kicked out at any time. So, Hua Cheng Xingzi slowly turned her gaze back to the window. Above the distant tall buildings, there was still a faint afterglow of the sunset, but the outlines of the scenery seen through the car window had already been dimmed. Even if I lose my virginity, I don't want my little sister to lose the things she relies on for survival because of me. Her voice was extremely beautiful, yet almost sad, and it echoed in the carriage for a long time. Besides, I can't lose. The old lady finally said something stubborn. Iinuma Isao felt like he was electrocuted by her, especially when the headlights from the oncoming lane penetrated through the hazy undercurrent of dusk mist and shone on her face. That otherworldly transparent illusion brought about an indescribable beauty that almost made his heart tremble. In his book Snow Country, Yasunari Kawabata used the sentence, "The woman gives the impression of being surprisingly clean," even making one think that the curls of her toes are probably clean to describe the beauty of the geisha Kamako that is untainted by the mud. At this moment, Iinuma Isao was in a state of agitation, and could not help but say, "Auntie Xingzi, the inside of your toes is probably clean too." Probably? What do you mean by probably? What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Cheng Xingzi turned her head and glared at him, and scolded him like a stern female teacher facing a student who made a mistake in answering a question. It's not like you haven't played with Auntie's toes before. Isn't it clean as if it has been licked? Iinuma Isao's face was black and smelly. If I said this to Auntie Li Zi, she would definitely shake her face slightly to the left and right, her cheeks flushed, and scold him like a spoiled child. You can't be telling the truth. Tokyo people always love to lie. Disgusting. Yes, Tokyo people love to lie. This is also what Kawabata Yasunari said. It's a pity that Aunt Xingzi has been beaten by society for so many years that the artistic cells in her body have long been dead. That's a compliment to you. Iinuma Isao laughed helplessly. Hua Cheng Xingzi said without emotion, "I don't need praise." Okay, you're awesome." Iinuma Isao complimented with a smile, then suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "According to the saying that relatives are more important than chastity, am I also your relative?" Hua Cheng Xingzi looked out the window indifferently. Gazing at the sunset glow on the Tokyo skyline, the lady's pretty cheeks turned red. She thought of him as someone more important than her chastity. After all, except for the last layer of her so-called chastity, almost all the rest had been taken away by this brat. How could she have the face to mention it again? Chapter 40. No one will bully Auntie anymore, but if I bully her it's another matter. As night fell, the Maybach turned uphill. Winding up along the road, after the last bend, there is a sign for private territory standing on the side of the road, and further ahead is the Huacheng family's huge mansion. In the night, cherry blossoms bloom brightly. As they were almost home, Iinuma Isao closed the curtain between the front and back rows. However, as soon as the curtain rose and he saw the door through the windshield, his eyes were startled. There were about a number of people standing under the cherry tree opposite the entrance, standing upright facing the gate. They were all dressed in suits and had tall and strong builds. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were all martial artists. The leader was Kato Ryota, whom I had met once before. The guy gave people a very restless feeling, like a wild beast restrained by a suit, ready to attack and hurt people at any time. The people from the Red Snapper Group. Iinuma Isao thought that it would be difficult to have peace tonight. At this moment, Kato Ryota's gaze was also locked on the boy from a distance. The eagle-like sharp eyes carried undisguised malice and fighting spirit. This powerful fighting spirit seemed to take on a physical form, wriggling and floating around him like a black mist, with a faint green light shining through it just like an evil spirit. So strong. Iinuma Isao suddenly became nervous. Huacheng Xingzi didn't look forward, but looked out the window. The boy subconsciously grabbed her arm. The strong grip left red marks on her arms. "What are you doing?" Huacheng Xingzi was about to scold him, but when she turned her eyes, she first glanced at the windshield of the car. The pupils of her beautiful phoenix eyes shrank slightly. The Maybach passed them quickly. This group of men in suits bowed collectively towards the car. It looks like a magician in a formal suit, greeting the audience before performing a show. Looking closer, Iinuma Isao clenched his fists. "Don't be impulsive." Huacheng Xingzi quickly held him down. Iinuma Isao looked back at her, only to see her calmly say, "Be obedient and leave it to me." "I'll adapt to the circumstances," Iinuma Isao replied. "Don't worry." Huacheng Xingzi patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, I can handle it." The Maybach drove through the gate and stopped in the parking area. Isao Iinuma opened the door and got out of the car first. Then he came to the lady's side and took her down. When she came down, her cheek almost touched his, and the elegant fragrance instantly overwhelmed the scent of cherry blossoms all around. Kato Ryota was outside the gate, looking inside from a distance. The boy got out of the car first, then immediately ran over here, bent down and opened the car door. In the dim light of the yard, the lady in black kimono got out of the car under his arm. Since the boy was much taller than the lady, he could hardly see her from behind, and the black kimono made her presence even harder to detect. The boy seemed to be the lady's bodyguard. Kato Ryota stared at it for a long, long time. The lady was tall and beautiful, and her steps were calm and steady. As she walked into the house, her incomparably beautiful neck was revealed above the collar of her black kimono. "It's been 20 years. Kato Ryota's eyes suddenly looked a little confused. "Uncle, are you looking at my aunt?" A delicate and touching childish voice suddenly came from beside him, which scared Kato Ryota. There seemed to be light in his vision. Light and pure as snow, like an angel descending. The door light, as faint and soft as a firefly, illuminated the visitor's face. An angel really came. Straight black hair and porcelain smooth white skin. Eyes that reflected soft holy light. A face without any stain, pure and innocent, light and graceful steps. A delicate and pleasant voice said, "Uncle, I'm sorry that you were 20 years late." In an instant, Kato Ryota shuddered. As if to dispel his uneasiness, he screamed in a high-pitched voice, "When did you come?" "I just got here." "But that's not important, is it?" Hanajo Irai looked at him and smiled innocently and romantically. "Remember, always keep a reverent heart, because God is always by your side." Kato Ryota felt even more uneasy. Facing this strange girl, he suddenly felt a fear worse than death. "You, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense." I. Kato Ryota's mouth was dry and sweat was on his forehead. "You are 20 years late." Huacheng Irai said with a smile, 20 years ago, my aunt fell in love with him till death, so you are 20 years late. Please stop imagining nonsense, otherwise, I will be angry." Her voice is still childish, like a young girl's, but she doesn't give people the feeling of a young girl at all. Kato Ryota opened his eyes wide. "You. Don't be afraid, uncle." Huacheng Irai said, turning around and walking towards home. "Just pretend I've never been here. Just do whatever you want to do tonight according to the original plan. Otherwise, Hey, stop." Kato Ryota felt a chill in his heart. "I am very satisfied with your performance." The angel turned her back to him and moved lightly into the house. "Remember, you should be fearful of the unknown. Don't pick up a bamboo sword and start fighting like a conceited person in the countryside of Hokkaido." At this point, she seemed to be amused by her own words and laughed twice. Then, without turning her head, she said, "Uncle, the attitude and reverence you showed are very correct. I am very satisfied, so please focus on it tonight and teach that Hokkaido country boy a lesson." How true are her words. Kato Ryota couldn't tell the difference at all. Staring at her slender body moving lightly as if unaffected by gravity, he felt as if he had just left the surface of the Earth and returned from a trip to Mars. He could not feel the reality of what had just happened. She asked me to focus on the key point. Does she have a grudge against that guy? But when she mentioned him, she smiled so happily. She didn't look like she had any grudge against him at all. What exactly is her intention? Kato Ryota thought silently for a long time, then patted his head and said with emotion, Are all young people nowadays so amazing? Behind me, a big G drove over. A little further back, a police car also stopped. 2 police officers, one old and one young, were inside the car paying attention to the movements here. Hua Cheng's tea room is very large. There are no real walls on the 4 sides. The roof is supported by pillars, and the things that look like walls are sliding doors. The decoration is quiet and elegant, and the lighting is a uniform maid's cup-shaped copper floor lamp, and the candlelight sways and dances in the breeze. The incense on the tea table was emitting wisps of smoke. Next to the tea table was a screen with a bamboo curtain with a simple pattern hanging on it. The bamboo curtain was illuminated by candlelight, casting mottled light, which fell on the tea table, as beautiful as snowflakes. Isao Iinuma walked barefoot into the tea room through the sliding door of the corridor and saw a dignified and beautiful woman in a black kimono sitting at the tea table. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists slightly. Such a good woman should not be bullied anymore. My bullying of her is another matter. Chapter 41. You actually drugged me. Zun, come here. Okay. Iinuma Isao stepped into the tea room and sat down next to Hanashiro Kyoko. He had just taken a shower and was wearing a black Hakama kimono with patterns on it, which looked very elegant and refined. The face that had just been washed with hot water was handsome yet with a hint of laziness, and the whole person exuded the charm that only belongs to a beautiful boy. Hua Chengxingzi looked at him, a hint of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. Although the brat is annoying, he is really handsome. Can you make tea? She fiddled with the charcoal stove with her little hands. The hot water in the teapot is boiling. Yes, Iinuma Isao replied. Then next time you can show it to Auntie. I'll order it for you next time, which means you order it this time. Iinuma Isao nodded silently. Hua Cheng Anzin knelt in front of the teapot, holding up a black orib tea bowl. The white glaze inside the tea bowl also had a pattern of young bracken painted in black glaze. This set of tea bowls was my father's favorite when he was alive. She said lightly, it is early spring now, and the tender buds of the fern reflect the charm of the mountains and fields. It is a perfect tea bowl for the season. After saying that, she began to order tea. She was still wearing the solemn black kimono. There was nothing wrong with the way she made tea. From the way her hands and chest were positioned, one could see her elegance. The lights flickered. The shadow of the bamboo curtain fell beside her, and her dark bun vaguely reflected the soft light. Iinuma Isao's eyes were fixed on the movement of her white wrist. The white and tender skin moved in the light, like cherry blossoms blooming in the air. The solemn black kimono, the fabric clinging to her plump body. The hem of her skirt was supported by her buttocks, revealing a little bit of her white and tender ankles at the bottom. The mature virgin had never been in love, and her plump body was outlined in the faint light, making her look extremely charming. The more Iinuma Isao looked at her, the more he felt that she seemed younger than when they first met, and even that she was becoming more and more beautiful. Unlike the messy experiences of other middle-aged women, the old aunt's pure and real beauty can be seen at a glance. Hua Chengxingzi noticed his unruly gaze and subconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, saying in a slightly annoyed tone, "What are you looking at?" "Auntie is so beautiful," said Iinuma Isao with a smile. Hua Chengxingzi looked unhappy and was about to teach him a lesson, but he spoke first. "My beautiful aunt, how about a bet?" "What bet?" Hua Chengxingzi asked unhappily. Iinuma Isao smiled with a hidden intention. "I will help you drive away the bad guys tonight, and you have to promise me one thing." Seeing his confident expression, Hua Chengxingzi laughed angrily and asked, "Who gave you the confidence? Just answer whether you want to gamble or not." "What do you want me to do?" "What to do?" In an instant, the wardrobe in Hanashiro Anko's room appeared in Iinuma Isao's mind. There were many gorgeous dresses and well-made women's uniforms, but she always wore conservative morning clothes, and Iinuma Isao had never seen her wearing anything else. "It's decided. Just play uniform play with Aunt Xingzi." With some dirty thoughts in his mind, Iinuma Isao smiled calmly. "I haven't thought about it yet, but I definitely won't force you." Hua Chengxingzi looked into his eyes, trying to find some information from them. But his eyes were too pure, and the old aunt observed very carefully but still found nothing. The boy looked at her frankly. Until finally, she nodded slowly. "Okay, I promise you." Iinuma Isao smiled broadly. His eyes were indeed pure, and no one could deny that. A pure old pervert is also pure. "What if you didn't help me drive away the bad guys tonight?" Hua Chengxingzi suddenly asked back. Iinuma Isao was stunned and answered truthfully, "I haven't thought about this question." "Well, since you can't do it, just promise me one thing." Hua Chengxingzi turned slightly and handed over the ordered tea. "Okay." Iinuma Isao took the teacup and took 2 slow sips. Watching him swallow the tea, a cunning light flashed in Hua Chengxingzi's calm eyes. "How does it feel?" she asked with a smile. Like the fern leaves in early spring, fresh and sweet. Because I saw the fern leaf pattern in the tea bowl, I knew the tea would taste like this. Besides, Iinuma Isao stole a glance outside the corridor, worried that the angel who had just walked past would suddenly jump out, point at his nose and yell, "Aunt, this guy is a liar." Fortunately, the angel was just passing by. Huacheng Xingzi picked up another tea bowl and poured some for herself. "If I lose, what does Auntie want me to do?" Iinuma Isao asked her, holding the tea bowl. Huacheng Xingzi asked back, "What did Li Zi say to you?" "Nothing." "You have to be careful with her. She always pretends to be gentle and innocent, but she is always thinking about some conspiracy in her heart. It is hard to figure out." "Okay. If you lose the bet, don't get close to her anymore." Iinuma Isao had a strange look in his eyes. "Come, my good adopted son, have some tea." Huacheng Xingzi raised a tea bowl. Well, Iinuma Isao had no choice but to finish the tea in the bowl. The sliding door was open, and the wind blew in from outside, causing the candlelight and charcoal fire to sway together. In the dim light, Huacheng Xingzi stole the limelight from the entire room. She looked at Iinuma Isao quietly, and suddenly reached out to smooth his slightly messy bangs, and earnestly reminded him, "Although I am very proud of your excellent swordsmanship at such a young age, I still have to say that young people should not fight fiercely and bravely all day long. Do you understand?" She spoke in a gentle tone, slowly and calmly. "I don't know how many times I've heard this from my mother." Iinuma-zan didn't have any idea at first, but when he saw his aunt's clear and serious eyes, the words on his lips turned into, "Yes, Zan will remember it." "Ryota Kato of the Red Tie Group is a very powerful character," said Anzi Hanashiro. Iinuma Isao said confidently, "I'm not afraid." Looking at his high spirits, Huacheng Xingzi's cheeks couldn't help but feel hot, and she had a vague urge to pour out her heart. But she endured it. The night is quiet and the candlelight illuminates the beauty. Iinuma Isao looked at her hesitant expression and suddenly had the urge to hold her around the waist in his arms. Huacheng Xingzi was silent for a moment, and then continued the previous topic. Kato Ryota, a disciple of Yagyu Shinkage Ryu, began to practice swordsmanship at a young age, and has been more than 30 years now. No matter how talented you are just a 15-year-old child. Just as Iinuma Isao was about to speak, she suddenly stretched out her finger and pressed his lips. Tilda. Iinuma Isao blinked in confusion. "Their target is only me, don't get involved." Huacheng Xingzi's beautiful face became extremely peaceful. "Auntie is very grateful to you, but the enemy is too strong tonight. If you act rashly, you will definitely be seriously injured, and you are so young and energetic. So, you should have a good rest." Tilda. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but yawn and muttered, "I'll listen to you and not act rashly." "No, I want you to rest." Huacheng Xingzi said seriously, and then, as if blaming him, she whispered, "You always say you'll listen to me, but when have you ever listened to me?" Auntie is getting cuter and cuter. Iinuma Isao couldn't help but reach out and want to rub her head. But as soon as he raised his hand, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes and yawning again. "Why do I feel so sleepy?" "Let's take a nap first." Huacheng Xingzi said softly. You. Iinuma Isao was suddenly startled. He looked at the old aunt and saw the firm determination in her eyes and an attitude as cold as the gloomy sky. "System." Iinuma Shu thought to himself. He opened the system, entered the mall page, spent 100 points to buy a stimulant, took it, and then lay on the ground pretending to sleep. "Huacheng Xingzi, you actually drugged me. Just wait and see how I take care of you in bed tonight." Chapter 42. You killed your father, no wonder you have nightmares. The long night is like water, and the petals are like snow, illuminating the beauty with bright and clear eyes. Huacheng Xingzi drank her tea silently. The slender white fingers picked up the teacup and sometimes paused in midair for a long time. The tall cherry trees in the courtyard exude a quiet atmosphere in the night, making the quiet tea room even more desolate. The boy fell asleep at his feet. The wind rustled softly outside the window. Huacheng Xingzi looked down at the boy, the tea bowl still against her lips. The boy's hair has grown a little longer. The slightly messy bangs slightly cover the eyebrows. When he was asleep, he no longer had that healthy, sunny, and cheerful demeanor that was somewhat dazzling. Instead, his handsome features revealed a delicate and slender feeling, making him look very much like a woman, but the lines of his neck clearly showed that he was a grown man. "It really looks like Sister Zun." Huacheng Xingzi murmured. A good mood is like watercolor paint falling into the water, spreading quickly. Her heart and body did not reject him, also because of this face. This child's self-willed personality is exactly the same as Sister Zun's. I wonder how they get along at home. Thinking about her best friend's family affairs, Hua Cheng Xingzi felt very happy. But she soon realized that she would face another disaster tonight. The mood that had just become bright and colorful gradually sank into gray again. In the night, the cherry trees stand quietly. Hua Cheng Xingzi finished the tea in the teacup and looked at the cherry tree in the courtyard. But my heart gradually calmed down. She picked up a dagger and hid it in the knot at the back of her kimono. As long as her kimono belt was torn by brute force, she would immediately find the dagger and stab it into the opponent's heart. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the door. Hua Cheng Xingzi's slender eyebrows gradually frowned. Wearing a white suit, a floral tie and perfume, Naoki Ito walked into the tea room with a happy expression. His ear-length hair was combed back and was shiny and glossy, like a well-cared-for Western-style dog by its owner. "Good evening, Ito Naoki greeted gracefully. The tone was enthusiastic, as if he was greeting a long-time friend. Hua Cheng Xingzi had a cold expression and did not hide her disgust at all, but since the other party pretended to be reasonable, she had no choice but to pour a cup of tea and push it in front of the other party with the back of her hand. Ito Naoki glanced at Iinuma Isao, who was sleeping beside her, and chuckled. "Madam, you are very sensible." Hua Cheng Xingzi didn't know what he meant by that, and didn't bother to guess, so she asked in a cold voice, "Has the person been released?" "Who?" Ito Naoki asked knowingly. "President Miyazawa." Hua Cheng Xingzi didn't want to waste time with him, so she said directly, "Release the person, and then we can start talking." "So you were talking about him. Let him go early." Ito Naoki took a sip of tea and said happily, "If you don't even have the sincerity to let him go early, how can I dare to come to see the lady?" Hua Cheng Xingzi's heart sank in vain. It seems that going to great lengths to kidnap someone and then release him just to play with their mentality. The other party is so confident. Could it be that he has other evidence? "It's late. Let's get down to business." Ito Naoki's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. He was clearly in control, but he was playing with his prey. He asked very considerately and gentlemanly, "What do you think, madam?" "If you have to fart, do it now." Hua Cheng Xingzi said coldly. "Then, please take a look at these documents, madam." Naoki Ito took out several file bags from the briefcase he was carrying. Each file bag contained a contract. He took out all the contracts, spread them out in front of Hua Cheng Anzi, and introduced them. "These contracts are loan contracts signed between your father and Ito Real Estate on behalf of Hua Cheng Construction Company. According to the agreement, madam, you need to repay the 6 billion yen loan before April 30th, and transfer 10% of Hua Cheng Construction shares and the ownership of this mansion to Ito Real Estate." Hua Cheng Xingzi took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "This is a contract that my father signed under duress. It has no legal effect." This is not right." Ito Naoki narrowed his eyes slightly. "You mean we threatened your father? This is a false accusation. I have the right to send you a lawyer's letter and ask you to apologize publicly. Whether it was coercion or not, you know it in your heart." Hua Cheng Xingzi did not give in at all, and even anger welled up in her eyes. "My father died of a drug overdose. You know best where he got the drugs. A contract signed while unconscious due to drug abuse is no different from a piece of waste paper and has no legal effect at all." "So we are going to take this case to court?" Ito Naoki asked with a smile. "Madam, are you confident that you can win the case?" Hua Cheng Xingzi said coldly, "If you want to sue, sue now. As for whether I have confidence or not, don't worry about it." Ito Naoki was not surprised by her indifference and refusal to give in. He continued to exert pressure according to the plan. "Madam, please think it through. We have more than 100 people in the Red Snapper Group." "A lot." Hua Cheng Xingzi sneered, with a cold and beautiful light flashing in her phoenix eyes. "What if I am willing to give away half of the company's shares at a very low price in exchange for a bigger gang to join the game?" "I'm sure you will." Ito Naoki nodded in admiration. If this strong-willed woman in front of him was really pushed into a corner, she would definitely choose to fight to the death with the Red Snapper Group. The Red Snapper Group has never been able to do anything to her. However, since I am a dragon, I will not be tripped by a mere mortal. Thinking of the Chinese idiom hanging in the office, Ito Naoki's face was filled with a confident smile. He took out a mobile phone from his briefcase and handed it to the other party. "Well, I took this out. What do you want to do, madam?" There is a video on the phone. In an instant, Hua Cheng Xingzi felt a chill down her spine. In the video, the woman holds a syringe and gives an injection into the arm of the dying old man. Iinuma Isao closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, but suddenly found that everything became quiet. Both parties stopped talking. The tea room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Soon, Hua Cheng Xingzi's gradually increasing breathing could be heard. Her eyes were cold and flickering. Where did this video come from? How could I not keep an eye on such an important bargaining chip of the old patriarch? Ito Naoki raised his lips slightly and said teasingly, "The husbands of the nurses in your father's ward have all borrowed a large sum of money from me, and none of them can pay it back. As a creditor, I asked them to put some monitoring equipment in your father's ward. Is that not too much?" Looking at his extremely hateful smiling face, Huacheng Xingzi's chest heaved rapidly. Ito Naoki smiled proudly. "Madam, I have already found out your style of doing things 5 years ago. I have long anticipated that you would kill him with your own hands before he completely destroys the Huacheng family." Iinuma Isao, who had been pretending to be asleep for a long time, suddenly realized something. "You killed your father. No wonder you keep having nightmares." Chapter 43. The beauty is actually me. The wind blew into the tea room. The candle flame flickered and the light flickered. After hearing Ito Naoki's sinister words, Huacheng Xingzi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's just a video. It can't prove anything at all. Don't expect to use it to make an article." Ito Naoki raised his eyebrows. "Try. Let's try it." Huacheng Xingzi didn't give in at all. Looking at this extremely strong-willed woman, Ito Naoki laughed dryly and threatened, "Even if we can't convict you legally, as long as this video is released, I don't need to tell you how your reputation will be damaged, right?" Huacheng Xingzi said calmly, "Just announce it." The syringe used to inject the drug had been destroyed by her long ago. There was only a video but no physical evidence, so she could easily make it up. Of course, if the video was really released, there would definitely be a lot of people who would firmly believe that she was the murderer of her father. The tough and cold-faced president turned out to be a female devil who killed her father, husband, and brother. Ito Naoki played with his mobile phone, smiling playfully. "Don't tell me that you didn't kill my brother. Oh, by the way, there's also your brother." Huacheng Xingzi's expression changed slightly and she subconsciously glanced at his phone. "Don't worry, there's no recording." Ito Naoki showed her the screen. Huacheng Xingzi still didn't believe him and said coldly, "I can also send you a lawyer's letter for this." "Haha, I quite like your character of preferring death to surrender." Ito Naoki laughed from the bottom of his heart. After entering the house, his expression became serious for the first time. No matter where you are, for a real estate company with high debt and high turnover, a broken capital chain is equivalent to a precursor to bankruptcy. And you have taken over Huacheng Construction for more than 2 years. Not only has Huacheng Construction survived, but there is a great possibility that it will return to glory after the 3-year ban period. As for the means and courage you have shown, I admire you deeply and admire you. "No need, I can't bear your admiration," Huacheng Xingzi said coldly. Ito Naoki pulled the corner of his mouth, raised his chin slightly, and said arrogantly, "I didn't want to touch you, but now my brother has been killed by you, and the burden of the Ito family inheritance can only fall on me. Therefore, I can only do what my brother has not completed reluctantly." "You." In an instant, Huacheng Xingzi's eyes were as fiery as if she wanted to kill someone. Iinuma Isao, who was lying on the ground pretending to be asleep, almost couldn't hold back. Of course, the two of them didn't know that when Ito Naoki said reluctantly, he was definitely not being contemptuous, sarcastic, or sarcastic. He really felt it was reluctantly. No matter how beautiful Huacheng Xingzi is, he doesn't like her. He likes someone else. Huacheng Xingzi's eyes were cold and her chest was heaving. Across the tea table, she and Ito Naoki stared at each other coldly. The cold evening breeze blew in, and the candlelight flickered violently. The sleeves of the solemn black kimono were blown up by the wind, swelling and trembling. The sleeve brushed the boy's cheek. He pretended to be asleep and opened his eyes slightly. The old lady's clothes were shaking, and her eyes were deep and cold, just like the ice that never melts in the depths of the polar regions. After a long time, the night wind subsided. The light no longer flickered, and the quiet firelight formed a sea of warm light on the tatami. The flower city of Apricot, located in the middle of the sea of light, is incredibly beautiful. Her clear, bright eyes and calm expression concealed a determination to never yield even if the world collapsed. "Since I was born, the only time I compromised was to follow my father's arrangement and accept a so-called husband. That was the first time, and the last time." Her voice was indifferent, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her, but she was as stubborn as a rock. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to play dirty, I will accompany you to the end. I'm making this clear today." Ito Naoki's brows knitted together as she said without leaving any room for negotiation, "Even if I give away all the assets of Huacheng Construction, I will not let you Red Tie Group take advantage of even one floor tile." She is really too strong. Ito Naoki felt very troubled inside and could no longer maintain his superior and arrogant attitude. "Madam, I advise you to think carefully about this." His face darkened, holding up his phone. "As long as I release this video, you will definitely be ruined. Moreover, the police will definitely cause trouble for you. Believe me, I have plenty of ways to make the police lock you up for 10 days or 8 days. These 10 days or 8 days are enough for me to do a lot of things. I'm ready to die together with you. Huacheng Xingzi still did not retreat. Ito Naoki's face turned grim, and he slowly stood up. Then I'll have to use force. You can try. Huacheng Xingzi reached behind and touched the handle of the knife in the knot of her kimono. This is my home. If you touch me, you will bear the consequences. Cut. Ito Naoki spat with disdain. I'm not interested in you, he sneered. Hearing this, Huacheng Xingzi's face changed slightly, and she shouted in a deep voice, I warn you, don't have any thoughts about Irai. I have even less interest in that little girl. Kuriko and Iroha are both in the palace. You can't succeed. That mother and daughter. I'm too lazy to even look at them. Ito Naoki stepped in front of Hanashiro Anzi and pointed at the boy sleeping beside her legs. I want him, you idiot. He came to seek revenge on Azan. Huacheng Xingzi clenched the hilt of the knife and shouted, I am here, I will not let. This is the boy who makes my heart beat. I won't let you get hurt, eh? Huacheng Xingzi was stunned. She opened her mouth and stared at Ito Naoki in a daze. What did you say? Iinuma Isao, who was pretending to be asleep, was also confused. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and the beauty turned out to be me? Get out of here, bitch. Naoki Ito was ready to kick her away. Don't even think about touching him. Huacheng Anzi quickly pulled out a dagger and blocked in front of Iinuma Isao. How dare you draw your knife first? Ito Naoki's eyelids twitched. He obviously underestimated her stubbornness. He shouted angrily, Kato, kill this bitch. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the corridor. A figure quickly jumped into the tea room, threw the bamboo sword in his hand, and instantly knocked the dagger out of Huacheng Xingzi's hand. Hanashiro Anza's heart sank when she saw Kato Ryota suddenly barging in. Things seemed to have gone off the track as planned. She could never have imagined that the beauty the other party wanted was actually the Iinuma Isao who she had knocked unconscious with her own hands. Oh, idiot. Ito Naoki looked at the dagger flashing coldly on the ground and laughed mockingly. Do you think that when I want to have sex with you, you can stab me to death in the name of self-defense? Haha, madam, you didn't expect things to turn out like this, did you? I have to thank you for knocking the person unconscious and giving him to me. Huacheng Xingzi looked at him with contempt on his face and her body trembled uncontrollably. Guilt and fear made her panic in an instant. She wanted to rush over to protect Iinuma Isao, but was stabbed in the shoulder by the bamboo sword in Kato Ryota's hand, and half of her body instantly became numb with pain. The dim light illuminated the boy's unconscious face. In the cold air of the spring night, Ito Naoki slowly squatted in front of the boy with an appreciative smile on his face. No, don't touch him. Huacheng Xingzi covered her shoulders and half collapsed on the ground, her eyes gradually turning red. I won't resist. You can do whatever you want, just don't touch him. Chapter 44. The old aunt will be punished tonight. I won't resist. You can do whatever you want. What kind of plot? Iinuma Isao was speechless. He was originally planning to get up, but after hearing this, he lay down again obediently. The old lady is too concerned about her reputation, and sometimes even can be said to be self-willed. We should take this opportunity to teach her a lesson and teach her a lesson. Hearing the pleading behind him, Ito Naoki turned around and looked over with a surprised look in his eyes. You are willing to endure my insult for him? Oh wow, the love between mother and son is really deep, so touching. Tears began to well up in Huacheng Xingzi's eyes, but she still looked at him coldly. Let him go, I'll do whatever you want. Ito Naoki laughed sarcastically. Look, Kato, the distinguished mother and daughter of the Huacheng family took the initiative to ask me for help. Huacheng Xingzi bit her lips tightly, her body trembling slightly, and she felt extremely guilty. Kato Ryota looked at her and turned his head away with some reluctance. Hey, Kato, don't be shy. Ito Naoki whistled with amusement and shouted to Hanashiro Kyoko, why don't you go serve my deputy team leader Kato? If you serve him well, I might let you, my adopted son, go. Huacheng Xingzi closed her eyes. Her lips were completely bloodless. It's my fault. I have to bear the responsibility myself. I can't let Sister Zun down. I can't let her Zun down. She said to herself silently in her heart, with a look of extreme struggle on her face. Just now, Iinuma Isao was still asking her if she regarded him as a relative. Now, she can answer with certainty. Yes, because she considers him more important than herself. Mrs. Xingzi, I can't believe this. Ito Naoki looked pleased, puzzled, and surprised. Looking at your cold-blooded behavior in killing your own father and brother, you don't seem like someone who values feelings. But now you are willing to sacrifice yourself for an adopted son and let me control you at will? I really didn't expect this. Tut tut tut. At this point, he shook his head with emotion. If I had known that threatening you with your relatives would make you surrender, why would I have put in so much effort? Huacheng Xingzi lowered her head and remained silent. Ito Naoki looked at her and seemed to see the end of the matter. So what if the cold, elegant, and noble mistress is so arrogant? Don't you want to be obedient now? Of course, she wasn't really obedient. But once you give in once and your bottom line is crossed, there will be a second time, a third time. As a gang, the Red Snapper Group has plenty of ways to torture people. As long as she is controlled from now on, it won't be long before she is taught a lesson and becomes obedient, handing over the assets of the Huacheng family. With the Huacheng family's huge assets, the Red Tie Group can complete its whitewashing and leap from a low-ranking gangster to a businessman with huge assets. By then, the status of the Ito family will rise rapidly, and they will go from being a guard dog that is not even qualified to polish the governor's shoes to being the governor's guest of honor. What a wonderful thing this is. It starts great but ends badly. Soon, I, Naoki Ito, will shed my skin and transform into a dragon. At this time, Naoki Ito's mind was full of fantasies about a bright future. But Huacheng Xingzi's mind was blank. She no longer cares about what her future will be like. She only wanted to rescue Iinuma Isao now, and then, she would not let him have an easy life even if she spent all her wealth. As for the other person in the tea room, Kato Ryota, he was full of doubts at this time. In the current situation, he dared not move, for fear that the angel would think that he was interested in her aunt. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It's Naoki Ito's. Kato Ryota looked over instantly. The unconscious boy opened his eyes at some point, and stabbed Ito Naoki in the crotch with a bamboo sword that came from nowhere. The eldest son's face turned red, like a cooked shrimp. He hunched over with his eyes bulging out. A moment later, a shrill scream pierced the night sky. Ah! Naoki Ito covered his crotch and rolled around on the floor. It's useless. Kato Ryota couldn't help but mourn in his heart. I hope the master still has the energy to practice the trumpet. Otherwise the Ito family will be extinct. Huacheng Xingzi widened her eyes in disbelief, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ah, Axon. In the candlelight, the young man slowly stood up, his black clothes fading slightly yellow. Wu Tilda. Huacheng Xingzi covered her mouth and tears burst out instantly. She had never been happier. Seeing the old lady finally burst into tears because of fear, Iinuma Isao thought for a moment and said to her coldly, "You were too stupid tonight. I will punish you after I drive these people away." Huacheng Xingzi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The resolute, calm, mature and intelligent Huacheng Xingzi was gone. 2 lines of tears flowed down her eyes. Those crystal-clear tears were full of palpitations, fear, grievances, and sorrow. With his eyes blurred by tears, the young man walked towards the enemy holding a bamboo sword. His tall and straight back was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, constantly emitting a cold and tense aura. I feel he is more domineering than ever before. Huacheng Xingzi's mind was a little confused due to fear. For a moment, she didn't think about whether the boy could win, but felt that the boy must be very angry because of her stupidity and couldn't tolerate her anymore. She must punish her severely tonight. When she thought about being punished, the old lady felt a strange feeling of cowardice in her heart. My thoughts were in a mess and I had already begun to anticipate the rough treatment I might receive. Whips, candles, handcuffs, red ropes, and everything else. He also punished her by spanking her while she knelt on the ground, forcing her to cry and admit her fault, begging Iinuma's father to forgive Kyoko. Any punishment is fine, as long as he is okay. Iinuma Isao had no idea how confused and stupid the old lady's mind was at the moment. Full of fighting spirit, he came up to Kato Ryota with a bamboo sword in hand. The eldest son was still rolling around, but Kato Ryota ignored him. He looked at Iinuma Isao. The young man has delicate features and a bright gaze, which is like a beam of light that penetrates through layers of dark clouds. You are very powerful. Kato Ryota said calmly, but you are not my opponent yet. Iinuma Isao raised his knife-holding hand and pointed the tip of the knife at him. How do you know if you don't try? Come on then. Kato Ryota said, and then pulled it towards his chest. This suit, which looked expensive, was torn to pieces, revealing the terrifying muscles underneath. Iinuma Isao. Bro, are you making a movie? Ryota Kato tore off his torn clothes, threw them away, and then stretched his muscles. Kei Kato. Ito Naoki, who was about to faint from the pain, shouted with a weak breath, I can still be saved, save me first. Kato Ryota didn't even look at the eldest son. He bent down to pick up the bamboo sword he brought with him, held it in the middle and took the starting position for attack, then loudly introduced himself. Yagyu Shinkage Ryu, Kaito Ryota, see you. Chapter 45. I learned from Mrs. Iinuma. Kaito Ryota is a master, in the absolute sense. When he was very young, he liked to go to the kendo dojo not far from his home and watch the older children practice swordsmanship alone. The instructors in the dojo teach the largest kendo school in Japan, Shinkage Ryu. To be more specific, it is the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu created by Yagyu Seikashusai after he integrated the essence of Shinto Ryu and Ito Ryu. When he was old enough to go to elementary school, Kaito Ryota began to practice sword with an instructor. The essence of Yagyu Shinkage Ryu lies in taking without a sword. That is, the main purpose of the technique is to seize the enemy's weapons and try to keep both sides alive and safe. Therefore, among the many kendo schools, this is a relatively gentle school. From elementary school to high school, Kaito Ryota has been practicing this style. Until one day, his instructor, who was no longer able to defeat him, told him, "Your sword is too murderous. You will not make any progress if you continue to stay in the Shinkage Ryu, and I have nothing to teach you anymore," and then kicked him out of the dojo. After graduating from high school, he did not go to college and worked odd jobs here and there. He used the money he earned to open a kendo dojo. Later, the area where the dojo is located has been spotted by a real estate company. After the preliminary demolition agreement was reached, there were still many holdouts who refused to sign, so the company called in a group of gangsters to help persuade them to leave. At that time, Kaito Ryota was not yet 30 years old and was still young and energetic. He rushed forward alone with a single sword and chopped down dozens of the other side. Then he was jailed for 5 years for causing multiple injuries. On the day he was released from prison, the leader of the new gang, the Red Snapper Group, personally went to the prison gate to greet him, sincerely invited him to join, and promised him the position of deputy leader right away. Kaito Ryota agreed without thinking too much, because he had no money left for food. In the past few years in the Red Snapper Group, he has fought against his peers everywhere and had a great time. He has no loyalty at all. Life is here, and we can live wherever we are. Holding a bamboo sword, looking at the energetic boy opposite him, Kaito Ryota knew that he was very strong. But just having a young heart is not enough. Fighting requires more than just passion, but also requires sufficient skills and experience. Kaito Ryota didn't think that a young boy like him could get any advantage from an old fox like him. In terms of kendo skills, he has practiced swordplay for 30 years. In terms of dueling experience, he roamed the streets of Tokyo and experienced life and death many times. Don't underestimate the experience you gain from street fighting. So, let me see if you have the ability to protect her. Bring it on. Kaito Ryota steps forward. Bang! 2 bamboo swords collided in the air. Amidst the dull sound of collision, both figures rushed forward, intersecting in an instant, and then distancing themselves in an instant. At the moment of intersection, the bamboo swords in the hands of both men swung across. With his back to the boy, Kaito Ryota felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He has great strength. Kaito Ryota gasped. This time he grimaced in pain, and while taking a breath, he thought that he had also hit the boy's shoulder, which was not a loss. Swish! There was a sound of breaking wind behind me. Kaito Ryota turned around quickly and faced the boy's bamboo sword. He quickly adjusted his position and raised his knife to attack. Neither of them defended this time, and both chose to play an all-out attack. Bang! In a flash, the 2 bamboo swords collided. Kaito Ryota exerted force on his wrist and suddenly moved the knife downward, reducing the attack angle of Iinuma Isao. The knife was originally intended to hit his face, but it deviated downwards and the tip of the knife hit his shoulder again. At this moment, Iinuma Isao saw his grinning expression. Then, his attack came as expected. The knife stabbed Iinuma Isao hard in the abdomen. There was only a puff sound. It was as if a very blunt iron plate had stabbed his lower abdomen firmly. Iinuma Shuanji felt his stomach acid boiling up instantly, and his entire mouth was filled with the fishy smell of stomach acid that he was about to vomit out. Hiss! Both of them stepped back at the same time. Isao Iinuma held his stomach with a grim expression, and was in great pain. Kaito Ryota covered his shoulder, and although it hurt a lot, the injury was obviously less serious. After all, the impact resistance of the lower abdomen and shoulders are not on the same level. Huacheng Xingzi covered her chest with her hands, her face full of worry. Axon. However, at this time, Iinuma Isao didn't even look at her. Oh, women will only slow down the speed of my sword. Come on, keep going. He roared loudly and made a sharp move. If the opponent is a weakling, he will start with III and kill him with one blow. But Kaito Ryota is an expert. If you can't kill III instantly, it's almost like giving away your life. Seeing his posture, Kaito Ryota frowned, Are you from Shinto Ryu? This tooth-jumping posture is very similar to that of a friend of mine. I have all kinds of streams. Iinuma Isao was too lazy to talk nonsense and just stepped on it. A powerful wind pressure swelled up, and he kicked his body forward at such a speed that it even left an afterimage. Only a master of Shinto Ryu could perform such a skillful tooth thrust. Kaito Ryota was sharp-eyed and made a decision immediately. To some extent, Shinto Ryu is a purer Ito Ryu than Ito Ryu, and is the most popular kendo school among Shinto priests. It only focuses on pure attack, extremely fast attack, and every strike is a sure kill. The young man appeared in an instant. In a flash, Kaito Ryota raised his sword to meet the attack. Bang, bang. The two consecutive sounds of bamboo swords colliding were like two gunshots. Kaito Ryota's wrist was hit, and the pain was so severe that his grip on the knife became unsteady. And Iinuma Isao's left shoulder was also hit by him. He was in so much pain that he covered his left shoulder with his right hand and rubbed it continuously. Who is your instructor? Kaito Ryota couldn't help asking. The sword move just now was definitely performed by a Shinto Ryu master. You have such skills at such a young age, so your instructor must be someone unknown. Damn, this guy is amazing. Iinuma Isao rubbed his numb shoulders and grinned. I learned from Mrs. Iinuma. Who's that? My mom. Kaito Ryota. Are you kidding me? He almost wanted to yell out. Iinuma Isao was too lazy to explain this question. My mother's swordsmanship is so diverse, she has learned all kinds of styles, and it's impossible to explain where she came from. If you can't explain it, then don't explain it. Only by hiding your true intentions can you better confuse your opponent. For example, Kaito Ryota was a little confused at this time. Iinuma Isao once again assumed the starting stance of the tooth thrust. Kaito Ryota did not underestimate his enemy again, and even launched a more fierce attack before him. In the next few minutes, Iinuma Isao faced the opponent's fierce attack like a storm. This was not a style that only knew how to savagely charge at wild boars and black bears. His attacks were as dense as raindrops, leaving no room for Iinuma Isao to counterattack. He is slightly weaker in strength and has to rely solely on his reaction speed for defense, but Kaito Ryota has more practical experience than him. After dozens of rounds of attack and defense, Iinuma Isao had several burning spots on his body. Obviously, this Jidao deputy team leader is not someone who gets his reputation for nothing. But Iinuma Isao felt that it was not satisfying enough. This kind of battle that is not extreme enough will not help him much. He needs Kaito Ryota to burst out with stronger aggression. The scheming young man frowned and quickly took a few steps back, creating a big gap. Kaito Ryota stood there with a knife in his hand. The two faced off in the air.